We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
So anyway, they're having their annual Pioneer Days, just like in Castle Rock. Yeah, Pioneer Days. That's a fucking blast, Vern said earnestly. I put my whole family in that jail on wheels they have, even fucking Billy. It was only for half an hour, and it cost me my whole allowance, but it was worth it just to know where the son of a whore was. Will you shut up and let him tell it? Teddy hollered. Vern blinked. Sure, yeah, okay. Go on, Gordy, Chris said. It's not really much. Nah, we don't expect much from a wet end like you, Teddy said, but tell it anyway. I cleared my throat. So anyway, it's Pioneer Days, and on the last night they have these 3 big events. There's an egg roll for the little kids, and a sack race for kids that are like 8 or 9, and then there's the pie-eating contest. And the main guy of the story is this fat kid nobody likes named Davy Hogan. Like Charlie Hogan's brother, if he had one, Vern said, and then shrank back as Chris rabbit-punched him again. This kid, he's our age, but he's fat. He weighs like 180, and he's always getting beat up and ranked out. And all the kids, instead of calling him Davy, they call him Lardass Hogan and rank him out whenever they get the chance. They nodded respectfully, showing the proper sympathy for Lardass, although if such a guy ever showed up in Castle Rock, we all would have been out teasing him and ranking him to the dogs and back. So he decided to take revenge, because he's, like, fed up, you know? He's only in the pie-eating contest, but that's like the final event during Pioneer Days, and everyone really digs it. The prize is $5. So he wins it and gives the finger to everybody, Teddy said. Boss! No, it's better than that, Chris said. Just shut up and listen. Lardass figures to himself, $5, what's that? If anybody remembers anything at all in 2 weeks, it'll just be that fucking pig Hogan outate everybody. Well, it figures. Let's go over his house and rank the shit out of him. Only now we'll call him Pie-ass instead of Lard-ass. They nodded some more, agreeing that Davy Hogan was a thinking cat. I began to warm to my own story. But everybody expects him to enter the contest, you know, even his mom and dad. Hey, they practically got that $5 spent for him already. Yeah, right, Chris said. So he's thinking about it and hating the whole thing, because being fat isn't really his fault, see? He'd got these weird fucking glands, something, and... My cousin's like that, Vern said excitedly. Sincerely, she weighs close to 300 pounds. Supposed to be her hypoid gland or something like that. I don't know about her hypoid gland, but what a fucking blimp. No shit. She looks like a fucking Thanksgiving turkey. And this one time... Will you shut the fuck up, Vern? Chris cried violently. For the last time, honest to God. He had finished his Coke, and now he turned the hourglass-shaped green bottle upside down and brandished it over Vern's head. Yeah, right, I'm sorry. Go on, Gordy. It's a swell story. I smiled. I didn't really mind Vern's interruptions, but of course I couldn't tell Chris that. He was the self-appointed guardian of art. So he's turning it over in his mind, you know, the whole week before the contest. At school, kids keep coming up to him and saying, Hey, Lard-ass, how many pies you gonna eat? You gonna eat 10, 20, fucking 80? And Lard-ass, he says, How should I know? I don't even know what kind they are. And see, there's quite a bit of interest in the contest because the champ is this grown-up whose name is, Bill Trainer, I guess. And this guy, Trainer, he ain't even fat. In fact, he's a real string bean. But he can eat pies like a whiz, and the year before he ate 6 pies in 5 minutes. Whole pies? Teddy asked, awestruck. Right you are. And Lard-ass, he's the youngest guy to ever be in the contest. Go, Lard-ass! Teddy cried excitedly. Scoff up those fucking pies! Tell him about the other guys in it, Chris said. Okay, besides Lard-ass Hogan and Bill Trainer, there was Calvin Spire, the fattest guy in town. He ran the jewelry store. Gretna Jewels, Vern said, and snickered. Chris gave him a black look. And then there's this guy who's a disc jockey at a radio station up in Lewiston. He ain't exactly fat, but he's sort of chubby, you know. And the last guy was Hubert Gretna III, who was the principal of Lard-ass Hogan's school. He was eating against his own principal? Teddy asked. Chris clutched his knees and rocked back and forth joyfully. Ain't that great? Go on, Gordy. I had them now. They were all leaning forward. I felt an intoxicating sense of power. I tossed my empty Coke bottle into the woods and scrunched around a little bit to get comfortable. I remember hearing the chickadee again, off in the woods, farther away now, lifting its monotonous, endless call into the sky. Dee-dee-dee-dee. So he gets this idea, I said. The greatest revenge idea a kid ever had. The big night comes, the end of Pioneer Days. The pie-eating contest comes just before the fireworks. The main street of Gretna has been closed off so people can walk around in it, and there's this big platform set up right in the street. There's bunting hanging down and a big crowd in front. There's also a photographer from the paper to get a picture of the winner with blueberries all over his face, because it turned out to be blueberry pies that year. Also, I almost forgot to tell you this, they had to eat the pies with their hands tied behind their backs. So, dig it, they come up onto the platform. Chapter 16. From The Revenge of Lard-ass Hogan by Gordon LaChance, originally published in Cavalier magazine, March 1975. Used by permission. They came up onto the platform one by one and stood behind a long trestle table covered with a linen cloth. The table was stacked high with pies and stood at the edge of the platform. Above it were looped necklaces of bare 100-watt bulbs, moths and night flyers banging softly against them and haloing them. Above the platform, bathed in spotlights, was a long sign which read, The Great Gretna Pie Eat of 1960. To either side of this sign hung battered loudspeakers supplied by Chuck Day of the Great Day Appliance Shop. Bill Davis, the reigning champion, was Chuck's cousin. As each contestant came up, his hands bound behind him and his shirt front open, like Sidney Carton on his way to the guillotine, Mayor Charbonneau would announce his name over Chuck's PA system and tie a large white bib around his neck. Calvin Spire received token applause only. In spite of his belly, which was the size of a 20-gallon water barrel, he was considered an underdog, second only to the Hogan Kid. Most considered Lardass a comer, but too young and inexperienced to do much this year. After Spire, Bob Cormier was introduced. Cormier was a disc jockey who did a popular afternoon program at WLAM in Lewiston. He got a bigger hand, accompanied by a few screams from the teenage girls in the audience. The girls thought he was cute. John Wiggins, principal of Gretna Elementary School, followed Cormier. He received a hearty cheer from the older section of the audience and a few scattered boos from fractious members of his student body. Wiggins managed to beam paternally and frown sternly down on the audience at the same time. Next, Mayor Charbonneau introduced Lardass. "A new participant in the annual Great Gretna Pie Eat, but one we expect great things from in the future. Young Master David Hogan." Lardass got a big round of applause as Mayor Charbonneau tied on his bib, and as it was dying away, a rehearsed Greek chorus just beyond the reach of the 100-watt bulbs cried out in wicked unison, "Go get 'em, Lardass!" There were muffled shrieks of laughter, running footsteps, a few shadows that no one could or would identify, some nervous laughter, some judicial frowns, the largest from Hizener Charbonneau, the most visible figure of authority. Lardass himself appeared to not even notice. The small smile, greasing his thick lips and creasing his thick chops, did not change as the mayor, still frowning largely, tied his bib around his neck and told him not to pay any attention to fools in the audience. As if the mayor had even the faintest inkling of what monstrous fools Lardass Hogan had suffered and would continue to suffer as he rumbled through life like a Nazi tiger tank. The mayor's breath was warm and smelled of beer. The last contestant to mount the bunting-decorated stage drew the loudest and most sustained applause. This was the legendary Bill Travis, 6 feet 5 inches tall, gangling, voracious. Travis was a mechanic at the local Amoco station down by the rail yard, a likable fellow if there ever was one. It was common knowledge around town that there was more involved in the Great Gretna Pie Eat than a mere $5. At least for Bill Travis there was. There were 2 reasons for this. First, people always came by the station to congratulate Bill after he won the contest, and most everyone who came to congratulate stayed to get his gas tank filled. And the 2 garage bays were sometimes booked up for a solid month after the contest. Folks would come in to get a muffler replaced or their wheel bearings greased and would sit down in the theater chairs ranged along one wall. Jerry Malling, who owned the Amoco, had salvaged them from the old Gem Theater when it was torn down in 1957, drinking Cokes and Moxies from out of the machine and gassing with Bill about the contest as he changed spark plugs or rolled around on a crawly wheelie under someone's International Harvester pickup, looking for holes in the exhaust system. Bill always seemed willing to talk, which was one of the reasons he was so well-liked in Gretna. There was some dispute around town as to whether Jerry Malling gave Bill a flat bonus for the extra business his yearly feat, or yearly eat, if you prefer, brought in, or if he got an out-and-out raise. Whatever way it was, there could be no doubt that Travis did much better than most small-town wrench jockeys. He had a nice-looking 2-story ranch out on the Sabattis Road, and certain snide people referred to it as the house the Pies built. That was probably an exaggeration, but Bill had it coming another way, which brings us to the second reason there was more in it for Travis than just $5. The Pie Eat was a hot wagering event in Gretna. Perhaps most people only came to laugh, but a goodly minority also came to lay their money down. Contestants were observed and discussed by these bettors as ardently as thoroughbreds are observed and discussed by racing touts. The wagerers accosted contestants' friends, relatives, even mere acquaintances. They pried out any and all details concerning the contestants' eating habits. There was always a lot of discussion about that year's official pie. Apple was considered a heavy pie, apricot a light one. although a contestant had to resign himself to a day or two of the trots after downing 3 or 4 apricot pies. That year's official pie, blueberry, was considered a happy medium. Bettors, of course, were particularly interested in their man's stomach for blueberry pies. How did he do on blueberry buckle? Did he favor blueberry jam over strawberry preserve? Had he been known to sprinkle blueberries on his breakfast cereal, or was he strictly a bananas and cream sort of fellow? There were other questions of some moment. Was he a fast eater who slowed down, or a slow eater who started to speed up as things got serious, or just a good, steady, all-round trencher man? How many hot dogs could he put away while watching a Babe Ruth League game down at the St. Dom's baseball field? Was he much of a beer drinker? And if so, how many bottles did he usually put away in the course of an evening? Was he a belcher? It was believed that a good belcher was a bit tougher to beat over the long haul. All of this and other information was sifted, the odds laid, the bets made. How much money actually changed hands during the week or so following Pie Night, I have no way of knowing. But if you held a gun to my head and forced me to guess, I'd put it at close to $1,000. That probably sounds like a pretty paltry figure, but it was a lot of money to be passing around in such a small town 15 years ago. And because the contest was honest and a strict time limit of 10 minutes was observed, no one objected to a competitor betting on himself, and Bill Travis did so every year. Talk was, as he nodded, smiling to his audience on that summer night in 1960, that he had bet a substantial amount on himself again, and that the best he had been able to do this year was 1 for 5 odds. If you're not the betting type, let me explain it this way. He'd have to put $250 at risk to win $50. Not a good deal at all. But it was the price of success, and as he stood there soaking up the applause and smiling easy, he didn't look too worried about it. "And the defending champion," Mayor Charbonneau trumpeted, "Gretna's own Bill Travis." "Ooh, Bill! How many you going through tonight, Bill?" "You going for 10, Billy boy?" "I got a spot on you, Bill. Don't let me down, boy." "Save me one of those pies, Trav." Nodding and smiling with all proper modesty, Bill Travis allowed the mayor to tie his bib around his neck. Then he sat down at the far right end of the table, near the place where Mayor Charbonneau would stand during the contest. From right to left, then, the eaters were Bill Travis, David Lardass Hogan, Bob Cormier, Principal John Wiggins, and Calvin Spire holding down the stool on the far left. Mayor Charbonneau introduced Sylvia Dodge, who was even more of a contestant figure than Bill Travis himself. She had been president of the Gretna Ladies' Auxiliary for years beyond telling, since the first Manassas, according to some town wits, and it was she who oversaw the baking of each year's pies, strictly subjecting each to her own rigorous quality control, which included a weigh-in ceremony on Mr. Banachek's butcher's scales down at the Freedom Market, this to make sure that each pie weighed within an ounce of the others. Sylvia smiled regally down at the crowd, her blue hair twinkling under the hot glow of the light bulbs. She made a short speech about how glad she was that so much of the town had turned out to celebrate their hardy pioneer forebears, the people who made this country great, for it was great, not only on the grassroots level, where Mayor Charbonneau would be leading the local Republicans to the hallowed seats of town government again in November, but on the national level, where the team of Nixon and Lodge would take the torch of freedom from our great and beloved general and hold it high for— Calvin Spire's belly rumbled noisily. Going! There was laughter, and even some applause. Sylvia Dodge, who knew perfectly well that Calvin was both a Democrat and a Catholic, either would have been forgivable alone, but the two combined, never, managed to blush, smile, and look furious all at the same time. She cleared her throat and wound up with a ringing exhortation to every boy and girl in the audience, telling them to always hold the red, white, and blue high, both in their hands and in their hearts, and to remember that smoking was a dirty, evil habit which made you cough. The boys and girls in the audience, most of whom would be wearing peace medallions and smoking not Camels but marijuana in another 8 years, shuffled their feet and waited for the action to begin. "Let's talk more eatin'," someone in the back row called, and there was another burst of applause. It was heartier this time. Mayor Charbonneau handed Sylvia a stopwatch and a silver police whistle, which she would blow at the end of the 10 minutes of all-out pie-eating. Mayor Charbonneau would then step forward and hold up the hand of the winner. "Are you ready?" Hisener's voice rolled triumphantly through the great PA and off down Main Street. The 5 pie-eaters declared they were ready. "Are you set?" Hisener inquired further. The eaters growled that they were indeed set. Down street, a boy set off a rattling skein of firecrackers. Mayor Charbonneau raised one pudgy hand and then dropped it. "Go!" 5 heads dropped into 5 pie plates. The sound was like 5 large feet stamping firmly into mud. Wet chomping noises rose on the mild night air and then were blotted out as the bettors and partisans in the crowd began to cheer on their favorites. And no more than the first pie had been demolished before most people realized that a possible upset was in the making. Lard-ass Hogan, a 7-to-1 underdog because of his age and inexperience, was eating like a boy possessed. His jaws machine-gunned up crust. The contest rules required that only the top crust of the pie be eaten, not the bottom. And when that had disappeared, a huge sucking sound issued from between his lips. It was like the sound of an industrial vacuum cleaner going to work. Moments later, his whole head disappeared into the pie plate. He raised it 15 seconds later to indicate he was done. His cheeks and forehead were smeared with blueberry juice, and he looked like an extra in a minstrel show. He was done. Done before the legendary Bill Travis had finished half of his first pie. Startled applause went up as the mayor examined Lardass's pie plate and pronounced it clean enough. He whipped a second pie into place before the pacemaker. Lardass had gobbled a regulation-sized pie in just 42 seconds. It was a contest record. He went at the second pie even more furiously yet, his head bobbing and smooching in the soft blueberry filling, and Bill Travis threw him a worried glance as he called for his second blueberry pie. As he told friends later, he felt he was in a real contest for the first time since 1957, when George Gamage gobbled 3 pies in 4 minutes and then fainted dead away. He had to wonder, he said, if he was up against a boy or a demon. He thought of the money he had riding on this and redoubled his efforts. But if Travis had redoubled, Lardass had trebled. Blueberries flew from his second pie dish, staining the tablecloth around him like a Jackson Pollock painting. There were blueberries in his hair, blueberries in his bib, blueberries standing out on his forehead as if, in an agony of concentration, he had actually begun to sweat blueberries. "Done!" he cried, lifting his head from his second pie dish before Bill Travis had even consumed the crust on his new pie. "Better slow down, boy," Hisener murmured. Charbonneau himself had $10 riding on Bill Travis. "You gotta pace yourself if you want to hold out." It was as if Lardass hadn't heard. He tore into his third pie with lunatic speed, jaws moving with lightning rapidity. And then— But I must interrupt for a moment to tell you that there was an empty bottle in the medicine cabinet at Lardass Hogan's house. Earlier, that bottle had been 3/4 full of pearl-yellow castor oil, perhaps the most noxious fluid that the good Lord, in his infinite wisdom, ever allowed upon or beneath the face of the earth. Lardass had emptied that bottle himself, drinking every last drop and then licking the rim, his mouth twisting, his belly gagging sourly, his brain filled with thoughts of sweet revenge. And as he rapidly worked his way through his third pie, Calvin Spire, dead last as predicted, had not as yet finished his first. Lardass began to deliberately torture himself with grisly fantasies. He was not eating pies at all. He was eating cow flops. He was eating great big gobs of greasy, grimy gopher guts. He was eating diced-up woodchuck intestines with blueberry sauce poured over them. Rancid blueberry sauce. He finished his third pie and called for his fourth. Now 1 full pie ahead of the legendary Bill Travis. The fickle crowd, sensing a new and unexpected champ in the making, began to cheer him on lustily. But Lardass had no hope or intention of winning. He could not have continued at the pace he was currently setting if his own mother's life had been the prize. And besides, winning for him was losing. Revenge was the only blue ribbon he sought. His belly groaning with castor oil, his throat opening and closing sickly, he finished his fourth pie and called for his fifth, the ultimate pie. Blueberries become Electra, so to speak. He dropped his head into the dish, breaking the crust, and snuffled blueberries up his nose. Blueberries went down his shirt. The contents of his stomach seemed to suddenly gain weight. He chewed up pastry crust and swallowed it. He inhaled blueberries. And suddenly the moment of revenge was at hand. His stomach, loaded beyond endurance, revolted. It clenched like a strong hand encased in a slick rubber glove. His throat opened. Lardass raised his head. He grinned at Bill Travis with blue teeth. Puke rumbled up his throat like a 6-ton Peterbilt shooting through a tunnel. It roared out of his mouth in a huge blue and yellow glurt, warm and gaily steaming. It covered Bill Travis, who only had time to utter one nonsensical syllable. Goog was what it sounded like. Women in the audience screamed. Calvin Spire, who had watched this unannounced event with a numb and surprised expression on his face, leaned conversationally over the table, as if to explain to the gaping audience just what was happening, and puked on the head of Marguerite Charbonneau, the mayor's wife. She screamed and backed away, pawing futilely at her hair, which was now covered with a mixture of crushed berries, baked beans, and partially digested frankfurters. The latter two had been Cal Spire's dinner. She turned to her good friend Maria Lavin and threw up on the front of Maria's buckskin jacket. In rapid succession, like a replay of the firecrackers, Bill Travis blew a great and seemingly supercharged jet of vomit out over the first 2 rows of spectators, his stunned face proclaiming to one and all, "Man, I just can't believe I'm doing this." Chuck Day, who had received a generous portion of Bill Travis's surprise gift, threw up on his hush-puppies and then blinked at them wonderingly, knowing full well that stuff would never come off Suede. John Wiggins, principal of Gretna Elementary, opened his blue-lined mouth and said reprovingly, "Really, this has—" As befitted a man of his breeding and position, he did it in his own pie plate. Hisener Charbonneau, who found himself suddenly presiding over what must have seemed more like a stomach flu hospital ward than a pie-eating contest, opened his mouth to call the whole thing off and upchucked all over the microphone. "Jesus, save us!" moaned Sylvia Dodge, and then her outraged supper, fried clams, coleslaw, butter and sugar corn, 2 ears' worth, and a generous helping of Muriel Harrington's Bosco chocolate cake, bolted out the emergency exit and landed with a large wet splash on the back of the mayor's Robert Hall suit coat. Lardass Hogan, now at the absolute apogee of his young life, beamed happily out over the audience. Puke was everywhere. People staggered around in drunken circles, holding their throats and making weak cawing noises. Somebody's pet Pekingese ran past the stage, yapping crazily, and a man wearing jeans and a Western-style silk shirt threw up on it, nearly drowning it. Mrs. Brockway, the Methodist minister's wife, made a long, basso, belching noise which was followed by a gusher of degenerated roast beef and mashed potatoes and apple cobbler. The cobbler looked as if it might have been quite good when it first went down. Jerry Malling, who had come to see his pet mechanic walk away with all the marbles again, decided to get the righteous fuck out of this madhouse. He got about 15 yards before tripping over a kid's little red wagon, and realizing he had landed in a puddle of warm bile, Jerry tossed his cookies in his own lap and told folks later he only thanked Providence he had been wearing his coveralls. And Miss Norman, who taught Latin and English fundamentals at the Gretna Consolidated High School, vomited into her own purse in an agony of propriety. Lardass Hogan watched it all, his large face calm and beaming, his stomach suddenly sweet and steady with a warm balm it might never know again. That balm was a feeling of utter and complete satisfaction. He stood up, took the slightly tacky microphone from the trembling hand of Mayor Charbonneau, and said, Chapter 17. "I declare this contest a draw." Then he puts the mic down, walks off the back of the platform, and goes straight home. His mother's there, on account of she couldn't get a babysitter for Lardass's little sister, who was only 2. And as soon as he comes in, all covered with puke and pie drool, still wearing his bib, she says, "Davy, did you win?" But he doesn't say a fucking word, you know. Just goes upstairs to his room, locks the door, and lays down on his bed. I downed the last swallow in Chris's Coke and tossed it into the woods. "Yeah, that's cool. Then what happened?" Teddy asked eagerly. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Teddy asked. It means it's the end. When you don't know what happens next, that's the end. What? Vern cried. There was an upset, suspicious look on his face, like he thought maybe he'd just gotten rooked playing penny-up bingo at the Topsham Fair. What's all this happy crap? How'd it come out? You have to use your imagination, Chris said patiently. No, I ain't, Vern said angrily. He's supposed to use his imagination. He made up the fucking story. Yeah, what happened to the cat? Teddy persisted. Come on, Gordy, tell us. I think his dad was at the pie eat, and when he came home, he beat the living crap out of Lardass. Yeah, right, Chris said. I bet that's just what happened. And, I said, the kids went right on calling him Lardass, except that maybe some of them started calling him Puke Your Guts, too. That ending sucks, Teddy said sadly. That's why I didn't want to tell it. You could have made it so he shot his father and ran away and joined the Texas Rangers, Teddy said. How about that? Chris and I exchanged a glance. Chris raised one shoulder in a barely perceptible
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
shrug. I guess so, I said. Hey, you got any new Ladio stories, Gordy? Not just now. Maybe I'll think of some. I didn't want to upset Teddy, but I wasn't very interested in checking out what was happening in Ladio either. Sorry you didn't go for this one better. Nah, it was good, Teddy said. Right up to the end. It was good. All that puking was really cool. Yeah, that was cool. Really growth, Vern agreed. But Teddy's right about the ending. It was sort of a jip. Yeah, I said, and sighed. Chris stood up. Let's do some walking, he said. It was still bright daylight, the sky a hot, steely blue, but our shadows had begun to trail out long. I remembered that as a kid, September days always seemed to end much too soon, catching me by surprise. It was as if something inside my heart expected it to always be June, with daylight lingering in the sky until almost 9:30. "What time is it, Gordy?" I looked at my watch and was astonished to see it was after 5. "Yeah, let's go," Teddy said. "But let's make camp before dark so we can see to get wood and stuff. I'm getting hungry, too." 6:30, Chris promised. "Okay with you guys?" It was. We started to walk again, using the cinders beside the tracks now. Soon the river was so far behind us we couldn't even hear its sound. Mosquitoes hummed, and I slapped one off my neck. Vern and Teddy were walking up ahead, working out some sort of complicated comic book trade. Chris was beside me, hands in his pockets, shirt slapping against his knees and thighs like an apron. "I got some Winstons," he said. "Hawked them off my old man's dresser. One apiece, for after supper." "Yeah? That's boss." "That's when a cigarette tastes best," Chris said. "After supper." "Right." We walked in silence for a while. "That's a really fine story," Chris said suddenly. "They're just a little too dumb to understand." "No, it's not that hot. It's a mumbler." "That's what you always say. Don't give me that bullshit you don't believe. Are you going to write it down, the story?" "Probably, but not for a while. I can't write him down right after I tell him. It'll keep." "What Vern said about the ending being a jip?" "Yeah?" Chris laughed. "Life's a jip, you know it? I mean, look at us." "Nah, we have a great time." "Sure," Chris said. "All the fucking time, you wet." I laughed. Chris did too. "They come out of you just like bubbles out of soda pop," he said after a while. "What does?" But I thought I knew what he meant. "The stories. That really bugs me, man. It's like you could tell a million stories and still only get the ones on top. You'll be a great writer someday, Gordy." "No, I don't think so." "Yeah, you will. Maybe you'll even write about us guys if you ever get hard up for material." "Have to be pretty fucking hard up." I gave him the elbow. There was another period of silence, and then he asked suddenly, "You ready for school?" I shrugged. Whoever was. You got a little excited thinking about going back, seeing your friends. You were curious about your new teachers and what they would be like. Pretty young things just out of teachers' college that you could rag, or some old top kick that had been there since the Alamo. In a funny way, you could even get excited about the long, droning classes, because as the summer vacation neared its end, you sometimes got bored enough to believe you could learn something. But summer boredom was nothing like the school boredom that always set in by the end of the second week, and by the beginning of the third week you got down to the real business. Could you hit Stinky Fisk in the back of the head with your art gum while the teacher was putting the principal exports of South America on the board? How many good loud squeaks could you get off on the varnished surface of your desk if your hands were real sweaty? Who could cut the loudest farts in the locker room while changing up for phys ed? How many girls could you get to play Who Goosed the Moose during lunch hour? Higher learning, baby. "Junior high," Chris said. "And you know what, Gordy? By next June we'll all be quits." "What are you talking about? Why would that happen?" "It's not going to be like grammar school, that's why. You'll be in the college course. Me and Teddy and Vern, we'll all be in the shop courses, playing pocket pool with the rest of the retards, making ashtrays and birdhouses. Vern might even have to go into remedial. You'll meet a lot of new guys, smart guys. That's just the way it works, Gordy. That's how they got it set up." "Meet a lot of pussies is what you mean," I said. He gripped my arm. "No, man, don't say that. Don't even think that. They'll get your stories, not like Vern and Teddy." "Fuck the stories. I'm not going in with a lot of pussies. No, sir." "If you don't, then you're an asshole." "What's asshole about wanting to be with your friends?" He looked at me thoughtfully, as if deciding whether or not to tell me something. We had slowed down. Vern and Teddy had pulled almost half a mile ahead. The sun, lower now, came at us through the overlacing trees in broken, dusty shafts, turning everything gold. But it was a tawdry gold, Dime store gold, if you can dig that. The tracks stretched ahead of us in the gloom that was just starting to gather. They seemed almost to twinkle. Star pricks of light stood out on them here and there, as if some nutty rich guy masquerading as a common laborer had decided to embed a diamond in the steel every 60 yards or so. It was still hot. The sweat rolled off us, slicking our bodies. "It's asshole if your friends can drag you down," Chris said finally. "I know about you and your folks. They don't give a shit about you. Your big brother was the one they cared about. Like my dad when Frank got thrown into the stockade in Portsmouth. That was when he started always being mad at us other kids and hitting us all the time. Your dad doesn't beat up on you, but maybe that's even worse. He's got you asleep. You could tell him you were enrolling in the fucking shop division, and you know what he'd do? He'd turn to the next page in his paper and say, 'Well, that's nice, Gordon. Go ask your mother what's for dinner. And don't try to tell me different. I've met him.' I didn't try to tell him different. It's scary to find out that someone else, even a friend, knows just how things are with you." "You're just a kid, Gordy." "Gee, thanks, Dad." "I wish to fuck I was your dad," he said angrily. "You wouldn't go around talking about taking those stupid shop courses if I was. It's like God gave you something, all those stories you make up. And he said, 'This is what we got for you, kid. Try not to lose it.' But kids lose everything unless somebody looks out for them. And if your folks are too fucked up to do it, then maybe I ought to." His face looked like he was expecting me to take a swing at him. It was set and unhappy in the green-gold late-afternoon light. He had broken the cardinal rule for kids in those days. You could say anything about another kid. You could rank him to the dogs and back, but you couldn't say a bad word ever about his mom and dad. That was the fabled automatic, the same way not inviting your Catholic friends home to dinner on Friday unless you checked first to make sure you weren't having meat was the fabled automatic. If a kid ranked out your mom and dad, you had to feed him a knuckle sandwich. "Those stories you tell, they're no good to anybody but you, Gordy. If you go along with us just because you don't want the gang to break up, you'll wind up just another grunt making C's to get on the teams. You'll get to high and take the same fucking shop courses and throw erasers and pull your meat along with the rest of the grunts. Get detentions, fucking suspensions. And after a while, all you'll care about is getting a car so you can take some skag to the Hops or down to the fucking Twin Bridges Tavern. Then you'll knock her up and spend the rest of your life in the mill or some fucking shoe shop in Auburn or maybe even up to Hillcrest plucking chickens. And that pie story'll never get written down. Nothing'll get written down, 'cause you'll just be another wise guy with shit for brains." Chris Chambers was 12 when he said all that to me, but while he was saying it, his face was crumpled and folded into something older, oldest, ageless. He spoke tonelessly, colorlessly, but nevertheless what he said struck terror into my bowels. It was as if he had lived that whole life already, that life where they tell you to step right up and spin the wheel of fortune, and it spins so pretty, and the guy steps on a pedal and it comes up double zeros, house number, everybody loses. They give you a free pass and then turn on the rain machine. Pretty funny, huh? A joke even Vern Tessio could appreciate. He grabbed my naked arm and his fingers closed tight. They dug grooves in my flesh. They grounded the bones. His eyes were hooded and dead. So dead, man, that he might just have fallen out of his own coffin. "I know what people think of my family in this town. I know what they think of me and what they expect. Nobody even asked me if I took the milk money that time. I just got a 3-day vacation." "Did you take it?" I asked. I'd never asked him before, and if you had told me I ever would, I would have called you crazy. The words came out in a little dry bullet. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I took it." He was silent for a moment, looking ahead at Teddy and Vern. "You knew I took it. Teddy knew. Everybody knew. Even Vern knew, I think." I started to deny it and then closed my mouth. He was right. No matter what I might have said to my mother and father about how a person was supposed to be innocent until proved guilty, I had known. "Then maybe I was sorry and tried to give it back," Chris said. I stared at him, my eyes widening. "You tried to give it back?" "Maybe," I said. Just maybe. And maybe I took it to old lady Simmons and told her. And maybe the money was all there and I got a 3-day vacation anyway because the money never showed up. And maybe the next week old lady Simmons had this brand new skirt on when she came to school. I stared at Chris, speechless with horror. He smiled at me, but it was a crimped, terrible smile that never touched his eyes. Just maybe, he said. But I remembered the new skirt, a light brown paisley, sort of full. I remembered thinking that it made old lady Simmons look younger, almost pretty. Chris, how much was that milk money? Almost $7. Christ, I whispered. So I just say that I stole the milk money, but then old lady Simmons stole it from me. Just suppose. Then suppose I told that story. Me, Chris Chambers, kid brother of Frank Chambers and Eyeball Chambers. You think anybody would have believed it? No way, I whispered. Jesus Christ. He smiled his wintry, awful smile. And do you think that bitch would have dared try something like that if it had been one of those douchebags from up on the View that had taken the money? No, I said. Yeah, if it had been one of them, Simmons would have said, "Kay, we'll forget it this time, but we're going to spank your wrist real hard, and if you ever do it again, we'll have to spank both wrists." But me, well, maybe she had her eye on that skirt for a long time. Anyway, she saw her chance, and she took it. I was the stupid one for even trying to give that money back. But I never thought that a teacher... Oh, who gives a fuck anyway? Why am I even talking about it? He swiped an arm angrily across his eyes, and I realized he was almost crying. Chris, I said, why don't you go into the college courses? You're smart enough. They decide all of that in the office, and in their smart little conferences. The teachers, they sit around in this big circle jerk, and all they say is, yeah, right. All they give a fuck about is whether you behaved yourself in grammar school and what the town thinks of your family. All they're deciding is whether or not you'll contaminate all those precious college course douchebags. But maybe I'll try to work myself up. I don't know if I could do it, but I might try, because I want to get out of Castle Rock and go to college and never see my old man or any of my brothers again. I want to go someplace where nobody knows me, and I don't have any black marks against me before I start. But I don't know if I can do it. Why not? People drag you down. Who? I asked, thinking he must mean the teachers, or adult monsters like Miss Simmons who had wanted a new skirt, or maybe his brother Eyeball who hung around with Ace and Billy and Charlie and the rest, or maybe his own mom and dad. But he said, Your friends drag you down, Gordy. Don't you know that? He pointed at Vern and Teddy, who were standing and waiting for us to catch up. They were laughing about something. In fact, Vern was just about busting a gut. Your friends do. They're like drowning guys that are holding onto your legs. You can't save them. You can only drown with them. Come on, you fucking slowpokes, Vern shouted, still laughing. Yeah, coming, Chris called, and before I could say anything else, he began to run. I ran too, but he caught up to them before I could catch up to him. Chapter 18. We went another mile and then decided to camp for the night. There was still some daylight left, but nobody really wanted to use it. We were pooped from the scene at the dump and from our scare on the train trestle, but it was more than that. We were in Harlow now, in the woods. Somewhere up ahead was a dead kid, probably mangled and covered with flies. Maggots, too, by this time. Nobody wanted to get too close to him with the night coming on. I had read somewhere, in an Algernon Blackwood story, I think, that a guy's ghost hangs out around his dead body until that body is given a decent Christian burial, and there was no way I wanted to wake up in the night and confront the glowing, disembodied ghost of Ray Brower, moaning and gibbering and floating among the dark and rustling pines. By stopping here, we figured there had to be at least 10 miles between us and him, and of course all 4 of us knew there were no such things as ghosts. But 10 miles seemed just about far enough in case what everybody knew was wrong. Vern, Chris, and Teddy gathered wood and got a modest little campfire going on a bed of cinders. Chris scraped a bare patch all around the fire. The woods were powder dry, and he didn't want to take any chances. While they were doing that, I sharpened some sticks and made what my brother Denny used to call pioneer drumsticks, lumps of hamburger pushed into the ends of green branches. The three of them laughed and bickered over their woodcraft, which was almost nil. There was a Castle Rock Boy Scout troop, but most of the kids who hung around our vacant lot considered it to be an organization made up mostly of pussies, arguing about whether it was better to cook over flames or over coals. A moot point. We were too hungry to wait for coals. Whether dried moss would work as kindling, what they would do if they used up all the matches before they got the fire to stay lit. Teddy claimed he could make a fire by rubbing two sticks together. Chris claimed he was so full of shit he squeaked. They didn't have to try. Vern got the small pile of twigs and dry moss to catch from the second match. The day was perfectly still, and there was no wind to puff out the light. We all took turns feeding the thin flames until they began to grow stouter on wrist-thick chunks of wood fetched from an old deadfall some 30 yards into the forest. When the flames began to die back a little bit, I stuck the sticks holding the pioneer drumsticks firmly into the ground at an angle over the fire. We sat around watching them as they shimmered and dripped and finally began to brown. Our stomachs made pre-dinner conversation. Unable to wait until they were really cooked, we each took one of them, stuck it in a roll, and yanked the hot stick out of the center. They were charred outside, raw inside, and totally delicious. We wolfed them down and wiped the grease from our mouths with our bare arms. Chris opened his pack and took out a tin Band-Aids box. The pistol was way at the bottom of his pack, and because he hadn't told Vern and Teddy, I guessed it was to be our secret. He opened it and gave each of us a battered Winston. We lit them with flaming twigs from the fire and then leaned back, men of the world, watching the cigarette smoke drift away into the soft twilight. None of us inhaled because we might cough, and that would mean a day or two of ragging from the others. And it was pleasant enough just to drag and blow, hawking into the fire to hear the sizzle. That was the summer I learned how you can pick out someone who's just learning to smoke. If you're new at it, you spit a lot. We were feeling good. We smoked the Winstons down to the filters, then tossed them into the fire. "Nothing like a smoke after a meal," Teddy said. "Fucking A," Vern agreed. Crickets had started to hum in the green gloom. I looked up at the lane of sky visible through the railroad cut and saw that the blue was now bruising towards purple. Seeing that outrider of twilight made me feel sad and calm at the same time. Brave, but not really brave. Comfortably lonely. We tramped down a flat place in the underbrush beside the embankment and laid out our bedrolls. Then, for an hour or so, we fed the fire and talked, the kind of talk you can never quite remember once you get past 15 and discover girls. We talked about who was the best dragger in Castle Rock, if Boston could maybe stay out of the cellar this year, and about the summer just past. Teddy told about the time he had been at White's Beach in Brunswick, and some kid had hit his head while diving off the float and almost drowned. We discussed at some length the relative merits of the teachers we had had. We agreed that Mr. Brooks was the biggest pussy in Castle Rock Elementary. He would just about cry if you sassed him back. On the other hand, there was Mrs. Cody, pronounced Cody. She was just about the meanest bitch God had ever set down on the earth. Vern said he'd heard she hit a kid so hard 2 years ago that the kid almost went blind. I looked at Chris, wondering if he would say anything about Miss Simmons, but he didn't say anything at all, and he didn't see me looking at him. He was looking at Vern and nodding soberly at Vern's story. We didn't talk about Ray Brower as the dark grew down, but I was thinking about him. There's something horrible and fascinating about the way dark comes to the woods. It's coming unsoftened by headlights or streetlights or house lights or neon. It comes with no mothers' voices calling for their kids to leave off and come on in now to herald it. If you're used to the town, the coming of the dark in the woods seems more like a natural disaster than a natural phenomenon. It rises like the Castle River rises in the spring. And as I thought about the body of Ray Brower in this light, or lack of it, what I felt was not queasiness or fear that he would suddenly appear before us, a green and gibbering banshee whose purpose was to drive us back the way we had come before we could disturb its peace, but a sudden and unexpected wash of pity that he should be so alone and so defenseless in the dark that was now coming over our side of the earth. If something wanted to eat on him, it would. His mother wasn't here to stop that from happening, and neither was his father, nor Jesus Christ in the company of all the saints. He was dead, and he was all alone, flung off the railroad tracks and into the ditch, and I realized that if I didn't stop thinking about it, I was going to cry. So I told a Lidio story, made up on the spot and not very good. And when it ended, as most of my Lidio stories did, with one lone American dog-face coughing out a dying declaration of patriotism and love for the girl back home into the sad and wise face of the platoon sergeant, it was not the white, scared face of some PFC from Castle Rock or White River Junction I saw in my mind's eye, but the face of a much younger boy, already dead, his eyes closed, his features troubled, a rill of blood running from the left corner of his mouth to his jawline. And in back of him, instead of the shattered shops and churches of my Lidio dreamscape, I saw only dark forest and the cindered railway bed bulking against the starry sky like a prehistoric burial mound. Chapter 19. I came awake in the middle of the night, disorientated, wondering why it was so chilly in my bedroom and who had left the windows open. Denny, maybe. I had been dreaming of Denny. Something about body surfing at Harrison State Park. But it had been 4 years ago that we had done that. This wasn't my room. This was someplace else. Somebody was holding me in a mighty bear hug. Somebody else was pressed against my back, and a shadowy third was crouched beside me, head cocked in a listening attitude. "What the fuck?" I asked in honest puzzlement. A long drawn-out groan in answer. It sounded like Vern. That brought things into focus, and I remembered where I was. But what was everybody doing awake in the middle of the night? Or had I only been asleep for seconds? No, that couldn't be, because a thin sliver of moon was floating dead center in an inky sky. "Don't let it get me," Vern gibbered. "I swear I'll be a good boy. I won't do nothing bad. I'll put the ring up before I take a piss. I'll... With some astonishment, I realized that I was listening to a prayer, or at least the Vern Tessio equivalent of a prayer. I sat bolt upright, scared. "Chris?" "Shut up, Vern," Chris said. He was the one crouching and listening. "It's nothing." "Oh, yes, it is," Teddy said ominously. "It's something." "What is it?" I asked. I was still sleepy and disorientated, unstrung from my place in space and time. It scared me that I had come in late on whatever had developed. Too late to defend myself properly, maybe. Then, as if to answer my question, a long and hollow scream rose languidly from the woods. It was the sort of scream you might expect from a woman dying in extreme agony and extreme fear. "Oh, dear to Jesus!" Vern whimpered, his voice high and filled with tears. He reapplied the bear hug that had wakened me, making it hard for me to breathe and adding to my own terror. I threw him loose with an effort, but he scrambled right back beside me like a puppy which can't think of any place else to go. "It's that Brower kid," Teddy whispered hoarsely. "His ghost out walking in the woods." "Oh, God!" Vern screamed, apparently not crazy about that idea at all. "I promise I won't hawk no more dirty books out of Dolly's Market. I promise I won't give my carrots to the dog no more. I... He floundered there, wanting to bribe God with everything but unable to think of anything really good in the extremity of his fear. "I won't smoke no more unfiltered cigarettes. I won't say no bad swears. I won't put my bazooka in the offering plate. I won't—" "Shut up, Vern," Chris said, and beneath his usual authoritative toughness I could hear the hollow boom of awe. I wondered if his arms and back and belly were as stiff with gooseflesh as my own were, and if the hair on the nape of his neck was trying to stand up in hackles as mine was. Vern's voice dropped to a whisper as he continued to expand the reforms he planned to institute if God would only let him live through this night. "It's a bird, isn't it?" I asked Chris. "No, at least I don't think so. I think it's a wildcat. My dad says they scream bloody murder when they're getting ready to mate. Sounds like a woman, doesn't it?" "Yeah," I said. My voice hitched in the middle of the word, and 2 ice cubes broke off in the gap. "But no woman could scream that loud," Chris said, and then added helplessly, "Could she, Gordy?" "It's his ghost," Teddy whispered again. His eyeglasses reflected the moonlight in weak, somehow dreamy smears. "I'm going to go look for it." I don't think he was serious, but we took no chances. When he started to get up, Chris and I hauled him back down. Perhaps we were too rough with him, but our muscles had been turned to cables with fear. "Let me up, fuckheads," Teddy hissed, struggling. "If I say I want to go look for it, then I'm going to go look for it. I want to see it. I want to see the ghost. I want to see it." The wild, sobbing cry rose into the night again, cutting the air like a knife with a crystal blade, freezing us with our hands on Teddy. If he'd been a flag, we would have looked like that picture of the Marines claiming Iwo Jima. The scream climbed with a crazy ease through octave after octave, finally reaching a glassy, freezing edge. It hung there for a moment and then whirled back down again, disappearing into an impossible bass register that buzzed like a monstrous honeybee. This was followed by a burst of what sounded like mad laughter, and then there was silence again. "Jesus H. Bald-headed Christ," Teddy whispered, and he talked no more of going into the woods to see what was making that screaming noise. All four of us huddled up together, and I thought of running. I doubt if I was the only one. If we'd been tenting in Vern's Field, where our folks thought we were, we probably would have run. But Castle Rock was too far, and the thought of trying to run across that trestle in the dark made my blood freeze. Running deeper into Harlow and closer to the corpse of Ray Brower was equally unthinkable. We were stuck. If there was a hand out there in the woods, what my dad called a goosalum, and it wanted us, it would probably get us. Chris proposed we keep a guard, and everyone was agreeable to that. We flipped for watches, and Vern got the first one. I got the last. Vern sat up cross-legged by the husk of the campfire while the rest of us lay down again. We huddled together like sheep. I was positive that sleep would be impossible, but I did sleep, a light, uneasy sleep that skimmed through unconsciousness like a sub with its periscope up. My half-sleeping dreams were populated with wild cries that might have been real or might only have been products of my imagination. I saw, or thought I saw, something white and shapeless steal through the trees like a grotesquely ambulatory bedsheet. At last I slipped into something I knew was a dream. Chris and I were swimming at White's Beach, a gravel pit in Brunswick that had been turned into a miniature lake when the gravel diggers struck water. It was where Teddy had seen the kid hit his head and almost drown. In my dream we were out over our heads, stroking lazily along with a hot July sun blazing down. From behind us, on the float, came cries and shouts and yells of laughter as kids climbed and dived or climbed and were pushed. I could hear the empty kerosene drums that held the float up, clanging and booming together. A sound not unlike that of church bells, which are so solemn and emptily profound. On the sand and gravel beach, oiled bodies lay face down on blankets. Little kids with buckets squatted on the verge of the water or sat happily flipping muck into their hair with plastic shovels, and teenagers clustered in grinning groups, watching the young girls promenade endlessly back and forth in pairs and trios, never alone, the secret places of their bodies wrapped in Janssen tank suits. People walked up the hot sand on the balls of their feet, wincing, to the snack bar. They came back with chips, devil dogs, Red Ball popsicles. Mrs. Cody drifted past us on an inflatable rubber raft. She was lying on her back, dressed in her typical September to June school uniform, a gray two-piece suit with a thick sweater instead of a blouse under the jacket, a flower pinned over one almost non-existent breast, thick support hose the color of Canada mints on her legs. Her black old lady's high-heeled shoes were trailing in the water, making small V's. Her hair was blue-rinsed, like my mother's, and done up in those tight, medicinal-smelling clock-spring curls. Her glasses flashed brutally in the sun. "Watch your steps, boys," she said. "Watch your steps, or I'll hit you hard enough to strike you blind. I can do that. I have been given that power by the school board. Now, Mr. Chambers, mending wall, if you please. By rote." "I tried to give the money back," Chris said. "Old Lady Simmons said okay, but she took it. Do you hear me? She took it. Now what are you going to do about it? Are you going to whack her blind?" "Mending wall, Mr. Chambers, if you please. By rote." Chris threw me a despairing glance, as if to say, "Didn't I tell you it would be this way?" and then began to tread water. He began, "Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that sends the frozen groundswell under it," and then his head went under, his reciting mouth filling with water. He popped back up, crying, "Help me, Gordy! Help me!" Then he was dragged under again. Looking into the clear water, I could see two bloated, naked corpses holding his ankles. One was Vern and the other was Teddy, and their open eyes were as blank and pupilless as the eyes of Greek statues. Their small prepubescent penises floated limply up from their distended bellies like albino strands of kelp. Chris's head broke water again. He held one hand up limply to me and voiced a screaming, womanish cry that rose and rose, ululating in the hot, sunny summer air. I looked wildly towards the beach, but nobody had heard. The lifeguard, his bronzed athletic body lolling attractively on the seat at the top of his whitewashed cruciform wooden tower, just went on smiling.
Just a little. Was she crossing some forbidden line, breaching her daughter's privacy? Hell no. What about veils? She figured he gave that up when he started French kissing her daughter. Another long swig, and she went to work, her fingers flying over the keys. Within seconds, she was searching for anything she could on Xander Vale. His profiles, his conversations, his photos. She found him on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook to begin with, and his privacy settings were set low, if at all, so she could snoop around easily. She scanned each screen eagerly, digging for anything she could find on the mystery man, who turned out to be not that much of a mystery. The long and short of it was that he'd grown up in Portland, gone to high school at Wilson, and was currently a college junior majoring in general studies. There were pictures of him partying, of course, at football games, downing cans of beer with various girls, none of whom was her daughter. Typical college boy. His parents still lived in Portland, were still married, and had 2 other younger kids, a boy and a girl. Xander had been an all-league football player in high school. Now he was enrolled in college at the University of Oregon. That would put him down in Eugene, hours away for most of the week until the end of the term in mid-June, unless he was taking online classes. And what had Xander said? That he was working part-time for Chuck? That he was going to spend the summer working full-time in Edgewater? Not good. She took a sip from her glass and discovered it near empty, which explained the slightly warm, buzzy feeling running through her veins. Maybe Harper's hot romance would flame out by summer. If only. Unlikely. It was already late May. Summer was just around the corner. From the bedroom, Reno gave out a low growl. Rachel spun in her desk chair and knocked over the remains of her wine, the glass toppling, the dregs of wine sloshing onto her desk. "Crap!" Again Reno growled, and this time she looked across the landing to the other side of the house, where the dog, tail stiff, hackles raised, stood facing the window. "It's nothing," she said, as much to herself as Reno, even though she couldn't help but feel a little niggle of anxiety, a tremor of fear as she righted the glass, sopped up what she could of the wine with some tissues. Then she snapped off the lights, crossed the landing in the darkness, and peered through the glass. It took a second for her eyes to adjust as she stared into the backyard. Nothing. The landscape was calm, right? Or did a shadow move in the darkness of the yard below? She squinted, the dog tense beside her. Was that a figure crouching, or the arbor vitae moving in the breeze? Every muscle in her body tensed. Did it straighten? Hidden in the shadows as it was? Oh, God. For a millisecond she was certain she saw the silhouette of a man, and Luke's image flashed through her brain. Luke as he might have been had he lived. "No!" she said aloud. "Get a grip. There's no one out there. No one. What happened 20 years ago is over." But the hairs on the back of her neck lifted, and her skin prickled, and her heart began to pound. The image wavered, then disappeared. A shadow, a puff of smoke, nothing more. It isn't Luke. It isn't Luke's ghost. It's your own damned mind conjuring images that don't exist. She bit her lip and saw no movement, heard nothing but the deep rumble in Reno's throat. Snapping the blinds closed, she said, "It's okay," to the dog, who hadn't let down his guard. Reno whined a bit and still stared at the window. But it could have been anything that had caught the dog's attention. A squirrel, or the neighbor's cat, even a skunk or raccoon, or nothing at all. "We're fine," she said, and walked into the bathroom, where she leaned over the basin and splashed cold water on her face. "There's nothing out there," she said, lifting her head to stare at her reflection in the mirror over the sink. Nothing. Her imagination was just running wild, that was all. Pull it all together. But the pale image staring back at her, water running down its cheeks and chin, looked scared as hell. "You can't do this," she warned the woman in the mirror. "You're a mother, a single mother who needs a job. You cannot fall apart." She gripped the edges of the sink and, closing her eyes, concentrated on her breathing. In, out, in, out. When she felt calmer, her rational mind taking over, she returned to the bedroom and opened the blinds again. The yard was empty, the dog now nuzzling his bed in the corner before curling into it. Everything was back to normal. But the man outside, the ghost, "Oh, for the love of God! Luke is not a ghost!" she muttered, angry at herself. This was insane. She was just stressed about the kids, about not having a job, about the anniversary of Luke's death, about the articles in the paper, about trying to get along with her ex, about every damned thing. Get a frickin' grip! She let out a breath as she walked into the office, nervously peered through the front window to see the street was empty. Good. Taking a deep breath, she let her gaze travel to her computer. Open to Xander Vale's Facebook page. The big man-child was still staring at her. "Stay away from my daughter," she said, and then heard herself. Dear God, when had she become her own mother? Wow. She wiped the remaining drops of wine with a clean tissue, wadded it, then tossed it in the trash. Then she closed down her search of Vale, making sure it was erased from her browsing history, just in case. The dog began to make a racket again as she walked back into the bedroom, where Reno was on his back legs, trying to peer through the blinds. "Enough! Reno, down!" she ordered, as her phone began to chime and vibrate on her nightstand. Immediately she thought something had happened with the kids. Who else would be trying to reach her as it was nearly midnight? She glanced down at the screen and noted it wasn't Cade's number that flashed on the display. In fact, it wasn't any number she recognized. The text was a simple message, 3 little words, yet they had the power to send a chill down her spine. "I forgive you." What? Who? Who forgave her? For what? Dread crawled through her as she waited. A minute passed, then another. She thought that someone would type in that they'd sent the message in error, but when that didn't happen, she texted back, "Who is this?" Again she waited. The dog crouched on the floor, nose on the wall, eyes at the shuttered window. She licked her lips as the seconds strung into minutes. Fine. She called the number back and listened as the phone rang and rang and rang. No answer. Her heart was pounding and she told herself she was being ridiculous. It was a mistake, that was all. But the house seemed suddenly empty, and the ticking of the clock downstairs seemed to resonate. Again Reno began to whine. "Hush!" She chanced another look, parting the blinds with her fingers and surveying the yard. Nothing. No ghostly image crouching in the night. "Don't freak," Rachel warned herself, but it was too late. Her nerves were strung tight, a headache beginning and the feeling that something was very, very wrong burrowed deep in her soul. Chapter 14. The kids were asleep. Harper on the twin in the guest bedroom, Dylan on a daybed in the den. Cade grabbed a beer from the fridge and sat down at his laptop in the living room, some old cop drama playing silently on the television. Though he'd left the physical file for the Hollander case at the office, he still could access digital files, and he just wanted to check a few loose ends before he called it a night. He'd found that Richard Moretti was going to be at the hospital on Monday, so he thought he'd try to locate the doctor and ask him about the night of Luke Hollander's death. The discrepancy in the file was just a note. One of the EMTs who'd been in the ambulance had claimed that Luke was alive when he'd been left at St. Augustine's, but that note had been crossed out, and the ER doctor on duty, Moretti, had written that Luke had been DOA, dead on arrival. He'd been shot in the neck, clipping an artery, and he'd bled out, despite the best efforts of the emergency crew. It wasn't much, but a little detail that caught his attention. Also, he knew from conversations with Rachel that after Ned had gotten his daughter into the police car, he'd followed in his own vehicle and had made a stop at the hospital to check on his stepson, but it had been too late. Luke had already been gone. So, as Rachel waited at the police station under the wary eye of a female officer, Ned had gone home to break the news to his wife and take her to the hospital before they'd both returned to the police station. Only then had Ned made his statement, which meshed with that of the second officer on the scene. Cade took a swallow from his bottle. He knew the rest of the story. Rachel had been arrested. A case had been brought against her, but she'd been acquitted. Her father had been her most vocal supporter. He thought about Ned Gaston, the father-in-law who'd sat in this very department. Cade and Ned had never been close, but maybe that wasn't a surprise. Ned and Melinda had split within a year of Luke's death, and soon thereafter Rachel had gotten pregnant, with Harper. One strike against Cade. And there had been many more over the years. Not only had Cade and Rachel divorced and she'd accused him of an affair with Kaylee, But also there was the fact that Cade was now essentially doing Ned's job. Nope, there was no love lost between him and his ex-father-in-law. But that still wouldn't keep him from talking to Ned about Luke Hollander's murder. He glanced at the newspaper lying on the coffee table and read the article about the homicide again. This piece was pretty straightforward, just the facts as they had been reported, and to Mercedes Pope's credit, she didn't embellish the facts or report rumors or write anything that was too inflammatory. But what was next? How could Mercedes sustain a series about the homicide and keep readers interested by merely repeating what everyone already knew? By changing her reporting and inflating the petty drama? And embellishing the story of Violet Sperry, a girl who'd been at the scene of the homicide, whose testimony had been crucial in the trial of Rachel Gaston, and who was now dead, the victim of another homicide, 20 years to the date of the first one. Surely that new mystery wouldn't hurt circulation. Not that Cade believed Mercedes Pope was behind either of the murders. He was just damned sure she'd exploit them in order to sell a few more copies of the Edgewater edition. Click, click. Shivering in the darkness, the air rushing through the building cold as death, Rachel squeezes the trigger. Click, 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 click. She shoots again, and real bullets whiz through the old cannery, though the muzzle of her gun remains dark as she squeezes off the rounds. Bullets keep flying, not pellets as Luke had promised. Her insides freeze. This wasn't right. Click, click. Luke had said it was safe. Luke had lied to her, but why? This wasn't a game. It wasn't supposed to be real. No, she whispers, but she can't stop shooting. She just keeps squeezing, and the damned gun goes off, round after round. Click, click. No! Rachel cries. She turns, trying to run, trying to throw the gun away. Down the chute to the river, that's it. Her heart thundering, her teeth gritted. She hurls the damned gun, throws it into the chute that opens to the Columbia, hears it clatter against the rusting metal sides. But when she looks at her hands again, the gun is still clutched in her fingers. The same pistol? Or another? Real? Or fake? Panic strangles her. She hears a sound behind her, the scrape of a shoe. Spinning, she fires again and again and again. Click, click, click. Luke appears before her, staggering back. No! He is bleeding as he falls, his face ashen. Oh, God! Luke! No, no, no! She watches in horror as she sees the light in his blue eyes dim, his lids close. No, no, I didn't mean to. Sobbing, she kneels beside him. He can't be dead. Can't be. She feels as if her soul has been scraped raw as she touches his face. Cold. So cold. I'm sorry. Oh, God, Luke, I'm so sorry. At that moment, his eyes open and he stares at her. Where did you get the real gun? He whispers. From you. You gave it to me. Did I? I don't think so. Before her disbelieving eyes, his face begins to rot, his skin curdling away from his teeth, blood oozing, his nasal cavity exposed, his eyes bulging. She screams and scuttles away, across the old plank floors, scrambling to her feet as she hears the others, laughing, screaming, running, yet over it all the decaying, horrific thing lying before her whispers in a hoarse voice, I forgive you. What? No! Stop! She pulls the trigger hard, on purpose, aiming for the creature that had been Luke. Click, click, click. I forgive you, the thing says again. His hideous voice a rasp, yet somehow ricocheting off the walls of the cannery. Stop! Just stop! Rachel's eyes flew open. Her own words echoed in her head even as they jarred her awake. Sweating, breathing hard, her heart pounding a frantic tattoo, she was lying in her bed, not at the cannery. 20 years had passed. Luke was long dead. She was safe, in her own bedroom. There was no gun. She wasn't going to shoot anyone ever again. There was no gun. She wasn't going to shoot anyone, not ever. Pushing her hair from her eyes, she felt beads of sweat on her forehead. In fact, her entire body was moist. Get a grip. For the love of God, Rachel, pull yourself together. At the foot of the bed, Reno was curled in a ball, but he'd lifted his head to stare at her, as he always did when the onslaught of night terrors caused her to cry out. Sorry, she said, as if the dog could understand. But she was sorry, so damned sorry, for everything that happened that night. If only she hadn't gone to the cannery. If only she hadn't gotten separated from Lila. If only she hadn't had the wrong gun. What was it Luke had said in the nightmare, when she'd accused him of giving her the deadly, real pistol? Did I? I don't think so. She'd wondered about that. If only she'd known more about guns. Hell, she'd been a policeman's daughter. She should have had some insight into what was real and what was not. But the truth was she'd never held a pistol before that night. Ned Gaston had seen enough damage with firearms to never allow one in the house. He'd even kept his own service weapon at the station. Don't do this, she told herself, speaking to the dark room. It was over. Long over. Luke was dead. She eyed the clock. 2:47 a.m. Her phone was on the nightstand, and she checked it. I forgive you. The cryptic message was still there and had slid into her subconscious and her dream. Unfortunately, it had become part of her nightmare. Click, click. She froze. Waited. Click, click, click. What the hell? Cautiously, she threw off the quilt, crossed the room and paused with her hand on the doorknob. Did she hear footsteps? Anything other than the click, click from the bathroom? Steeling herself, she turned toward the bathroom, with its partially open door. A soft breeze slid into the room as she entered and sensed no one. She slapped on the light switch. As she did, the shade moved in the window, slamming against the sill twice. Click, click. No wonder. Because she'd cracked the window a couple of inches during her last shower, the shifting air was sucking the shade in and out, making the recurring sound she'd transferred to the firing of a pellet gun in her dream. She caught sight of her reflection in the mirror over the sink. White pallor, wild eyes, mussed hair, her own fears visible. Oh, crap, she said, and shook her head, talking to the woman in the glass. Harper's right. You are a freak. The reflection still looked scared as hell. Get it together, Rachel grumbled, before shutting the window and starting back to the bedroom. But she knew sleep would be elusive, if not impossible, and still she was on edge. If she'd left this window cracked, what about the others? She had a routine she followed when locking the house for the night. She'd start in the basement, check the windows, cellar door to the stairwell, then head to the first floor, where she'd do the same, and finally double-check every room on the top level. She always stopped to engage the security system, but then reminded herself it wasn't working. Hadn't been for months. Rachel slid into her slippers, threw on her robe, and, with Reno on her heels, went to the basement where she noted everything was secure. The door to the outside was locked and bolted. The windows were pulled tight and latched, one in the laundry room and two more in the storage area, which was overflowing and had been since they'd remodeled the attic into living quarters. No matter how often she sorted and organized the tax records, old schoolwork, clothes that no longer fit, and a variety of old electronic equipment, the pile of plastic crates and boxes seemed to grow. She made a mental note to have Dylan work on it next weekend. He was always rooting around down here anyway. On the first floor, she checked both the front and back doors, and the windows in the dining room, kids' rooms, and kitchen, as well as the living room and bathroom. As Reno brushed past her in the kitchen to get to his water dish, she noticed the old copy of the Edgewater edition, the pages folded open to the article about Luke's death in the cannery. Damn Mercy. Like a fishing hook, dragging her deep into the sea. That resurrection of the details of Luke's murder was taking her into dark places she'd tried for years to put behind her. The night terrors, the guilt, and now Violet's murder and the unsettling text message. She tossed the paper aside, realizing she needed to do something about it. The newspaper retrospective was making it all worse. She had to talk to Mercedes, hold her to the facts, and convince her to let the painful story go. Rachel couldn't stop the nightmares or the horror over Violet's death, but this news series, this was a devil she could grab by the horns. Chapter 15. Going to O'Callahan's hadn't been her smartest move. Drinking her first mojito hadn't been wise either. The second drink had been a mistake, and the third, a definite disaster. Maybe even a catastrophe, Kaylee thought as she woke up on Saturday morning, her head pounding, her thirst reminding her she hadn't tied one on like this for years. The room was shadowed, only the barest light of early dawn sifting past a rolling fog and the sheer curtains. After consuming the 3, or had it been 4 drinks, she'd made the smart decision not to get behind the wheel. Rather than call an Uber, she'd made the not-so-smart decision to allow a much more sober Travis McVeigh to drive her home. So now she had 2 headaches, the one pounding behind her eyes and the one snoring softly beside her. "Idiot," she whispered. She wanted to close her eyes and her mind to the night before, but couldn't. "What's done is done," her grandmother used to say. Deal with it. She rolled out of bed, threw on last night's jeans and a long-sleeved tee, then made a quick stop in the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Afterward, she downed a cup of water and snapped her hair into an unruly ponytail. Now or never. She found McVeigh right where she'd left him, lying on his back, his body half out of the rumpled sheets, his eyes closed, dark lashes lying against bladed cheekbones. God, she was a fool. He was naked, of course, his one bare leg exposed, one of his arms folded over his bare chest. Oh, geez, what were you thinking? That was the trouble. She hadn't been. "Hey, McVeigh," she said, poking his shoulder. "Rise and shine." "What?" He blinked his eyes open, stared up at her, and smiled widely. Then, as the situation hit him, the grin disappeared. "Oh, Jesus." "Yeah, my thoughts exactly." Neither one of them had ever expected they'd wake up in the same bed again. But last night, things had changed. She remembered kissing, hot and hard, their tongues colliding as they'd fallen onto the couch. Her hands had slipped beneath his shirt to touch rock-hard muscles, and she'd let go, wrapping her arms around him, feeling his hands on her buttocks. A zipper had hissed down, and then suddenly he'd stopped. He'd wrapped his arms around her, held her close, and whispered into her mussed hair, "I don't think I can do this, Kay." "What?" she'd murmured. "You'd hate me forever." "I already do," she teased, and had kissed him again. "No, that's the problem. You don't." "So, you're rejecting me?" "Never." He'd stared at her a second. "Go to bed, Kaylee." He'd been right. She'd known it then just as she knew it now. Even though the effects of the drinks hadn't worn off last night, the weight of his words had gotten through. "I don't care," she'd said. And she'd meant it then. He'd groaned, held her tight, and carried her into her small bedroom. They'd tumbled together onto the covers, and she'd thrown all caution to the wind, crossing a bridge she'd thought was long broken. Now, as more light made its way into the room, his gaze locked with hers as he too remembered, one big hand rubbing the beard shadow of his jaw. A strong jaw, in a handsome face, that she'd once thought she'd loved, a long, long time ago, before Cade. "What were we thinking?" he asked, raking stiff fingers through his hair. Thinking didn't have much to do with it. Seemed like the right idea last night. Lots of things did. Amen to that. His eyes, deep-set and intelligent, held questions that he didn't voice. But he obviously noted that she'd pulled on her jeans and shirt and had picked up her jacket, found on a hook near the door. Looks like you want to get going. Lots to do. Big case. Yeah. He stood up then, and she turned away as she caught a glimpse of his long legs and tight buttocks. She felt a little catch in her throat, which was just plain ludicrous. I'll be in the living room. Was that even her voice? So breathy? What the hell was wrong with her? As she walked into the living room, Kaylee heard the metallic sound of a zipper. She went directly to the front door, where her bicycle was propped against the wall to wait. When she turned and saw him, dressed and carrying the running shoes he'd kicked off with such force one had hit the closet door, causing it to rattle, she felt her throat go dry. She had loved him, and a bit of her heart cracked. But she didn't want to remember their short period together, so she pushed any memories far into a deep corner of her mind as he sat on the edge of the couch and tied the laces, then slapped his legs and stood. His hair was still rumpled, the edges of his mouth remaining hard as he said, "Okay, let's go get your car." Good idea. Minutes later, he was driving her through the awakening town, a handful of cars rolling down the streets, headlights and taillights glowing through the heavy mist oozing in from the sea. "I could buy us coffee," he said, nodding toward a kiosk where cars were collecting near the corkscrew ramp leading to the bridge that seemed to disappear into the mist. Maybe another time. But they both knew it would never happen. Okay. He pulled into the near-empty parking lot of the Riverfront Mall and parked. As she reached for the door handle, he said, "It was good to see you again, Kaylee." "Yeah. You too." She stepped outside before she said anything further, anything she might regret. "Thanks." He too had gotten out of the car, letting it idle. "Bye." She managed a quick wave, and as she unlocked her car, she wondered what the hell she was doing, what she'd done, what she'd wanted to do. She and McVeigh were long over. That romantic ship had foundered before it had ever really set sail. So why did she still feel a distant yearning? Why the hell had she so willingly, no, make that so urgently, made love to him? Before the thought took root, she turned on her wipers and glanced in the rearview mirror, but his image was clouded by the condensation on the window. A good thing, she decided. She could only make out his silhouette as he leaned against his car, watching her drive off. She caught a glimpse of her own troubled eyes in the reflection. God, she told the woman staring back at her. For a smart woman, you're an idiot when it comes to men. Forget Travis McVeigh. Oh, and while you're at it, forget Cade Ryder, too. The downtown block seemed as lifeless and tired as Rachel felt late Saturday morning as she strode toward the newspaper office, determined to straighten out one thing in her life. Time to face Mercedes and deal with the stupid articles she was running on Luke's death. God, why now? Couldn't Mercedes just let the past lie? Of course not. As the sky darkened, Rachel steeled herself, then pushed open the door to the newspaper office on the first floor of a 2-story downtown building. Some of the buildings on this block had been refurbished, but not the offices of the Edgewater Edition. The same gold logo was emblazoned on the glass window, and inside, the faded wood floors and oversized desks that had been there when Rachel was a kid, visiting for a class field trip, were still in place, the large room separated by half walls of cubicles. "Can I help you?" asked a girl working on a laptop at her desk. Her brown hair was cut short, her face round, and she smiled as she looked up. "I'm here for Mercy," Rachel said, not breaking her stride as she passed the young woman's desk. "Wait, you can't go back there. Don't worry, we're friends." At least we used to be before she cracked open my worst nightmare and served it up to the whole damn town. But you're not supposed to go back there. It's okay, really. She wants to talk to me. No worries, came a voice from behind a screen. I'll handle it, Alexa. Mercy's head arose from the divider, a bland expression on her face as she tucked her reading glasses into her hair and motioned Rachel into the cubicle. I'm surprised you came in. Me too. She eyed her once-upon-a-time friend. I felt like I had no choice, that you backed me into a corner. We all have choices, Rachel. Mercy waved her into a single visitor's chair, and Rachel sank into it as Mercy sat behind the desk. I just want the truth. You just want to sell papers. Okay, that too. And it doesn't matter that a lot of people are upset about it. News is news, even if it's old news. Not so old now, Mercy said. Violet was there that night, and now someone's killed her. So? Rachel said, stunned at the obvious track of Mercedes's thoughts. You're trying to link the two deaths? That didn't make any sense. I'm just saying it's a coincidence, that's all. You're pissing a lot of people off. Mercy let out a short, humorless laugh. Oh, I know. She retrieved a newspaper from the stack on her desk. Lila's decided to be outraged. It wasn't evident at the reunion meeting, but you must have got her going or else she stewed on it and got pissed. Anyway, she's called me and demanded that I stop writing about it. And she got her husband to send me a cease and desist email. And that's just for starters. Then there's Anessa. She might not have come to the reunion meeting, but she's damned certain that the articles about Luke's murder will have a negative impact. Bad publicity for the building that she and her husband now own. She sent me a furious text and threatened legal action. She could have a point. Maybe, but this is the type of story that will bring subscribers to the paper. This next week, I've got several other articles about the Seaview Cannery, the history, including the heyday of the plant when it was a primary source of income in the town, and the decline of the industry. And now I've got the Violet Sperry murder angle as well. I can tie her to the cannery. These are solid pieces, and together, they've got everything readers want. Drama, tragedy, survivors, and it all happened right here in Edgewater. You sold out the friends you grew up with. Oh, come on, Rach. None of us are really friends anymore. Acquaintances, yes, and we share a history, but really I'm not out to hurt anyone, and I didn't publish anything that I can't back up with my notes. My goal is to bring out the truth from that night. That's the mission of a journalist, the quest for the truth. I call BS. Mercy lifted a Diet Cola on her desk, and then, realizing it was empty, tossed it into a blue bin. You're entitled to your opinion. Don't dismiss me. I have 2 kids in high school who have already heard that their mother is a murderer thanks to the last article. How do you think they feel? You've got a kid, Mercy. Are you going to let Daisy read your account of that night in the warehouse? How's it going to go down when her friends ask her if her mom was really an accessory to murder? I was never formally charged with anything, and I was acquitted of all charges, and yet here I am. Rachel jabbed a finger into the stacks of freshly printed papers. I'm the killer who got away in the world according to Mercedes Pope. What am I supposed to tell my kids? Mercy sighed. What you've always told them. Look, I'm sorry if this embarrasses you. You think I'm embarrassed? Rachel's voice rose, indignation burning through her. That's not even close! Mercedes lifted both hands. Okay, so now, here's your chance to tell your side of it. I've wanted to interview you for days, so let's get down to it. Tell me everything you remember about that night. And since I'm doing a piece on the victim, on Luke, I'd like to hear what your home life was like, how you all got along, that sort of thing. Luke wasn't Ned's biological son, so there must have been some tension there. What? No! His real father is a felon, right? Didn't he beat his wife, your mother, Melinda Hollander? And I heard that your dad was the cop who put Bruce Hollander away. That's ancient history. No one's interested in it. Let's get this on record. To Rachel's horror, Mercedes actually turned, found her phone, and hit the record button. No! I just want some perspective, Mercedes insisted. To tell the story of the boy who lost his life in the cannery. Who exactly was he? For a second, Rachel was stunned into silence as she thought about Luke as he truly was. Complicated. Popular but secretive. An athlete who stood toe-to-toe with his stepfather if need be. A kid with a great sense of humor. A boy who loved to tease and taunt, though he always had his sister's back. I'm not talking about Luke. Then talk about that night. Let's hear your side. Rachel stopped short, shaking her head as she stared down at the phone. My side is in my statement to the police from 20 years ago. It hasn't changed, and I'm sure you've got a copy. But I'd like your perspective now and how you look back on it. Maybe you remember some details that weren't in the original report. Tell me what you think, what you remember, now that your dad isn't a cop and looking over your shoulder. My father had nothing to do with it. What I said was the truth. One of Mercedes's eyebrows cocked a fraction. We're all more careful when our parents are around, especially as children. Rachel stood then. My story hasn't changed. Placing both hands firmly on Mercedes's desk, she looked squarely into the other woman's eyes. And if you print one word that differs from what I said in the original police report, I'll sue you, Mercedes. And you can quote me on that. With that, she turned and left. I'm quivering in my boots, Mercedes called after her, and even had the audacity to laugh. You do that. Rachel ground out quietly as she flew out the door, turned away from the shop window, and collapsed against the stucco wall. A heavy mist was falling, quickly soaking into her hair. She hugged herself, trying to stop the tremors that rose from the cold deep inside her. So much had been ruined, and she didn't know when she'd have the energy for damage control. After these stories went out, would she ever find another job? Would she lose clients from her small business? Would the kids lose respect for her? Not that they treated her too well as it was, but she couldn't stand them using this as an excuse to make bad choices. Would the kids be ostracized at school? The rain began in earnest, and she pressed back against the building, wondering if she should make a run for her car or wait until it blew over. Suddenly, she wished she had the kids this weekend. She'd make them some comfort food, tomato soup and grilled cheese, and try to have one calm afternoon in a week of constant turmoil. Just then, Rachel noticed a shadow moving across the street in the narrow alleyway between two buildings. Someone stood there, his face in shadow. He seemed to be wearing a dark jacket with the collar turned up and a baseball cap pulled low. Was it just someone having a smoke? No, he was simply standing there, watching her. She glanced right and left to see if there was someone else he was keeping an eye on. Nope. She was the only person outside in the gray drizzle. Icy fear, cold as the rain penetrating her. her scalp. She told herself she was imagining things, that there really wasn't anything sinister about him, that she needed to keep her cool. But her skin prickled as she wiped the gathering moisture from her face and then cupped a hand to her forehead to shield her eyes and focus her gaze on him. A passing truck blocked her view momentarily, and then he was gone, the alley empty, leaving her to wonder if he had ever been there at all. Chapter 16. Monday morning the sky was clear, a few stars fading, the air fresh as Kaylee let herself in through the back door of the cedar and stone building housing the sheriff's department. A skeleton crew was manning the phones and desks until the shift change, so the offices were quieter than during the day. Just a few voices and footfalls audible over the rumble of air running through ducts overhead. Shedding her jacket in her locker, she was already mentally going over the Sperry case as she made her way to the lunchroom. After picking up her car on Saturday morning, she'd spent most of the weekend reviewing notes and interviews on the Sperry homicide, studying evidence and checking alibis, and allowing a little time for watching football. So far, Leonard Sperry's story was holding up. His fishing buddy had come through with an alibi, confirming Sperry's whereabouts near Bend in Central Oregon. Motel and restaurant receipts had placed him 250 miles from his home. The police were still waiting for cell phone records, but Kaylee assumed the information from the phone company would confirm his alibi. Meanwhile, Sperry had provided a copy of his wife's will, which indicated everything she owned was to be left to him. For good measure, he had supplied his will as well, and the reverse was true. Had he predeceased her, she would have inherited all of Leonard Sperry's worldly assets. They'd also provided a caveat that should they die together, everything was to be divided among 10 charities. They hadn't had children, and the only sibling either of them had was Leonard's estranged brother in Arizona, outside of Phoenix. Neither he nor their parents were mentioned in the wills, as both Violet and Leonard had assumed they would outlive them. Sperry had supplied copies of their life insurance policies, 2 on Violet's life to the tune of over $300,000, enough for Leonard to buy out his parents or take a world cruise or whatever. In the lunchroom, where Drummond, a wiry deputy with a flat-top haircut straight out of the 50s, was leaning over the sports page at one of the round tables, she listened to the hiss of the Keurig machine as it spat out her single cup. As she added cream to her coffee, she made a mental note to double-check that Leonard didn't have a girlfriend tucked away somewhere. He didn't seem the type, and had appeared convincingly grief-stricken and horrified at his wife's murder. But really, who knew what went on behind the closed doors of a marriage? Theoretically, it was possible Sperry could have hired a killer to do his dirty work, pay the murderer off out of the insurance proceeds, and still pocket a lot of cash. All tax-free. But it felt wrong. She just couldn't see Leonard Sperry as the mastermind to take out his wife. At least not yet. Blowing on her cup so that the coffee would cool, she made her way to her desk, a neat and tidy space, not one picture resting on it nor pinned to the padded sides of the cubicle. Kaylee liked to keep her workspace clean and impersonal, almost sterile. Quickly she scrolled through her email. With any luck today, some footage from cameras in the area surrounding the Sperry home would come in soon. And Violet Sperry's gun, where the hell was it? Part of the robbery? The only object taken? Seemed unlikely. Violet's laptop, money in her dresser, those valuables had been left behind. Only the gun was missing, according to the husband. In her mind's eye, Kaylee imagined Violet hearing a noise, maybe the dogs alerting her, and grabbing her gun, going to investigate, and ending up confronting the intruder. In the ensuing struggle, the gun went off and the killer tossed her over the rail, then left in a panic that things had not gone as planned. So what had been the plan? And why the tape over her eyes? Had he slapped it there and intended to kidnap or rape her, but she drew the gun and he was forced to kill her by pushing her over the railing? She bit her lip, replaying the scene over and over in her mind. Why was the tape placed over her eyes? Why not over her mouth to cut off her screams? Had the killer entered the bedroom, caught her unaware, and taped her eyes shut so she couldn't identify him later? Then somehow she grabbed her gun, but the dogs, and she would have woken. No. The struggle had happened outside the bedroom. That much seemed clear by the damage to the railing. Kaylee only hoped that Violet had fought hard to fend off her attacker, and that if she had, she'd managed to claw at him, collecting hair or skin beneath her fingernails. If so, the scrapings could be analyzed for DNA. "And then we'll get you," she said, as if the killer could hear her. A hand slapped her desk and she jumped, nearly spilling what was left of her coffee. "Mornin', sunshine," Jerome Biggs said, and she realized she'd been at her desk for over an hour. The day shift was clocking in, voices and laughter breaking what had been near silence. "Don't feel like sunshine. Rough weekend?" He smiled, a big toothy grin that flashed white against his dark skin. Once a basketball player, now a detective, Jerome was her partner who had been on vacation the past week. "Busy," she said, and for a second she remembered the weight of Travis McVeigh's body lying naked and sweating atop hers. Oh, good Lord. "Let me guess. Working your tail off down here. Sperry murder." "I worked from home, but yeah, since you were off having the time of your life on vacation last week, let me catch you up." "I don't know if painting the house in this weather counts as having the time of my life, but yeah, I heard we caught the case. Bring me up to speed." So as he leaned a hip against her desk, Kaylee told him all the details, with one exclusion. She didn't mention that she'd called Cade Ryder to the scene. She didn't need the lecture about jurisdiction or crossing all kinds of lines, both professional and personal. Biggs would find out soon enough. But for now, she kept that bit of information to herself. Hands shaking, Rachel stared at the bottle of Xanax tablets and wondered if it was worth it to finally relax and get some sleep. She put the bottle on the shelf in the medicine cabinet, pressed her palms to her chest, and tried to take a deep breath. She had to get a grip. The last 2 nights had been okay, but disintegrated into night terrors that kept her from falling back to sleep. Now here she was on Monday morning, a basket case, when she should be online looking to send out a new wave of job applications or, at the very least, drumming up customers for her freelance business. She would be relieved to have the kids back this afternoon, grateful for the company and the routine of corralling them. Last night had been particularly bad, as she'd been pulled from another nightmare by the frantic barking of the dog, who'd been pawing at the bedroom door to get out. "Reno, stop!" she'd ordered, pushing back the covers in a mixture of annoyance and alarm. She hadn't wanted to get out of bed, but usually the dog didn't go off unless something was wrong. Groaning, Rachel had forced herself to her feet and found her slippers, knowing she'd have to check the house from top to bottom. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, the dog disappeared down the stairs as if honing in on a target. Oh, God, was someone in the house? Pausing to grip the banister at the top of the staircase, Rachel had listened cautiously, but heard only the staccato bark of the frantic dog. Pulse thrumming in her ears, muscles taut, she had hurried down. "What's wrong with you?" she'd called, as she found the dog pacing at the front door, sniffing at the threshold. Was someone there? Biting back fear, she'd ignored her accelerating heartbeat and reached for the door handle to ensure the bolt had caught. It was locked, thank God, but that didn't stop the dog from letting out a new string of guttural barks. Reno was on alert. Nose to the door, he was ready to bolt outside. His flesh quivered, the fur on the back of his neck stood at attention, and he let out a high nasal whine when she refused to open the door, as if he'd scented a squirrel or raccoon or some other night creature daring to cross his yard. "Oh, geez," she let out a sigh. "Stop it." But the dog wasn't about to give up and started scratching frantically at the door, ready to bolt outside and scare off or kill the invader. "You're being ridiculous. Stop it. Now!" she'd ordered, and stood on her tiptoes to peer through one of the 3 small windows that ran across the top of the door. She half expected to see a coyote scurrying through the shadows. Instead, she caught a glimpse of a smallish dog hurrying past, a man in dark clothes, cap over his ears, holding the animal's leash in one hand and something else, a bag of some kind in the other. Just a guy, walking his dog. At 3 a.m? Who walked their dog in the middle of the night? She felt a frisson of fear scuttle down her spine as she watched the man glance back at the house, then hustle his dog into a white sedan parked 3 houses down. Within seconds, he was driving off, taillights disappearing as he rounded the corner. "It's nothing," she'd told the dog, but didn't believe it for an instant. It was odd. Out of the ordinary. What had her father said about things that seemed out of sync? That if something seemed wrong or out of place, it usually was. She heard his advice as if he were standing next to her. "Pay attention, Rach. It's the little inconsistencies. Something a bit unusual, a tiny detail that a person remembers that often is the start to cracking a case." Her calves had begun to ache from the strain of standing on her tiptoes, so she'd lowered herself and tried to twist the knob and open the door. It didn't budge. Locked securely. She started her security ritual, heading down to the basement to double-check that every lock was engaged, every deadbolt thrown, every window unmoving, until she was certain the house couldn't be breached. Although she knew the house was secure, she didn't feel safe. Not tonight. "We'll be fine," she'd told the dog as she'd settled into bed again. But she'd known it was a lie. Now her body was riddled with exhaustion, jacked with stress. Anxiety was nothing to sneeze at, nothing to ignore. Rachel knew it. But as she stared at the pills in her medicine cabinet, she couldn't get herself to pop one. She'd been off the Xanax for weeks now, and taking the medication seemed like a step backward. Even though she realized that wasn't the case, she didn't want to lean on any more medication. She palmed the bottle, counted the pills, making certain no more had gone missing. All accounted for, but maybe she should have pushed the kids harder. Was she too loose with them? A bad parent? Well, she'd have a look in their rooms today, before they got home. A parent's prerogative. She recapped the bottle and threw on running clothes, snapped on Reno's leash, and headed out. Her nerves were still jangled from lack of sleep, and throughout the weekend she'd felt a trepidation about her solo runs in the early morning, but she refused to be intimidated, couldn't allow it. With her dog by her side and pepper spray in her pocket, she headed out the back door and pushed through the gate into the street. Reno kept pace as she ran downhill toward town, where a lingering mist still clung to the river. The air was crisp, the sky a promising bold blue, and she suspected the mist would burn off by noon. The cool air should have cleared her head, but instead the text floated through her mind. "I forgive you." Received 20 years from the day of Luke's death. Of course, she'd first thought of her brother. He was the one person whom she'd so horribly wronged, but he was long dead, and she didn't think St. Peter was handing out cell phones at the pearly gates. Nope. The text was from a living, breathing person, either a mistake or a prank. And she was leaning toward the idea that it was sent in error. She avoided a puddle and kept running, thinking of anyone who might have sent it. One of the people at the reunion meeting? Someone close to Luke. Lila, who'd been left to deal with having his baby. Mercedes, who was hell-bent to write her series about his death and was pissed that Rachel hadn't agreed to an interview. Nate, his best friend, who had seemed so untethered after Luke's death. Her own mother? No, not Melinda. His father, then, out of prison recently. What about a half-dozen others, friends who were close to him? But why wait all these years and then suddenly now try to freak her out? Who hated her that much? She passed by the cannery, didn't stop, just circled back and ran directly home. She smiled as Reno trotted the familiar path to the side gate and back door. Sliding the lock closed, she pushed off her sneakers, let Reno off his leash, then reached for a mug. After coffee, a shower, and a cup of yogurt, she sat at her computer for a while, going over responses to her resumes. 2. One that, should she get the job, would require relocation to Seattle. No thanks, not until Dylan had graduated, if then. The other with a note that the position she'd inquired about had been filled. 2 strikes, she said. Lapsing back to her former worries, she wondered about telling Cade about the text message. As a cop, he could make inquiries. It wasn't a threat, just forget it. She had work to do. The kids were gone, wouldn't be home until after school, so despite all of her lectures about privacy, she braced herself for the invasion of her kids' rooms. Determined to get to the bottom of whatever her son was hiding, she ignored all the crime scene tape and "do not enter" warnings posted over Dylan's door and started searching. She didn't know what she was looking for. She hated to think what she might find. A cache of some kind of contraband? Drugs? Weapons? She felt like a thief slipping into a house that was still occupied. Ludicrous as it was, her heart was pounding and she was jumpy, though she had every right to search his room. This was her house, and, more importantly, he was her son. She was responsible for his health and welfare. She did worry that he had probably set up cameras in the room and even now could be watching her on his phone. Tough. The room was a sty, but that would be something he'd have to do himself once he was home. She was laying down the law. So she didn't pick up the cans and plates and trash on the floor, nor did she change his bed or even straighten the covers, even though she'd checked between the mattress and box springs, then under the bed. Years of dust had gathered there, along with more cans, bottles, and dirty paper plates that had been stashed out of sight. She viewed the bottom side of the box springs. Nothing. She opened the vent from the furnace. All she found was a fork that had slipped through the slatted cover. His bookcase was cluttered, but hid nothing. His nightstand drawer was stuffed with a box of Band-Aids, a half-finished assignment for a class he took in grade school, a TV remote, lip balm, a pack of tissues, a bag of cough drops, and various game controllers. The area around his computers showed nothing out of the ordinary, and, of course, the computers were all password protected, so she couldn't check what he'd been doing online. His chest of drawers held folded clothes, nothing hidden beneath or behind. In the closet, his hamper was full of dirty, wrinkled clothes, and there were boxes of old toys and treasures that, she assumed, he no longer noticed. Some shirts were draped on hangers. There were a few small empty boxes. Overall, nothing out of the ordinary. She saw that his shoes were kicked into a corner, and that's when she noticed a slight bulge in the carpet, just inside the bifold closet door, a little lump no bigger than a mouse. She bent down and ran her hand over the bump. Thankfully, it didn't move, didn't appear to be alive. With a little more inspecting, she saw that the carpet wasn't tacked down just inside the door. Instead, it was taped, and within, a sock containing a thick roll of money. 1s, 5s, 10s, and 20s. $813. Even though he supposedly owed $100 to that bully Schmidt for some kind of computer bet and acted as if he couldn't pay it, the kid was willing to work off a loan with Rachel? Not good, she said aloud, her dread mounting. She tucked the sock and money in the back pocket of her jeans, then continued searching the closet, half expecting to find a stash of weed, Pills, God knew what kind of drugs, in the toes of his shoes or pocket of a jacket. She thought of the pills from her own bottle of Xanax, pills that she'd thought had gone missing, and the way Harper had shown her disdain. "We didn't steal your damn drugs. What do you think we'd do with them? Sell them at school?" Dylan had appeared stunned, as if it had never crossed his mind. Or had she misread his guilt? She went over his room again, locating nothing more, then racked her brain for other possible hiding spots. The back porch where he kept his bike? She quickly made a check, but it turned out to be clean. The shed next to the carport where his skis and skateboard and camping gear were tucked away. Nothing there either. She stood for a second in the drive, as sunlight pierced the high, slow-moving clouds and a crow cawed from the house's eave. Maybe he was hiding something at Cade's? Would he dare mess with a cop's instincts and leave anything under his father's nose? No, primarily because whatever it was wouldn't be handy. This business with Dylan was bad, but she sensed there was a lot more going on with her daughter. Harper was 17, nearly on her own. Rachel felt worse about searching through her things, but did anyway, in both Harper's bedroom and bathroom. She didn't find anything unexpected. No weed, no cigarettes, no hidden half-drunk bottle of booze, no unexplained stash of money, no contraceptives, which, considering how things were playing out, might not be such a bad idea. So they were destined to have one of those mother-child talks both kids hated once they got home. In the meantime, she had a website to update and a job search to continue. She walked to the kitchen to grab her phone, and just as she was about to grab it from its charger, it started vibrating on the counter. She picked it up and noticed the phone number on the small display was unfamiliar, no name attached to it. She thought of the text she'd received, but that was a different cell number completely. She knew. She'd memorized the digits. "Hello?" "Hi, this is Rachel, right? Rachel Ryder?" a woman asked, then didn't wait for an answer. "I thought I should call you." "Sorry, who is this?" "Oh, my, it's Ella Dickerson from across the street, Jim's wife." Rachel's heart sank as she pictured her neighbor. A white-haired woman pushing 80 who was always working in her yard and complaining about one thing or another. There was her arthritis, her children, or her husband, whose latest offense, or at least the most recent one Rachel had heard about, was purchasing a 72-inch flat screen. "To watch more sports, if you can imagine. I swear, they're on 24/7. Ella was the neighborhood busybody who knew everything about everybody on the street. "Your front door," Ella was explaining. "I mean, have you seen it? Oh, dear, you'd best take a look. I assume it was vandalized, and I thought you should know if you hadn't seen it. But if you have, then—" "What are you talking about?" Rachel asked, already walking through the house. "I was afraid you hadn't seen it. I said so to Jim. I saw it when I went to pick up the paper this morning. I told Jim that you couldn't possibly know." "I don't get what you mean." Rachel unbolted the door and flung it open to find out what the nosy neighbor was talking about. She took one step onto the porch, then stopped, her heart plummeting as she saw the single word scrawled in red paint on her black door. Killer. Chapter 17. Cade pushed the speed limit on his way to Rachel's house. When she'd called, he'd immediately heard the strain in her voice, the edge to it. "I think you'd better come over here." She'd sounded wound tight. "Why?" "Just come, Cade. Are you working today? Can you come now?" "On my way." He didn't like the way she sounded. At her house, he caught sight of Rachel standing on the porch by the front door, an ugly message painted on the panels behind her. "Oh, Jesus." He parked on the street and jogged up the walkway, aware that the neighbors across the way, an older couple, were in their yard watching the drama unfold. Cade eyed the door and his insides clenched. "What happened?" "I don't know. I didn't see it until the neighbors called. I didn't notice it when I went for a run this morning, but you know when I leave the house, I go in and out through the back door. Anyway, Mrs. Dickerson called to tell me something was up, and I came outside and found this. Painted in a crimson shade that made him think of blood, the message was like a shriek in a horror film. Killer. Rachel was ashen-faced, but holding it together. I was going to start painting over it, but I thought I should call someone. You were right. He was already whipping out his phone and tamping down his fury. Vandalism is a crime, not a prank, but I think someone other than your ex should take the report. He made the call, and Voss, who was on duty and in the area, promised to be at the house within 10 minutes. Officer Voss is on her way, he told Rachel as he stuffed his phone into his pocket and eyed the vandalized door. So, this happened last night? He said, pointing at the entrance to the house. I think so. He glanced across the street and saw the Dickersons hadn't left their stations in their yard. Standing side by side on the other side of a short wrought iron fence, guarding a row of azaleas and rhododendrons, she in a long housecoat, he in a t-shirt and jeans, held up by suspenders, they watched the drama unfold. Rachel, obviously aware of the Dickersons, and now a bike rider doing a double-take as he saw the door, touched him on the arm. Maybe you should come inside. Once they were in the hallway, where Reno greeted him, and the door with its ugly message pulled firmly shut, he said, So tell me. The long and short of it is that I had a bad dream about Luke. Of course. He didn't say it. But that's not the worst of it. Meaning? Odd things have been happening. I keep hearing things, seeing things, and it's not just me. Reno does too, she said, amping up a bit. And I received a weird text. I mean, it was as if Luke had sent it. I know that's impossible. Crazy. But here, let me show you. She patted the back pocket of her jeans and then frowned. I guess I left it. She walked quickly down the hallway and into the kitchen, and he followed. Here. After retrieving her cell from the counter, she studied the screen, punched out some commands, found what she was looking for, and handed the phone to him. I forgive you. He read the text aloud, his insides chilling. He glanced up at her. Who sent it? Don't know. I tried to text and call back. No one responded. Could be a mistake, sent to the wrong number. But he didn't believe it for a second, not with the message, the vile accusation sprayed across the door. I don't think so. She glanced out the window. I should tell you I saw something last night. What? Real or imagined? The doorbell sounded, and the dog started barking. Patricia Voss had arrived. Good. He wanted to hear it all, but thought it would be best if someone else heard the story. Someone with a little distance. Someone who hadn't spent nights beside her in bed as Rachel woke with night terrors. Someone who hadn't had to calm their children when their mother was half-crazed with fear. Someone objective and professional. Reno, hush! Rachel opened the door. Quick introductions were made, and Voss set up a recorder to take Rachel's statement. They were in the living room, where the clock ticked over the fireplace, nearly buried in the framed pictures of Harper and Dylan crowded upon the mantel. Cade felt an uncomfortable pull, remembering when some of the photographs had been taken. Christmas, when the kids were just starting elementary school, Harper missing teeth, Dylan sporting a buzz cut that Rachel had hated. He stood near the couch where Rachel sat, Voss in a winged-back chair at one end of the coffee table, the dog finding a spot on the corner of the rug. You have any idea who would have done this? Voss asked, her pen poised to take notes to back up the recording. Rachel shook her head. No, but I think maybe I saw him. Him? A man? Voss asked, and Cade felt his jaw tense. It was last night. Well, around 3 in the morning. She explained about having a bad dream. being awakened by the dog's barking. Downstairs, she'd look through the windows and the door to see a man and a dog getting into a car at the end of the street. "A dog," Cade repeated, feeling a jolt. "Can you describe the man?" Voss asked. "No, it was too dark. He looked average, I guess, and he was carrying something. And like I said, he was walking his dog." "What kind of car?" Cade asked, already guessing. "Don't know, just what looked like a white or maybe silver sedan." He pressed her. "You get the plate number or notice if it was from Oregon?" "No." Of course not, but his mind was spinning ahead. "And the dog, what kind was it? What breed?" "I couldn't say. Small or medium-sized, I guess, and light-colored." "Could it have been a beagle?" She lifted a shoulder. "Again, it was dark, but maybe. About that size." "You know anyone named Frank Quinn?" Cade asked. "What?" She looked up at him. Her lips turned into a frown as she slowly shook her head. "No." "He lives on Toulouse Street," Cade said. "I said I don't know him. Why?" "The other day, when I came over," he explained about the guy looking for his dog, a man who drove a white four-door sedan with Idaho plates, and as he spoke, he noticed the panic starting to rise in his ex-wife's eyes. "I have no idea who he is," she said. "You think he's the same person?" "Maybe." He kicked himself for not delving deeper into Frank Quinn. "Tell Voss about the text." "What text?" Voss asked. "This one." Rachel found her phone and handed it to Voss. "I forgive you? From who?" "That's it. I have no idea." Rachel repeated to Voss what she'd already told Cade, including explaining that she'd tried to contact the caller by phoning and texting back with no response. Pushing her hair out of her eyes, she sighed. "It came on the anniversary of my brother's death, 20 years ago." "I read about what happened in the paper." Voss's eyes narrowed. "So you think whoever called you is forgiving you for being involved in his death?" "I don't know," Voss pressed. "Who would need to forgive you? Someone who thought you were guilty, right?" Rachel's face tightened. "I guess." "Who?" "I don't know." Rachel looked away. "I mean, Luke's dead, so it can't be him." She didn't seem convinced. "Of course not," Cade said. "I know, but I had this feeling, I don't know, it sounds crazy, but that someone wants me to believe it's him." "It wasn't Luke," he said firmly. She couldn't go down that impossible track. "I know." Her voice was a little sharp, defensive. Though it had been 20 years, she'd never really gotten over her half-brother's death. She'd always blamed herself. "It's probably someone who took Luke's death personally," Voss thought aloud as she underlined something in her notes. "Someone close to him?" Immediately, Cade thought of Lila, good old stepmommy, mother of Luke's son. But why? Yeah, there had been some tension between Lila and Rachel over the years, family stuff, but nothing that would lead to this. And why now? No. "We'll check with the cell phone company," Voss was saying. "If it was accidental, which I doubt, or if it was some kind of a sick prank, we'll figure it out. But if it's a burner phone..." Cade wasn't liking the turn of his thoughts. He wasn't buying into the mistake theory, especially not with the grotesque message spray-painted on the door. Someone was trying to freak Rachel out, and he thought it might just be Frank Quinn. "You know the drill. If it's a burner, we'll try to track it down from the store where it was purchased. If there's no record of who bought it, no credit or debit card receipt or check if the guy used cash, hopefully there will be camera footage of the buyer, and we will double-check all the security cameras in the area that might have images of the man and his dog." "What if it's a burner app?" Rachel asked. "You can do that, you know. There are apps that disguise your number, make it impossible to trace." Cade had heard of them. "There has to be some kind of trail, digitally." Rachel shook her head. I think everything can be encrypted. I'll dig deeper on Frank Quinn. Find out if he lives in the neighborhood or owns a Buick with Idaho plates, Cade said. Again he thought of Violet Sperry, murdered in her own home, and his blood turned cold. Was there a connection? Voss said, Didn't I see a camera on the porch? Not working, Rachel admitted. Cade winced inside. He should have dealt with it when he still lived here. It's old school, Rachel said. Put in by the people who owned the house before we did over 20 years ago. It wasn't working, always going off, so I canceled the service and was going to install a new one connected to an app on my phone. She smiled weakly. I just hadn't gotten around to it. Voss gave a curt nod. You might want to make that a priority. Amen to that, Cade thought. They went through a few more questions, and the tech came, dusted for prints, and left, with Voss taking off a few minutes later, which left him alone with his ex-wife, in the living room they'd once shared. It felt right, but different. Odd. She hadn't changed the room much other than painting it a lighter color, a neutral gray, rather than the tan it had been. She'd also filled the space where his recliner had sat with a smaller chair. You okay? He asked. Do I look okay? No. You look like hell, I know. I look like hell. You don't. I do. Crap. She raked her fingers through her hair and stood. You know, ever since Luke died, I've had these nightmares. Yeah. He was nodding, had lived through them. And I've always told myself to somehow put it behind me. That what's done is done, to move on. And I've tried. But this Mercy, dredging everything up again in the paper, and the reunion meeting with all the people who were there that night, and now this? She held up her phone, then pointed to her door. It's freaky. You're right, and I don't like it. And then there's Violet. Shuddering, she sat down again and tucked her feet under her. Is there any news about what happened to her? Not that I know of. Well, it's disturbing. Worse than disturbing. She was rubbing her arms as if suddenly chilled. I know, he said. I'm afraid it makes me like a crazy, overprotective mother. He slanted a smile and took the chair Voss had vacated so he could look out the window to the Dickersons' now empty yard. The kids might agree with that. Do you think it's true? She asked, and turned her eyes up to him as Reno stood, stretched, then wandered toward the back of the house. Crazy? No. Overprotective? He held up his hand, then tilted it. Sometimes, a little. But even as he said it, he thought again about Violet Sperry and her bizarre death. There was probably no connection to what was going on here. God, he hoped not, but he didn't want to just dismiss the thought. We all need to be careful. He didn't want to alarm her, send her over the edge, but he couldn't pretend that the Sperry murder wasn't cause for serious concern. The last thing I want to be is overprotective. After growing up with my own parents. She rolled her eyes. I swore I'd never be the hovering, nosy parent my mother was, and as for my dad, I saw what being married to a cop was like, how he wasn't home for a lot of the holidays or major events. He felt his insides turn to stone. How smart had his own choices been, he wondered. Sometimes history repeats itself, the choices we make. There was a bit of a hesitation before she said, Then I guess I should make better ones. Maybe we both should. She stared at him a sec, then changed the subject. How was your weekend with the kids? We all left on bad terms Friday night. I wasn't happy with either of them. Dylan because of him ditching class, and Harper because of, the new boy or man or whatever in her life. Dylan's been fine. If it bothers him that he's in trouble at school, he doesn't show it and won't talk about it. Harper says you blew things all out of proportion, that she was just kissing Xander, and that she's... Let me get this straight. He thought for a second. Oh, I remember. Same old line I said way back when. Harper claimed that she was almost 18, and when she turned 18, she could do whatever she wanted. Like 18 changes everything. The magic, now I'm an adult card. She smiled. She'll find out. But I can't push back too hard against this boy because it'll just drive her further into his arms. Ugh. She wants to go to a concert with him in Portland next weekend, Saturday night. Rachel let out a sigh. No. Why not? It's 2 hours away for starters. She's gone before. But we've known the kids, the parents. Lila vouches for him. Since when do you trust Lila's judgment? Okay, point taken. But Harper's 17. She'll be 18 in October. Which she so often reminds us. Off to college. Not until next year, Rachel said, then skewered him with a glare. You're promoting this? I can't believe it. He might not be so bad. I figure you've probably already checked him out online, looked into his social media accounts. She ducked that one. It's not about bad or good, Cade. You know that. We've been over it before. I just don't want her to make a mistake she can't unmake. Like you. It was different. I wanted to marry you. I wanted your baby. It just came in the wrong order. Is that so bad? She folded her arms and stared at him. I want my daughter to have more options. And it's not like she's in love with Xander Vale. They're just in lust, hot for each other. She crossed her arms under her breasts in anger, unaware that she was lifting them. I just hope they think before they act. Harper's not an idiot. Neither was I. Except when it came to you. He let out a derisive laugh. Me too. You know, she's texting all the time, and when I ask her about it, she's always texting a friend, or she'll cop to communicating with Lucas, but I'm pretty sure it's Vale. When has she ever texted Lucas? They were pretty tight as kids, he reminded her. Back in the days when he and Rachel were still married and Lila and Rachel had been close. Since the divorce, things had changed for all of them. And now she's got a renewed relationship with him? Looks like. Because of Xander Vale. Probably. You remember how it was when we were in lust and hot for each other? She actually blushed. As I said, options, like college, so she can get a bigger view of the world than just from Edgewater, Oregon. It wasn't the worst thing that happened to me. Okay, I'll admit it. Having Harper and marrying you, ending up with Dylan, I wouldn't change a thing. Well, not most things anyway. She looked away, no doubt thinking about his betrayal. And then, as if the conversation had gotten too deep, she waved in the air as if to dismiss her words. So, look, don't worry about the door, okay? I'll deal with it, she said, with more resolve than he'd seen in her in a long while. I panicked after Ella called, but I'm okay now. She glanced at the door. Nothing a can of spray paint can't cover up until I can paint the whole thing. I was thinking of changing the color anyway. And the security alarm? Our son owes me, and he's got the skills, I think. Maybe even the equipment. He withdrew his keys from his pocket. Any kind of guard dog? He asked. Reno. She let out a humorless laugh, and the dog, hearing his name, wagged his tail, then circumvented the coffee table to stand next to Rachel and place his head on her lap. She scratched him behind the ears. Not much of one. Maybe you should upgrade. Yeah, right. To the dog, she said, Don't listen to that. He's just kidding. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he checked the screen. A text from the precinct. The job, he said to her, standing. The boss wants me in early. Then you'd better go, You'll be okay? Never better, she said, though they both knew it was a lie. I can come back, help clean up the door. I've painted a few panels in my day. No, I've got this, she said firmly as she stood. You need to get to work. Forget work. He paused, knowing she wanted to handle things herself. It was her thing. I've got time coming. I have no problem calling in. No, I'll be fine. She flashed him one of her rare smiles, and her gold eyes gleamed for a second. Remember, I've got Reno. Guard dog less than extraordinaire. Exactly. He didn't like it, but saw she couldn't be moved. Okay, fine, but I'll be by to make sure the security system is online. Really, Cade, you don't need to do this. Yeah, I think I do, he said, and decided to be brutally honest. My kids live here with my ex-wife, and contrary to what she may believe, I care about her, want her safe. Rachel drew in a long breath. Oh, I don't think that. I don't care what you think, Rach. It's the truth. She looked about to argue again, so he started for the door. In the meantime, keep the dog on alert and the doors and windows locked. Chapter 18. Dylan was sweating bullets. His knee was twitching and he kept glancing at the clock, ticking off the seconds of the school day, maybe of his life. His mom was on to him. He saw her poking around his room this morning, finding his stash. Shit. 10 minutes left in class. Then he'd have to avoid that moron Schmidt and his goons, then deal with a smug assistant principal. He felt as if the walls were closing in on him, that he had
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
Nowhere to turn, no one to confide in. Dylan. Tori Suzuki's voice brought him back to the present, at his terminal in the library media room, where he and the rest of the class were supposed to be finishing their English essays. He looked up and caught her smiling at him from the next computer terminal. Sorry to bother you, but... Dylan's heart jolted. When Tori smiled at him, with her dark eyes and pretty face framed by shiny black hair, he could barely concentrate. She had a boyfriend, so he didn't think she was actually flirting with him, but she always sat next to Dylan if they were in the media room during second period, and he was good with that. What? He asked, keeping his voice low so the library monitor wouldn't pounce on them. Exams were proctored, but since it was harder to cheat on an essay, no one watched too closely. I was wondering if you could show me that trick you know to make your essay look a little bit longer without changing the margins. He got it. If the essay wasn't 5 pages, you couldn't get an A, and it was easy enough to put all the punctuation in 13-point type for starters. He had a few other tricks as well. Sure. She leaned in, so close he could smell her perfume. He tried not to notice. He couldn't get distracted by anything, not even Tori. He swallowed hard. You think you could set it up for me? She whispered. Sure, he said again, as if it were the only word he knew. Girls like Tori made him nervous, even nice girls who already had a boyfriend. He shot a glance over his shoulder to see if anyone was paying attention. Nah. Holding his breath, he leaned over to her keyboard and opened the systems file. A few changes, probably less than 60 seconds, and he was done. Try it that way. She opened her file, scrolled through it, and flashed him a bright smile. Wow, perfect. It's 5 pages now. That's amazing. Dylan nodded. Thank you so much. You're so good at that. She paused for a second, then whispered, Hey, is it true what they're saying about your mom? My mom? Where was this going? You know, what was in the paper that she was arrested for murder. Her almond eyes rounded a bit, and he felt cold inside. And it's online. He knew. He'd already read it himself, but the article was pretty straightforward, just gave the facts on a homicide that was as old as dirt. So Tori was suddenly interested in him so that he could help her do her homework, and because his mother was some kind of psycho or something, possibly a killer? Suddenly he looked like some kind of bad boy? Edgy? Really? She didn't kill anybody, he said under his breath, and felt heat crawling up the back of his neck. I know, but wow, arrested for murder. Can you imagine? No. He felt suddenly defensive. It's kind of, don't say cool. Interesting. She flashed him another smile. He'd known about the article and had wondered if it might be a big deal here at Edgewater High, but Tori was the first to bring it up to him. If anyone had read it or cared, he hadn't heard about it. Until now. If you say so. At least you can say your mom's not boring. Tori picked up her things. My mom's an actuary. Ugh. She rolled those incredible eyes, then pulled her phone from her pocket, studied the screen, and didn't look back at him as the tone sounded, signifying the end of class and the end of the day. He grabbed his backpack, keeping with the mob of students. It was too bad that he couldn't even think that she might like him just a little, if only for the wrong reasons. Slipping into the hallway and losing himself in the throng of teenagers walking, shouting, laughing, and banging lockers, he felt a little niggle of pride. She was right, though. He might not be good at a lot of things, but he understood computers inside and out. He had mad skills, but word was getting around. She wasn't the first kid to ask for his help, and that wasn't good. He had to keep a low profile, not show off, now more than ever since Walsh was on his case. He was scheduled to meet with her right after school. In the hallway, he skirted the area near his locker and kept up with a group of kids heading toward the main doors near the admin offices. He kept looking over his shoulder for Schmidt, but he was nowhere to be seen. Good. As long as Dylan kept with large groups, he should be safe. Maybe. The secretary waved him into Mrs. Walsh's office. "She'll be right back. She told me to let you go on in." He stepped into the small room and wondered how long she'd be gone, if he had time to. With a quick look over his shoulder, he saw the receptionist was busy at the counter. Before he could talk himself out of it, he shoved the door so that it was barely open, just a crack, then moved around the desk. Not bothering to sit, he pushed back the chair, leaned over the keyboard, and checked Walsh's computer terminal. Of course it wouldn't open. He needed a password. The screensaver, a picture of the front of the high school, stayed in place, mocking him. Softly, hardly daring to breathe, he pulled open her drawer, searching for a card or something where she might have jotted a note. On first sweep, nothing. He swept his gaze across the flat surface of the desk, even picked up a picture and checked the back, anywhere she might keep her password. No hint in the drawers. Nothing on her neat desk. He was really sweating now. He didn't have much time. If he could figure it out, come on, come on! The picture of her daughter. God, what was that girl's name? Bethany, Brittany? She was a few years older than Harper, had graduated the year before he'd become a freshman, so she was like 19, maybe? He tried a combination of each of the names, backward and forward, with each of the 2 years when the daughter might have been born. Nothing. He bit his lip, thought hard. Felt the sweat bead on his forehead. Come on, Ryder, think you can do this? Glancing up, he saw the girl at the counter gathering her things. Crap! The receptionist was about to return to her desk and might peek inside and catch him. His heart was racing. Calm down. Only a few more seconds. If he knew more about Marlene Walsh, like her husband's name, or if they had a pet, or the year Walsh herself had been born or graduated from high school or college, he needed more information to get in. Not that it was that big a deal. He knew he could hack into the school system. It wasn't that tough, but it would be so great to be able to log on as if he were the friggin' vice principal. That would give him a sense of satisfaction. Kind of a behind her back but also in her face move. Major bragging rights, and footsteps clicked outside the door. His heart nearly stopped. Crap! He looked up. The receptionist was turning back to her desk. He scrambled back to the chair behind the door just as it swept open, yanked his phone from his back pocket, and pretended to be texting. Dylan. Marlene Walsh smiled that same plastic grin she used when addressing the student body in one of her stupid rah-rah Edgewater Eagles speeches that made him groan. So phony. Sorry I'm late. No prob. He actually stood, something his dad had taught him a long time ago. Sit, sit. Waving him back to his chair, she swept around the desk and stopped on the far side to eye her chair. Jesus, he'd forgotten to push it back under the desk. Her neatly plucked brows puckered as she sat, scooting it closer to the computer monitor. She knows. She can feel you were there. He tried to keep cool as she adjusted her reading glasses onto her nose and typed quickly onto her keyboard, Beth 2018 Ann. At least, that's what it looked like. That was her daughter's name, Beth Ann. Now he remembered. And if the school required her to change the password every so often, he bet she just put in a different year or something and kept the letters the same. 2018. The year after Beth Ann had graduated, who knew? And really, who cared? She pressed her palms to the desktop. How long have you been waiting? He lifted a shoulder, attempting to appear bored. I don't know. Maybe a minute or so. She didn't believe him, but she kept typing, and now he could feel his shirt sticking to his back. Okay, let's see. I've been going over your records. She glanced at him. Not attendance, we've been through that, but performance. He felt a little tingle of dread raise the hairs on the back of his neck. What was this all about? She eyed the screen, as if studying it for the first time. But Dylan figured this might be for show, that she already knew what she was going to say. Since you started at Edgewater High last year, your grades have slowly declined. So what else was new? But your test scores, not at all. They're above grade level, especially in math and computer science. Her eyebrows knit over her glasses, and her mouth turned down. Another practiced look. In fact, your schoolwork doesn't come anywhere close to where your tests indicate you should be. She looked at him, and he lifted a shoulder again. He got it. She was saying he was a slacker. Turning away from the monitor, she leaned across the desk. You know, Dylan, you have tremendous potential. Yeah, he'd heard it all before. In fact, Mr. Tallarico has requested you to be his TA in computer science next year. That's a spot usually reserved for a senior. She paused, waiting for a reaction, but he just slouched in his chair. So, why the disparity? She asked, though he thought it was a rhetorical question. She really didn't expect him to answer, and he didn't. Leaning back, she asked, How are things going here, at school? Okay. No problem with friends, other than with Mr. Schmidt? Yeah, fine. What about at home? What? You live with your mother. Not a question. So here it was, the big D word. His parents were divorced, which wasn't a big deal. Lots of his friends' parents had split up. Most of the time, yeah. He looked up and held her gaze. But you see your dad? Another too kind smile. Oh, yeah. She frowned a little. Everything okay at home? Yeah. He said it with a little more enthusiasm. What was she getting at? He added, We're good. Real good. She waited a few seconds, then pushed herself to standing. Okay then, but just so you know, you can always talk to me or Miss Lindley. The school psychologist? Oh, geez. Don't need to, he said, feeling his back muscles tighten. Fine, just as long as you know. Now, maybe you can help us sort out the mess with the security cameras. As I understand it, the problem lies in storage of the data on the computer. Mr. Tallarico has already started looking at it. Oh, so he wasn't on his own. No surprise, but too bad. He would love to have some time alone with the school security system. As Mrs. Walsh rounded the corner of her desk, he noticed for the first time the newspaper folded neatly near her in-basket. Suddenly, he understood. She'd read the article about his uncle being murdered, about his mom being charged, just like Tori Suzuki. Great. Of course the vice principal would think it messed him up. That's why she brought up the school psychologist, as if that was ever going to happen. No friggin' way. Patient. I lied. I lied to everyone. Therapist. That night? Patient. Yes, and now. I'm lying to them now. To my friends. To Luke. Therapist. Tell me. Patient. Worried. I've never told anyone. I've tried, but I couldn't, I can't, I still can't. Therapist. Let's go back to that night in the processing plant. Patient. I don't want to. Therapist. It's your decision. Patient, voice tremulous. Okay, I will. A pause. The patient visibly shudders. I'm here now. In the cannery. It's dark. So dark. I think I smell fish. No, just the river. Wet. Dank. The patient concentrates, eyebrows knitting. People are here, but I can't see them. Just hear them. Lots of them. Guns going off and firecrackers. Someone's laughing, but I'm scared. Luke, I need to find Luke before it's too late. Therapist. Too late for what? Patient. Before someone else finds out. Therapist. Finds out what? Patient, frustrated, voice cracking. About my lies. To him. To my parents, to my friends, to everyone, but mainly to him. Therapist. Where are you? In the building. Patient. I'm walking. My gun in my hand, but it's dark. So dark. I can't see. People are running. People are laughing. I hear someone climbing the ladder, the rungs ringing, and then I shoot. Therapist. And then what? Patient, agitated, eyes wide, nearly frantic. And then Luke falls. He's been hit. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God, he can't die. He can't. I need to talk to him. I need to explain. I have to save him. Therapist. And can you? Patient, in a panic. No, there's too much blood. Luke. Therapist. Let's come back now. Patient, determined. No, I can't leave him. I won't. Therapist. It's time. You're returning. Patient. No, Luke, please. Therapist, taking control. You're surfacing. Patient. Luke, oh God, Luke, forgive me. Therapist, more firmly. You are leaving the cannery, and Luke, for now. The therapist hides frustration and keeps a steady voice. On my count. Patient, taking short breaths, nearly hyperventilating. But, therapist, rock steady. 3. And you're leaving the building, going away from the riverfront and Luke, and leaving the past behind. Patient, still frantic. I don't know. I could save him. Therapist, in control. 2. And you're nearly awake. Patient. There's so much to tell him. The patient's still worried, but coming around. Therapist. 1. The patient's eyes open and blink, adjusting to the soft lighting and soothing music in the tiny room. A bit of incense tinges the air with oleander as the patient stirs and focuses on the therapist. Therapist, smiling with relief, voice soft and steady. And you're back. Patient, breathless, still worried. I couldn't tell him. I didn't get the chance. Therapist. You will. Maybe in the next session. Patient, sighing. Maybe, but I've been living with this for so long. Therapist. It takes time. Patient, wryly. And time wounds all heals, isn't that what they say? Well, this wound, this pain has been around too long. It needs to go away. Therapist, taking a peek at the clock on the antique desk. It will. The leather of the recliner creaks as the patient adjusts the chair to a sitting position. I hope so. The patient stands. God, I hope so. Chapter 19. Over the years, Rachel had learned that she had to pick her moments, so she waited until both of the kids were home from school Monday evening. Dinner was in the oven, lasagna. The security system had been reconnected, and they were settling in for homework. Dylan hadn't said much about his extra time at the school doing Mrs. Walsh's bidding, just that it was okay. And Harper had spent a couple of hours working on some project at a friend's house, supposedly studying. Neither kid had asked Rachel how her day had gone, though if they had, she wouldn't have told them about the front door. The new coat of black paint had dried, and she figured that threat could wait for another day. Now, though, it was time for the truth about what her son had been up to. Harper was already on her phone in her room, the door only slightly ajar, and Dylan was heading to his when she stopped him. We need to talk, she said. in the living room. About what? He didn't seem surprised and didn't argue, just walked down the hall in his bare feet. This. She pulled the sock with the money out of her pocket and noticed his jaw tense. Not surprise. Anger. She thought he would be shocked, and he definitely wasn't. Sit. He dropped onto a corner of the couch. Want to explain? She asked. No. Rebellion flared in his eyes. Well, you're going to, or I'm going to expect the worst. She emptied the sock and dropped it and the damning bills onto the coffee table. Talk. Geez, Mom, it's not what you think. Which is? That I'm selling drugs, right? Isn't that what you think? Why you brought up the Xanax? He rolled his eyes. I'm not that stupid. She resisted asking, and just how stupid are you? Instead, she said, as she sat in a nearby chair, convince me. He hesitated, looked out the window, and sighed through his nose as Reno trotted into the room to take his spot in the bed near the fireplace. You said you were broke, that you needed money to pay off the kid that was hassling you? Schmidt, Dylan supplied. Right. You borrowed $100 from me because you owed him some gambling debt. For emphasis, she made air quotes. Yeah, and I'm paying it back. Geez, Mom, didn't I help you with the security system? Didn't I say I'd mow the lawn and do whatever stupid job you have? But you already had money. More than enough. This money. She pointed a finger at the uneven pile of small bills. Where'd you get it? And don't even say anything about saving it from your birthday or whatever. Everything you take in goes to some kind of equipment for either your computer or your game system or something. It's my business. And mine. Trying to cool off a little, she said, So what's going on, Dylan? What are you into? Not drugs, he yelled. Then, more calmly, Okay? Then what? And don't try to convince me that you're into some online betting because I'm just not buying it. Arms folded, foot bouncing nervously, he didn't answer. I'm not the enemy, you know, she said. Then why are you acting like it, interrogating me? Because I'm scared, Dylan. You're doing something behind my back, something you don't want to talk about, something you want to keep hidden. So I'm worried that you're in trouble. I'm not. She hadn't heard Harper come out of her room, nor walk down the hall, but she showed up and stood half in the hallway, half in the living room. Tell her, Harper said, staring at her brother. What? He was shaking his head, his eyes round. Tell her that you help kids on the side, you know, with computer stuff. She was staring directly at her brother. Admit that you're a geek, probably the best one in school. Dylan was as white as a sheet. So you do what you did this afternoon for Mom or for Mr. Tallarico after school. You fix computers and kinds of electronic stuff for other kids. She came into the room, stood near the fireplace. But tell her or I will, Harper said, her gaze still firmly holding his. Well, fine, she said, and finally turned her attention to Rachel. He's kind of got this side business going. It's not that big of a deal, but word is getting around, and he helps kids get their gaming systems or computers or whatever working again. This didn't sound right. He's done stuff for me with my phone when I couldn't figure out an app, and he's helped Lucas and Xander and my friend Julie, lots of kids. She waved a hand as if to include the entire student body of Edgewater High. Sometimes it's behind the parents' backs, like a kid got a cell phone from a friend or whatever. Stolen. No, she shook her head fiercely. Dylan was in quick agreement. Rachel was trying to piece it all together. Is that why the Schmidt kid was on your case? Dylan nodded, glancing at his sister as if she would back him up. How? Rachel asked. Something I did for him didn't work, and he He wanted me to fix it right then and there, so I cut class and met him, but I didn't have all the right equipment. I wanted to bring it home, and he was pissed off, mad at me. Said he'd already paid, and so... But why wouldn't you tell me? Because you freak out about everything. Everything. You're a walking basket case. Rachel protested. I'm not. Seriously, Mom, Harper said. It's like we can't tell you anything, or you'll go all weird and hyper and suspicious. Is that true? Rachel said, turning to her son. Beyond him, through the window, she saw Ella Dickerson in her yard, down on her hands and knees, pulling weeds. Am I that bad? Dylan swallowed and glanced at his sister before meeting his mother's eyes. We just don't want to, upset you. She wasn't certain she was getting all of the truth, and she was suspicious that they'd somehow both worked together, double-teamed her with the story. But part of it was right. We hear you, Mom, Harper said softly. And for the first time since she'd entered the conversation, her daughter seemed totally sincere. At night, when you have those dreams, we hear you walk around, talk to yourself, even scream sometimes. Her heart sank. The last thing she wanted to do, the very last, was worry her children. It's not your fault, Harper was quick to add. We know that, but it's scary. Yeah, her son put in. Kind of freaky, Mom. Her heart squeezed painfully. Oh, God, I don't want to ever... Rachel felt horrible and wanted to apologize all over the place, but she couldn't help but wonder how this conversation had turned around, to the point where, instead of dealing with Dylan's obvious lies, she was now feeling as if she'd failed as a mother. She looked from daughter to son. For once, they seemed absolutely sincere. Still, she was suspicious. Even now, they might be hiding something. But what? Okay, well. She slapped her hands onto her thighs, then stood. This has been enlightening. And maybe we should all work on being more truthful. And calm, Harper suggested. Yeah, that too. Rachel felt that this would be a group hug moment if her life were a television sitcom or drama, but as it was, Dylan said, Can I go now? Yeah, but no more secrets and no more cutting class. You can set up something here, or meet kids before or after school. Okay, but can I have my money back? He asked. Yes, sure, it's yours, she said. Except for the $100 you owe me, right? Right, he said, scooping up his money and heading to his room. Thanks, she said to her daughter, but didn't feel the relief she'd anticipated. Harper nodded. You're welcome, but Mom, really, don't go through my room again, okay? And don't tell me you didn't, 'cause I know you did. I can tell. Besides, we're not having any more secrets, right? Right. And going through my things, that's like illegal, right? An invasion of privacy or something? Not illegal. Rachel shook her head and tightened the band that was holding her hair away from her face. But next time, I'll let you know. No, not another next time. I need my own space. I'm almost 18. I know. And from that point on, you think you'll be totally independent, but you'll still be living with me. Or Dad. I could live with him. Harper elevated her chin just a fraction. Rachel's heart twisted, but she hid it. Yeah, that's always an option. Or get an apartment. A little more defiance. You think you could afford one? With a roommate? Uh-oh, where was this going? A roommate like Xander Vale? Rachel didn't go there. No reason to give Harper any ideas that she might not have come up with on her own. And you'd need a job, maybe 2 jobs, to make ends meet on top of juggling school, so you should probably wait. It's a lot cheaper here. But it's like I live in a prison. Harper flung out her arms dramatically. You won't even let me go to a concert because you don't like Xander. I don't know him. Exactly. She reached into her pocket, read a text on her phone screen, and repeated, "A prison." Rachel gave her a "you've got to be kidding" look. She couldn't wait until Harper was living on her own and learning the real lessons in life, but not yet. She was still so young, naive in so many ways. So she said, "You're right. It's a prison and I'm the warden." "You know what I mean!" She actually looked up from the screen. "Yeah, I do. I remember saying the same thing to my mother, and I'll give you the same advice she gave me. Deal with it." He was late, again. Anessa walked through the old school with its unused classrooms, forgotten hallways, and dirty windows, many of which had long been boarded up. St. Augustine's Elementary, once filled with laughter, shouts, and running feet, was now quiet, deathly quiet, empty and cold, smelling of disuse. Her husband, Clint Cooper, had bought the place, along with other properties in town. Since she'd moved back to Edgewater to deal with her ailing parents, he'd thought it would make her happy to purchase some of the historic places around the area, to revitalize a town that had suffered with the times. To that end, Clint had purchased a farm outside of Astoria, a sawmill not far from Astoria, the old cannery on the waterfront, and St. Augustine's, which consisted of this school, a small church, and an attached hospital. "Let's make Edgewater a destination, you know," Clint had said, thinking he would please her. "We can turn the old school into a hotel, the chapel, a restaurant, and, maybe, condos in the hospital." He'd been on the deck of their penthouse, smoking a cigar, the lights of Seattle shining a bright backdrop. As he told her about his plan, he'd grown enthusiastic. "How about refurbishing the Seaview Cannery into a mall, loaded with quaint shops, condos too, being as it's on the river, great views, fantastic wildlife? I know the building would have to be raised, but we can go off the footprint, make people think it's just as it was, the history of it all, the jobs it created, and then there's that murder that took place. Adds to the mystique, you know." "I was there," she'd reminded her husband, who was drawing on his cigar, the tip glowing, smoke coiling over his balding head. "No mystique. It's horrible." "People like horror." And off he'd gone, dreaming of building something unique. What he didn't realize was that she didn't care about Edgewater. So the town was dying, so what? Yeah, she'd go back, look after Dad now that Mom had passed, but it was temporary. Or that had been the plan. Her plan. But where she'd seen duty, her husband had glimpsed opportunity. A mistake. And being here now, in the old school, was a little unnerving. She walked into what had been a bathroom for primary students, with its low sink and row of stalls. Girls' bathroom, she thought. No stained urinals, still hugging the walls. She caught sight of her reflection in the dusty, cracked mirror. Tall and slim, her hair glossy and almost black, her eyes, with the aid of colored contacts, an intense turquoise. Still attractive. Even wealthier than she had once been, far wealthier, and lonely as hell. No children. Grown stepchildren and young step-grandchildren who didn't know her and didn't care to. An aging lion of a husband who cared more about his latest golf score, his next development, and the figures in his bank accounts than his trophy wife. Clint just had never got her. Didn't understand. Never would. 32 years was a hell of a age difference. For God's sake, she was avoiding her 20th high school reunion, and he was collecting Social Security. A thought that hadn't occurred to her 15 years ago, when she'd been swayed by his money, and Clint, at 55, had still been dashing, trim, and worldly, and it had all been a load of crap. So here she was, waiting for a lover who didn't care any more for her than her husband did. Disgusted with herself, she heard the steady drip, drip, drip of a pipe that hadn't quite been turned off, and she walked into the hallway again, remembering wearing uniforms and running out to the play yard, where there had been a covered area, a tetherball pole, 4 square courts, and a few pieces of aging and probably unsafe equipment. Now, as she peered through a locked door, she saw only rubble in the open area where she'd once screamed and laughed. Her first 8 years of school, well, 9, counting kindergarten, before she'd been enrolled in public school. Edgewater High. 20 years passed. She probably should have gone to Lila's reunion meeting, but the truth was she couldn't stand the woman. Nor had she felt any different 20 years ago, when Lila had been jealous of her and her father's money. And for her part, Anessa, studious, hadn't liked the flinty blonde who had flitted from one boyfriend to the next, always looking for someone a little more popular or wealthy or cool or whatever. Lila had flirted with just about any boy or man, for that matter, as she'd always gone for someone older. In that regard, Anessa had been surprised when Lila had settled on Luke Hollander. He wasn't wealthy, and he was only a couple of years older and no longer a football star. Yet Lila had set her sights on Rachel Gaston's brother and become Rachel's best friend. For a while. Anyone with any brains could see that she was only using Rachel to get close to Luke. Probably Rachel had known it too, because their friendship had seemed to fade with time. Anessa smiled at that. Well, who could blame Rachel? Lila had become her damned stepmother-in-law. Sick. Using her key, she unlocked a door to the schoolyard and stepped outside. It was twilight, the gloom settling in. The area was completely enclosed, 2 sides blocked by the wings of the old school. The third boundary, directly across from where she stood, was the old chapel, now crumbling under a sloping roof, its tall spire and silent bell tower knifing into the dusky sky. The final wall of the schoolyard was a high wooden fence with a locked gate leading to the parking lot of the hospital. She remembered 3rd grade when she'd fallen from the monkey bars and sprained her ankle. Sister Mary Rosarius, the meanest nun in the school, had hustled her through the gate and along a covered portico to the hospital, all the while muttering that Anessa would be fine, that she shouldn't be a baby and should stop crying. "Oh, now don't blubber, say a prayer with me," she'd ordered, walking fast, the skirt of her habit swishing with her strides. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus." Anessa hadn't prayed, and she hadn't stopped sobbing. Now she stepped into the yard, where a few insects buzzed in the coming night, and a lone security lamp offered dim, uneven light over the tufted dirt where once there had been grass. Shards of broken glass glinted in the bald patch of earth. She'd spent many hours here, laughing and playing and scheming with her friends. She remembered the bells in that spire, tolling for Mass, or to signify the end of the school day. Father Timothy had been the principal, and though there were a few nuns employed at that time, most of the staff were lay people. She recalled, "Scrape." What was that? She froze. Was it a shoe scuffing the earth behind her? Whipping around, Anessa expected to see him crossing the patchy yard, a devilish smile slashed across his jaw, his mischievous eyes sparkling. But the space beneath the porch was empty, devoid of life, quiet and still, grimy windows dark. Jesus. Her nerves tightened. She licked her lips, eyed the entire yard with its misshapen pieces of broken equipment and shadowy areas where blackberries and weeds had taken root. Her throat was as dry as dust. They'd gone too far this time. These clandestine meetings always had an edge to them, a little bit of danger that made the sex all the more potent. Cheating on their spouses wasn't enough. They each liked a little more adrenaline in their bloodstream. But this, what they'd planned tonight, had crossed a line. Another line, she reminded herself, as a bat flew toward the old tower. The hairs on her arms lifted, and her pulse pounded in her ears. "Are you here?" she whispered. She waited. No response. Just the wind rustling a piece of paper that danced across the broken concrete walkway. Anessa was already tense. She'd read about Violet Sperry's death, seen the report on the news, heard gossip in the coffee shop. All she knew was that Violet had been killed by an unknown assailant, murdered in her home. Here, in sleepy Edgewater, where the news was so slow that the local paper had to dredge up the fatal accident that had taken the life of Luke Hollander. Her insides turned to ice. She'd been there that night, in the cannery. The noise, the confusion, the sounds of firecrackers booming, or had it been real gunfire? Along with the steady click of pellet guns, the shouts and screams. She'd witnessed Luke go down, seen him bleed out, thought his sister Rachel Gaston had actually shot him, until she realized she hadn't been sure. Hadn't the spark from the real gun been off to Rachel's side, or had she been mistaken? She hadn't been certain then, and she sure as hell wasn't now. She pulled her jacket around her more tightly and wondered how long she would have to wait. Not long. She wasn't going to waste her time. Creak! The sound echoed through the yard, and she shot a quick look over her shoulder to spy the broken, lopsided merry-go-round slowly spinning, rotating on its ancient spindle, casting a moving shadow beneath the solitary lamp. What the hell? The merry-go-round was turning from the wind? But the breeze was slight, not strong enough to push the old structure on its rusting pivot. For a second, she thought of the ghost stories they'd told one another as kids, insisting that the chapel was haunted. Just kids, being kids, she whispered now, but her skin was prickling, and her nerves were strung as tight as the strings of Sister Catherine's cello. It's nothing. But she decided it was time to go. This was a ridiculous place to meet anyway. Why had he even suggested it to begin with? Why had she agreed? Oh yeah, because they each had a connection here to this complex, and they'd both gone to elementary school here. So what? She was out. She reached into her pocket for her keys. The merry-go-round slowed, groaning to a stop. Her heart began to race. She started for the door to the school and heard the clank of chains. What? Turning quickly, she swept her gaze over the entire yard to land on the pipe structure from which the swings were suspended. Of the 3 swings, one was broken, missing its seat, the second unmoving, and the third swaying slightly, its chains rattling as if someone had just gotten off. That was it. She was out of here now. Even if he was here trying to scare her, she was over it. Their romantic trysts had been sexy and wanton, wild and dangerous, but this, being scared out of her mind like this when someone she knew had just been murdered? Nope. She'd been an idiot to agree to it. Walking quickly, she made her way to the door she'd used to enter the area, grabbed the big handle, and tugged. The door didn't budge. What? But she'd just unlocked it. She pulled again. Nothing. Crap! If he was out here and this was supposed to be some kind of a joke, she'd kill him. She decided to tell him so. If you think this is turning me on with all this cloak and dagger stuff, you're wrong. No response. Fear skittered up her spine. Did something move over by the chapel door, in the alcove of the doorway? Her heart clamored. She fumbled with her keys, forced the right one into the door. The lock clicked open, thank God. Thump, 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 faster and faster. The sound of bats flying, whirring overhead. No, footsteps running, gaining speed toward her. She pulled the door open and bam! A big gloved hand shoved it closed. The razor-sharp edge of the door scraped her finger, digging into her flesh. Ow, shit! Nuh-uh-uh. A voice growled at her ear, warm and heavy and not the one she'd expected. A new fear slithered through her. Who was this guy? He pressed his body against hers. She felt him hard against her back, felt his damned erection pressing into her buttocks through her clothes, gloved hands tangling in her hair, tightening. No! Oh, God, no! She started to scream, but he slammed her forehead against the door so hard her nose cracked. Light flashed behind her eyes. Pain screamed through her brain. Blood gushed. Stunned, she sagged. Her knees buckled and she would have sunk down, but his body kept her upright, pinned to the door. Her scream was faint. A moan. She heard her keys, jarred from the lock, clink against the concrete. Don't pass out, Inessa. Do not. Fight. Scream. Yell. This guy was going to rape her or kill her or both. She opened her mouth to scream again, tasted blood running down her throat. Who was he? Why was he doing this? Fight, Inessa. Fight, damn it. Despite his weight pressed against her, she tried to twist, to squirm out of his grasp, but she could barely move. Her arms flailed uselessly. Her legs were pinned against the metal door. Another attempted scream. Big, gloved hands encircled her throat. Don't panic, just get free. Somehow get away now. He shifted. Her legs moved. Frantically, she kicked and swung with her arms, her hands batting wildly as she tried to scream, but only wheezed as his steely fingers gripped harder, dug into her flesh, crushing. Woozily, she realized she was being lifted off her feet. She kicked wildly, lost a shoe, heard it thud against the door. Kick him, hit him, bite him, get him off you, Inessa. Don't let him win. Do not. Fight with all you've got. He's going to kill you. She struggled. Her lungs burned. The other shoe fell away. Frantically, she tried and failed to drag in even the slightest amount of air. Nothing. Oh, God! Her lungs felt as if they would explode. Blackness pulled at her consciousness. Please, God, don't let me die this way. Help me! She swung as hard as she could, but her arm dropped uselessly. The fingers around her neck pressed harder. Through the pain, she realized she was about to pass out. There was nothing she could do but give in. As the blackness came, the old prayer whispered through her. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
spell, increasing the chance that it will not work. How can there be so much disagreement over the nature of this single construction? Culgan narrowed his gaze a moment as he regarded his student. Then he sat back, taking a long pull on his pipe, sending forth a cloud of blue smoke.
It shows what I've said before, lad. Despite any vanity we magicians might feel about our craft, there's really very little order or science involved. Magic is a collection of folk arts and skills passed along from master to apprentice since the beginning of time. Trial and error. Trial and error is the way. There has never been an attempt to create a system for magic with laws and rules and axioms that are well understood and widely accepted.
He looked thoughtfully at Pug.
Each of us is like a carpenter making a table. But each of us choosing different woods, different types of saws, some using pegs and dowel, others using nails, another dovetailing joints, some staining, others not. In the end, there's a table, but the means for making it are not the same in each case. What we have here is most likely an insight about the limits of each of these venerable sages you study, rather than any sort of prescription for magic. For Luton and Marsus, the cantrip aided the construction of the spell. For Dorcas, it hindered.
I understand your example, Culgan, but I'll never understand how these magicians all could do the same thing, but in so many different ways. I understand that each of them wanted to achieve his end and found a different means. But there's something missing in the manner they did it.
Culgan looked intrigued. What is missing, Pug?
The boy looked thoughtful. I don't know. It's as if I expect to find something that will tell me this is the way it must be done, the only way, or something like that. Does that make any sense?
Culgan nodded. I think I know you well enough to understand. You have a very well-ordered mind, Pug. You understand logic far better than most, even those much older than yourself. You see things as a system, rather than a haphazard collection of events. Perhaps that's part of your trouble.
Pug's expression showed his interest in what the magician was saying. Culgan continued.
Much of what I am trying to teach is based on a system of logic, cause and effect, but much is not. It is like trying to teach someone to play the lute. You can show them the fingering of the strings, but that knowledge alone will not make a great troubadour. It is the art, not the scholarship, that troubles you.
I think I understand, Culgan. He sounded dispirited. Culgan stood up.
Don't dwell on it. You are still young, and I have hope for you yet.
His tone was light, and Pug felt the humour in it. Then I'm not a complete loss, he said with a smile.
Indeed not.
Culgan looked thoughtfully at his pupil.
In fact, I have the feeling that someday you may use that logical mind of yours for the betterment of magic.
Pug was a little startled. He did not think of himself as one to accomplish great things. Shouts came through the window, and Pug hurried to look out. A troop of guards was running toward the front gate. Pug turned to Culgan. The elves must be coming. The guard is out. Culgan said,
Very well. We are done with study for this day. There will be no holding you until you get a look at the elves. Run along.
Pug raced out the door and down the stairs. He took them two at a time, jumping to the bottom of the tower, landing over the last four and hitting the floor at a full run. He dashed through the kitchen and out the door. As he rounded the keep to the front courtyard, he found Thomas standing atop a hay wagon. Pug climbed up next to him to be better able to see the arrival over the heads of the curious keep folk gathered round. Thomas said, I thought you weren't coming. Thought you'd be locked away with your books all day. Pug said, I wouldn't miss this. Elves! Thomas playfully dug his elbow into Pug's side. Haven't you had your fill of excitement for this week? Pug threw him a black look. If you're so indifferent, why are you standing in the rain on this wagon? Thomas didn't answer. Instead, he pointed. "Look!" Pug turned to see the guard company snap to attention as riders in green cloaks entered through the gate. They rode to the main doors of the keep, where the Duke waited. Pug and Thomas watched in awe, for they rode the most perfect white horses the boys had ever seen, using no saddle or bridle. The horses seemed untouched by wetness, and their coats glowed faintly, whether by some magic or a trick of the grey afternoon light, Pug couldn't tell. The leader rode on an especially grand animal, full 17 hands in height, with a long flowing mane and a tail like a plume. The riders reared the mounts in salute, and an audible intake of breath could be heard from those in the crowd. "Elf steeds," said Thomas in hushed tones. The horses were the legendary mounts of the elves. Martin Longbow had once told the boys they lived in hidden deep glades near Elvender. It was said they possessed intelligence and a magic nature, and no human could sit their backs. It was also said that only one with royal elvish blood could command them to carry riders. Grooms rushed forward to take the horses, but a musical voice said, "There is no need." It came from the first rider, the one mounted on the greatest steed. She jumped nimbly down, without aid, landing lightly on her feet, and threw back her hood, revealing a mane of thick reddish hair. Even in the gloom of the afternoon rain, it appeared to be shot through with golden highlights. She was tall, nearly a match for Boric. She mounted the steps as the Duke came forward to meet her. Boric held out his hands and took hers in greeting. "Welcome, my lady. You do me and my house a great honour." The Elf Queen said, "You are most gracious, Lord Boric." Her voice was rich and surprisingly clear, able to carry over the crowd so that all in the courtyard could hear. Pug felt Thomas's hand clutching his shoulder. He turned to see a rapt expression on Thomas's face. "She's beautiful," said the taller boy. Pug returned his attention to the welcome. He was forced to agree that the Queen of the Elves was indeed beautiful, if not in entirely human terms. Her eyes were large and a pale blue, nearly luminous in the gloom. Her face was finely chiselled, with high cheekbones and a strong but not masculine jaw. Her smile was full, and her teeth shone white between almost red lips. She wore a simple circlet of gold around her brow, which held back her hair, revealing the lobeless, upswept ears that were the hallmark of her race. The others in her company dismounted, all dressed in rich clothing. Each tunic was bright, with contrasting leggings below. One wore a tunic of deep russet, another pale yellow with a circuit of bright green. Some wore purple sashes, and others crimson hose. Despite the bright colours, these were elegant and finely made garments, with nothing loud or gaudy about them. There were 11 riders with the Queen, all similar in appearance, tall, youthful, and lithe in movement. The Queen turned from the Duke and said something in her musical language. The elf steeds reared in salute, then ran through the gate past the surprised onlookers. The Duke ushered his guests inside, and soon the crowd drifted away. Thomas and Pug sat quietly in the rain. Thomas said, "If I live to be 100, I don't think that I'll ever see her like." Pug was surprised, for his friend rarely showed such feelings. He had a brief impulse to chide Thomas over his boyish infatuation, but something about his companion's expression made that seem inappropriate. "Come on," he said. "We're getting drenched." Thomas followed Pug from the wagon. Pug said, "You'd better change into some dry clothing and see if you can borrow a dry tabard." Thomas said, "Why?" With an evil grin, Pug said, "Oh, didn't I tell you? The Duke wants you to dine with the court. He wants you to tell the Elf Queen what you saw on the ship." Thomas looked as if he were going to break down and run. "Me? Dine in the Great Hall?" His face went white. Talk? To the Queen? Pug laughed with glee. It's easy. You open your mouth and words come out. Thomas swung a roundhouse at Pug, who ducked under the blow, grabbing his friend from behind when he spun completely around. Pug had strength in his arms, even if he lacked Thomas's size, and he easily picked his larger friend off the ground. Thomas struggled, and soon they were laughing uncontrollably. Pug, put me down! Not until you calm down. I'm all right. Pug put him down. What brought that on? Your smug manner, and not telling me until the last minute. All right, so I'm sorry I waited to tell you. Now what's the rest of it? Thomas looked uncomfortable, more than was reasonable from the rain. I don't know how to eat with the quality folk. I'm afraid I'll do something stupid. It's easy. Just watch me and do what I do. Hold the fork in your left hand and cut with the knife. Don't drink from the bowls of water, they're to wash with, and use them a lot, because your hands will get greasy from the rib bones. And make sure you toss the bones over your shoulder to the dogs, and not on the floor in front of the Duke's table. And don't wipe your mouth on your sleeves, use the tablecloth, that's what it's for. They walked towards the soldiers' commons, with Pug giving his friend instruction on the finer points of court manners. Thomas was impressed at the wealth of Pug's knowledge. Thomas vacillated between looking sick and pained. Each time someone regarded him, he felt as if he had been found guilty of the most grievous breach of etiquette and looked sick. Whenever his gaze wandered to the head table and he caught sight of the elf queen, his stomach tied up in knots, and he looked pained. Pug had arranged for Thomas to sit next to him at one of the more removed tables from the Duke's. Pug's usual place was at Lord Borwick's table next to the Princess. He was glad for this chance to be away from her, for she still showed displeasure with him. Usually she chatted with him about the 1,000 little bits of gossip the ladies of the courts found so interesting. But last night she had pointedly ignored him, lavishing all her attention on a surprised and obviously pleased Roland. Pug found his own reaction puzzling, relief mixed with a large dose of irritation. While he felt relieved to be free of her wrath, he found Roland's fawning upon her a bothersome itch he couldn't scratch. Pug had been troubled by Roland's hostility toward him of late, poorly hidden behind stiff manners. He had never been as close to Roland as Thomas had, but they had never before had cause to be angry with one another. Roland had always been one of the crowd of boys Pug's age. He had never hidden behind his rank when he had cause to be at odds with the common boys, always standing ready to settle the matter in whatever way proved necessary. And already being an experienced fighter when he arrived in Criddy, his differences soon were settled peacefully, as often as not. Now, there was this dark tension between Pug and Roland, and Pug found himself wishing he was Thomas's equal in fighting. Thomas was the only boy Roland was unable to best with fists, their one encounter ending quickly with Roland receiving a round thumping. For as certain as the sun was rising in the morning, Pug knew a confrontation with the hot-headed young squire was quickly approaching. He dreaded it, but knew once it came, he'd feel relief. Pug glanced at Thomas, finding his friend lost in his own discomfort. Pug returned his attention to Carline. He felt overwhelmed by the princess, but her allure was tempered by a strange discomfort he felt whenever she was near. As beautiful as he found her, her black locks and blue eyes igniting some very uncomfortable flames of imagination, the images were always somehow hollow, colourless at heart, lacking the amber and rose glow such daydreams had possessed when Carline had been a distant, unapproachable, and unknown figure. Observing her closely for even as short a time as he had recently made such idealized musing impossible. She was proving herself to be just too complicated to fit into simple daydreams. On the whole, he found the question of the princess troublesome, but seeing her with Roland made him forget his internal conflicts over her, as a less intellectual, more basic emotion came to the fore. He was becoming jealous. Pug sighed, shaking his head as he thought about his own misery at this moment, ignoring Thomas's. At least, thought Pug, I'm not alone. To Roland's obvious discomfort, Carline was deeply involved at the moment in conversation with Prince Caelin of Elvender, son of Algarana. The prince seemed to be the same age as Arutha or Liam, but then so did his mother, who appeared to be in her early 20s. All the elves, except the Queen's senior-most adviser, Tathar, were quite young-looking, and Tathar looked no older than the Duke. When the meal was over, most of the Duke's court retired. The Duke rose and offered his arm to Algarana, and led those who had been ordered to attend them to his council chamber. For the third time in 2 days, the boys found themselves in the Duke's council chamber. Pug was more relaxed about being there than before, thanks in part to the large meal, but Thomas seemed more disturbed than ever. If the taller boy had spent the hour before dinner staring at the Elf Queen, in these close quarters he seemed to be looking everywhere but in her direction. Pug thought Algarana noticed Thomas's behaviour and smiled slightly, but he couldn't be sure. The 2 elves who came with the Queen, Caelin and Tathar went at once to the side table that held the bowl and the artefacts taken from the Tirani soldier. They examined them closely, fascinated by every detail. The Duke called the meeting to order, and the 2 elves came to chairs on either side of the Queen. Pug and Thomas stood by the door, as usual. The Duke said, "We have told you what has occurred, as well as we know, and now you have seen proof with your own eyes. If you think it would be helpful, the boys can recount the events on the ship." The Queen inclined her head, but it was Tathar who spoke. "I would like to hear the story firsthand, Your Grace." Boric motioned for the boys to approach. They stepped forward, and Tathar said, "Which of you found this outworlder?" Thomas threw Pug a look that indicated the shorter boy should do the talking. Pug said, "We both did, sir," not knowing the proper address for the elf. Tathar seemed content with the general honorific. Pug recounted the events of that day, leaving out nothing he could remember. When he had done, Tathar asked a series of questions, each jogging Pug's memory, bringing out small details he had forgotten. When he was done, Pug stepped back, and Tathar repeated the process with Thomas. Thomas began haltingly, obviously discomfited, and the Elf Queen bestowed a reassuring smile on him. That only served to make him more unsettled, and he was soon dismissed. Tathar's questions provided more details about the ship, small things forgotten by the boys. Fire buckets filled with sand tossed about the deck. Empty spear racks, substantiating Arutha's surmise that it had been, indeed, a warship. Tathar leaned back. "We have never heard of such a ship. It is in many ways like other ships, but not in all ways. We are convinced." As if by silent signal, Caelin spoke. "Since the death of my father, King, I serve as war leader of Elvender. It is my duty to supervise the scouts and patrols that guard our glades. For some time, we have been aware that there were strange occurrences in the great forest south of the River Criddy. Several times our runners have found tracks made by men in isolated parts of the forest. They have been found as near as the borders of Elvender and as far as the North Pass near Stone Mountain. Our scouts have tried for weeks to find these men, but only tracks could be seen. There were none of the usual things that would be expected of a scouting or raiding party. These people were taking great care to disguise their presence. Had they not passed so close to Elvender, they might have remained undetected, but no one may intrude near our home and go unnoticed. Several days ago, one of our scouts sighted a band of strangers passing the river near the edge of our forests heading in the direction of the North Pass. He followed for a half-day's march, then lost them. Fannon raised his eyebrows. "An elven tracker lost them?" Caelin inclined his head slightly. "Not by his lack of skill. They simply entered a thick glade and never appeared on the other side. He followed their tracks up to the point where they vanished." Liam said, "I think we know now where they went." He looked uncommonly sombre, resembling his father more than usual. Caelan continued. 4 days before your message arrived, I led a patrol that sighted a band near the place of last sighting. They were short and stocky men without beards. Some were fair and others dark. There were 10 of them, and they moved through the forest with little ease. The slightest sound put them on guard, but with all their caution they still had no idea they were being tracked. They all wore armour of bright colours, reds and blues, some green, others yellow, save one in black robes. They carried swords like the one on the table, and others without the serration, round shields, and strange bows, short and curved in an odd doubled-back way. Algon sat forward.
They're recurved bows, like the ones used by Keshian dog soldiers.
Caelan spread his hands. Kesh has long been gone from these lands, and when we knew the Empire they used simple bows of yew or ash.
Algon interrupted in excited tones. Oh, they have a way, secret to them, of fashioning such bows from wood and animal horn. They're small, but possess great power, though not as much as the longbow. Their range is surprisingly—
Boric cleared his throat pointedly, being unwilling to let the horsemaster indulge himself in his preoccupation with weaponry.
If His Highness will please continue.
Algon sat back, blushing furiously, and Caelan said, I tracked them for 2 days. They stopped and made cold camp at night and took great care not to leave signs of their passing. All food scraps and body wastes were gathered together in a sack and carried by one of their band. They moved carefully, but were easy for us to follow. When they came to the edge of the forest near the mouth of North Pass, they made marks upon a parchment, as they had several times during their trek. Then the one in black activated some strange device, and they vanished. There was a stir from the Duke's company. Culgan looked especially disturbed. Caelan paused. The thing that was most strange, however, was their language, for their speech was unlike any we knew. They spoke in hushed tones, but we could hear them, and their words were without meaning. The Queen then spoke. Hearing this, I became alarmed, for these outworlders are clearly mapping the west, ranging freely through the great forest, the hills of Stone Mountain, and now the coasts of the kingdom. Even as we prepared to send you word, the reports of these outworlders became more frequent. Several more bands were seen in the area of the North Pass. Aretha sat forward, resting his arms on the table. If they crossed the North Pass, they would discover the way to Yabon and the Free Cities. The snows will have started to fall in the mountains, and they may discover we are effectively isolated from aid during the winter. For a moment, alarm flickered on the Duke's face, betraying his stoic demeanour. He regained his composure and said, There is still the South Pass, and they may not have mapped that far. If they were in that area, the dwarves would most likely have seen signs of them, as the villages of the Grey Towers are more widely scattered than those of Stone Mountain. Lord Boric, said Aglarana, I would never have ventured from Elvender if I had not thought the situation critical. From what you have told us of the Outworld Empire, if they are as powerful as you say, then I fear for all the free peoples of the West. While the elves have little love for the kingdom as such, we respect those of the Criddy, for you have ever been honourable men, and have never sought to extend your realm into our lands. We would ally with you should these outworlders come for conquest. Boric sat quietly for a moment. I thank the Lady of Elvender for the aid of the elven folk should war come. We are also in your debt for your counsel, for now we can act. Had we not known of these happenings in the great forests, we would likely have given the aliens more time for whatever trouble they are preparing. He paused again, as if considering his next words. And I am convinced that these Chirani plan us ill. Scouting an alien and strange land I could see, trying to determine the nature and temper of the people who live there.
but extensive mapping by warriors can only be a prelude to invasion.
Culgan sounded fatigued as he said,
They most likely will come with a mighty host.
Tully shook his head.
Perhaps not.
All eyes turned to him as he said,
I'm not so certain. Much of what I read in Chomich's mind was confused, but there is something about this empire of Tsuranuani that makes it unlike any nation we know of. There is something very alien about their sense of duty and alliances. I can't tell you how I know, but I suspect they may choose to test us first, with but a small part of their might. It's as if their attentions are elsewhere, and we're an afterthought.
He shook his head in admitted confusion.
I have this sense. Nothing more.
The Duke sat upright, a commanding tone coming into his voice.
We will act. I will send messages to Duke Brukel of Yabon and again to Stone Mountain and the Grey Towers.
Aglarana said, It would be good to hear what the dwarven folk know.
Boric said, I had hoped for word by now, but our messengers have not returned, nor have the pigeons they carry.
Liam said, Hawks, perhaps. The pigeons are not always reliable, or perhaps the messengers never reached the dwarves. Boric turned to Caelin.
It has been 40 years since the siege of Kas, and we have had little traffic with the dwarves since.
Who commands the dwarven clans now? The elf prince said, As then, Stone Mountain is under the banner of Harthorn of Hogar's line, at village Del Moria. The Grey Towers rally to the banner of Dolgan of Tholin's line at village Caldara.
Both are known to me, though I was but a boy when they raised the Dark Brothers' siege at Kas, said Boric. They will prove fierce allies if trouble comes.
Arutha said, What of the Free Cities, and the Prince in Krondor? Boric sat back.
I must think on that. For there are problems in the east, or so I have word. I will give thought to the matter this night. He stood. I thank you all for this counsel. Return to your quarters and avail yourselves of rest and refreshment. I will ask you to consider plans for dealing with the invaders should they come, and we will meet again tomorrow.
As the Elf Queen rose, he offered her his arm, then escorted her through the doors that Thomas and Pug held open. The boys were the last to exit. Fannon took Thomas in tow, leading him to the soldiers' commons, while Culgan stood outside the hall with Tully and the 2 elven advisers. The magician turned to his apprentice.
Pug, Prince Caelin expressed an interest in your small library of magic books. Would you please show them to him?
Pug said he would, and led the prince up the stairs to his door and opened it for him. Caelin stepped through and Pug followed. Fantus was asleep and woke with a start. He threw the elf a distrustful look. Caelin slowly crossed over to the drake and spoke a few soft words in a language that Pug didn't understand. Fantus lost his nervousness and stretched forth his neck to allow the prince to scratch his head. After a moment, the drake looked expectantly to Pug. Pug said, Yes, dinner is over. The kitchen will be full of scraps. Fantus moved to the window with a wolfish grin and used his snout to push it open. With a snap of his wings, he was out, gliding toward the kitchen. Pug offered Caelin a stool, but the prince said, Thank you, but your chairs and stools are of little comfort to my kind. I will just sit on the floor with your leave. You have a most unusual pet, Squire Pug. He gave Pug a small smile. Pug was a little uncomfortable hosting the elf prince in his poor room, but the elf's manner was such that the boy started to relax. Oh, Fantus is less a pet than a permanent guest. He has a mind of his own. It's not unusual for him to disappear for weeks at a time now and again, but mostly he stays here. He must eat outside the kitchen now that Meacham has gone. Caelin inquired who Meacham was. Pug explained, adding, Culgan has sent him over the mountains to Borden with some of the... Duke's guards before the North Pass is snowed in. He didn't say why he was going, Highness. Caelan looked at one of the boy's books. I prefer to be called Caelan, Pug. Pug nodded, pleased. Caelan, what do you think the Duke has in mind? The elf gave him an enigmatic smile. The Duke will reveal his own plans, I think. My guess is that Meacham is preparing the way should the Duke choose to journey east. You will most probably know on the morrow. He held up the book he had glanced at. Did you find this interesting? Pug leaned over and read the title, Dorcas's Treatise on the Animation of Objects. Yes, though it seemed a little unclear. A fair judgment. Dorcas was an unclear man, or at least I found him so. Pug started. But Dorcas died 30 years ago. Caelan smiled broadly, showing even white teeth. His pale eyes shone in the lantern light. Then you know little of elven lore. Little, Pug agreed. You are the first elf I have ever spoken with, though I may have seen another elf once when I was very little, I'm not sure. Caelan tossed aside the book. I know only what Martin Longbow has told me, that you can somehow speak with animals and some spirits, and that you live in Elvender and the surrounding elven forests, and that you stay among your own kind mostly. The elf laughed, a soft, melodic sound. Nearly all true. Knowing friend Longbow, I wager some of the tales were colourful, for while he is not a deceiving man, he has an elf's humour. Pug's expression showed he did not understand. We live a very long time by your standards. We learn to appreciate the humour in the world, often finding amusement in places where men find little. Or you can call it simply a different way of looking at life. Martin has learned this from us, I think. Pug nodded. Mocking eyes. Caelan raised an eyebrow in question. Pug explained, Many people here find Martin difficult to be with, different somehow. I once heard a soldier say he had mocking eyes. Caelan sighed. Life has been difficult for Martin. He was left on his own at an early age. The monks of Silban are good, kindly men, but ill-equipped to raise a boy. Martin lived in the woods like a wild thing when he could flee his tutors. I found him one day fighting with 2 of our children. We are not very much different from men when very young. Over the years, he has grown to be one of the very few humans who is free to come to Elvendar at will. He is a valued friend, but I think he bears a special burden of loneliness, not being fully in the world of elves nor of men, but partially in both. Pug saw Martin in a new light and resolved to attempt to know the Huntmaster better. Returning to the original topic, he said, "Is what he said true?" Kaelin nodded. "In some respects. We can speak to animals only as men do, in tones to make them easy, though we are better at it than most humans, for we read the moods of wild things more readily. Martin has some of this knack. We do not, however, speak with spirits. There are creatures we know whom humans consider spirits, dryads, sprites, pixies, but they are natural beings who live near our magic." Pug's interest was piqued. "Your magic?" "Ours is a magic that is part of our being, strongest in Elvendar. It is a heritage ages old, allowing us to live at peace within our forests. There we work as others do, hunting, tending our gardens, celebrating our joys, teaching our young. Time passes slowly in Elvendar, for it is an ageless place. That's why I can remember speaking with Dorcas, for in spite of my youthful appearance, I am over 100 years old." 100? Pug shook his head. "Oh, poor Thomas. He was distressed to hear you were the Queen's son. Now he will be desolate." Kaelin inclined his head, a half-smile playing across his face. "The lad who was with us in the council hall." Pug nodded. Kaelin said, "It is not the first time my mother Queen has had such an effect upon a human, though older men can mask the effect with more ease." "You don't mind?" asked Pug, feeling protective towards his friend. "No, Pug, of course not. All in Elvendar love the Queen, and it is acknowledged her beauty is unsurpassed. I find it not surprising your friend is smitten. Since my father king passed, more than one bold noble of your race has come to press his suit for Aglaranna's hand. Now her mourning is at an end, and she may take another should she wish. That it would be one of your race is unlikely, for while a few such marriages have been made, they are very rare, and tend to be sad things at the end for our kind. She will live many more human lifespans, the gods willing." Kaelin looked around the room, then added, "It's likely our friend Thomas will outgrow his feelings for the great lady of the elves, much as your princess will change her feelings toward you, I would think." Pug felt embarrassed. He had been curious as to what Carline and the elf prince had spoken about during dinner, but had been uncomfortable asking. "I noticed you spoke with her at great length." "I had expected to meet a hero of 7 feet in height, with lightning dancing around his shoulders. It seems you slew a score of trolls with a cast of your hand." Pug blushed. "It was only 2, and mostly by accident." Kaelin's eyebrows shot up. "Even 2 is an accomplishment. I had thought the girl guilty of a flight of fancy. I would like to hear the story." Pug told him what had happened. When he was done, Kaelin said, "It is an unusual tale, Pug. I know little of human magic, but I do know enough to think that what you did was as strange as Kulgan said. Elf magic is far different from human, but we understand ours better than you understand your own. Never have I heard of such an occurrence, but I can share this with you. Occasionally, at times of great need, an inner call can be made, bringing forth powers that lay dormant deep within." Pug said, "I have thought as much, though it would be nice to understand a little better what happened. That may come in time." Pug looked at his guest and sighed deeply. "I wish I could understand Carline as well." Kaelin shrugged and smiled. Who can understand another's mind? I think for some time to come you will be the object of her attention. Then, it may be, another will distract her. Perhaps young Squire Rowland. He seems held in thrall by her. Pug snorted. Rowland? That... bother. Kaelin smiled appreciatively. Then you are fond of the princess? Pug looked upward as if seeking guidance from some higher source. I do like her, he admitted with a heavy sigh, but I don't know if I care for her that special way. Sometimes I think I do, especially when I see Rowland fawning over her, but other times I don't. She makes it very hard for me to think clearly, and I always seem to say the wrong things to her. Unlike Squire Rowland, prompted Kaelin. Pug nodded. He's court born and bred. He knows all the right things to say. Pug leaned back on his elbows and sighed wistfully. I guess I'm just bothered by him out of envy as much as anything. He makes me feel like an ill-mannered clod with great lumps of stone for hands and tree stumps for feet. Kaelin nodded understandingly. I don't count myself an expert in all the ways of your people, Pug, but I've spent enough time with humans to know that you choose how you feel. Rowland makes you feel clumsy only because you let him. I would hazard a guess young Rowland might feel much the same way when your positions are reversed. The faults we see in others never seem as dreadful as those we see in ourselves. Rowland might envy your direct speech and honest manner. In any event, what you or Rowland do will have little effect on the princess so long as she is determined to have her own way. She has romanticized you in much the same manner your friend has our queen. Short of you becoming a hopeless bore, she will not be shaken from this attitude until she is ready. I think she has you in mind for her future consort. Pug gaped for a moment, then said, Consort? Kaelin smiled. The young are often overly concerned with matters to be settled in later years. I suspect her determination in the matter is as much a result of your reluctance as from a true appreciation of your worth. She, like many children, simply wants what she can't have. In a friendly tone he added, Time will decide the issue. Pug leaned forward, a worried expression on his face. Oh my, I have made a hash of things. Half the keep boys think themselves in love with the princess. If they only knew how terrifying the real thing can be. He closed his eyes, squeezing them tightly shut a moment. My head aches. I thought she and Rowland, Kaelin said, he may be but a tool to provoke your interest. Sadly, that seems to have resulted in bad feelings between you. Pug nodded slowly. I think so. Rowland is a good enough sort on the whole. We've been friends for the most part. But since I was elevated in rank, he has been openly hostile. I try to ignore it, but it gets under my skin after a while. Maybe I should try and talk to him. That would prove wise, I think. But don't be surprised if he is not receptive to your words. He is most certainly caught up in her spell. Pug was getting a headache from the topic, and the mention of spells made him ask, Would you tell me more about elven magic? Our magic is ancient. It is part of what we are and in what we create. Elven boots can make even a human silent when walking, and elven bows are better able to strike the mark, for that is the nature of our magic. It is vested in ourselves, our forests, our creations. It can sometimes be managed, subtly, by those who fully understand it, spell-weavers such as Tathar, but this is not easily done, for our magic resists manipulation. It is more like air than anything, always surrounding us, yet unseen. But, like air, which can be felt when the wind blows, it has substance. Our forests are called enchanted by men, for so long have we dwelled there, our magic has created the mystery of Elvender. All who dwell there are at peace. No one may enter Elvender uninvited, save by mighty arts, and even the distant boundaries of the elven forests cause unease in those who enter with evil intent. It has not always been so. In ages past we shared our lot with others, the Mordel, those who you call the Brotherhood of the Dark Path. Since the Great Break, when we drove them from our forests, Elvender has been changing, becoming more our place, our home, our essence. Pug said, "Are the Brothers of the Dark Path truly cousin to the elves?" Kaelin's eyes grew hooded. He paused for a moment, then said, "We speak little of such things, for there is much we wish were not true. I can tell you this. There is a bond between the Mordel, whom you call the Brotherhood, and my people, though ancient and long-strained. We wish it were not so, but they are true cousins to us. Once in a great while one comes back to us, what we call returning." He looked as if the topic were making him very uncomfortable, and Pug said, "I'm sorry if—" Kaelin waved away the apology. "Curiosity is nothing to apologize for in a student, Pug. I just would rather not say any more on this subject." They spoke late into the night of many things. Pug was fascinated by the elf prince, and was flattered so many things he said seemed to be of interest to Kaelin. At last Kaelin said, "I should retire. Though I need little rest, I do need some. And I think you do as well." Pug rose and said, "Thank you for telling me so much." Then he smiled, half in embarrassment, "And for talking to me about the princess. You needed to talk." Pug led Kaelin to the long hall where a servant showed him to his quarters. Pug returned to his room and lay down for sleep, rejoined by a damp Fantus, who snorted in indignation at having to fly through the rain. Fantus was soon asleep. Pug, however, lay staring at the flickering light from his firepot that danced on the ceiling, unable to call up sleep. He tried to put the tales of strange warriors out of his mind, but images of brightly clad fighters stalking through the forests of the Westlands made sleep impossible. There was a sombre mood throughout Castle Criddy the next morning. The servants' gossip had spread the news about the tyranny, though the details were lacking. Everyone went about his duties with one ear open for a titbit of speculation on what the Duke was going to do. Everyone was agreed to one thing. Boric Condouin, Duke of Criddy, was not a man to sit idly by, waiting. Something would be done, and soon. Pug sat atop a bale of hay, watching Thomas practice with a sword, swinging at a pell-post, hacking backhand, then forehand, over and over. His blows were half-hearted, and finally he threw his sword down with disgust. "I'm not accomplishing a thing." He walked over and sat next to Pug. "I wonder what they're talking about." Pug shrugged. They were the Duke's council. Today, the boys had not been asked to attend, and the last 4 hours had passed slowly. Abruptly, the courtyard became busy as servants began to rush toward the front gate. "Come on," said Thomas. Pug jumped off the bale and followed his friend. They rounded the keep in time to see the guards turning out as they had the day before. It was colder than yesterday, but there was no rain. The boys climbed on the same wagon, and Thomas shivered. "I think the snows will come early this year. Maybe tomorrow. If they do, it'll be the earliest snowfall in memory. You should have worn your cloak. Now you're all sweaty from the drill, and the air is chilling you." Thomas looked pained. "God, you sound like my mother." Pug mimicked an exasperated manner. In a tone that was high-pitched and nasal, he said, "And don't come running to me when you're all blue with chill, and coughing and sneezing looking for comfort, for you'll find none here, Thomas Meggerson." Thomas grinned. "Now you sound exactly like her." They turned at the sound of the great doors opening. The Duke and Elf Queen led the other guests from the central keep, the Duke holding the Queen's hand in a parting gesture of friendship. Then the Queen placed her hand to her mouth and sang out a musical series of words, not loud, but carrying over the noise of the crowd. The servants who were standing in the court became silent, and soon the sound of hoofbeats could be heard outside the castle. 12 white horses ran through the gates and reared up in greeting to the Elf Queen. The elves quickly mounted, each springing up on an elf steed's back without assistance. They raised their hands in salute to the Duke, then turned and raced out the gate. For a few minutes after they were gone, the crowd stood around as if loath to admit that they had seen their last of the elves, probably their last in this lifetime. Slowly, they began to drift back to work. Thomas looked far away, and Pug turned to him. "What is it?" Thomas said softly, "I wish I could see Elvender someday." Pug understood. "Maybe you will." Then he added in lighter tones, "But I doubt it, for I will be a magician, and you will be a soldier, and the Queen will reign in Elvender long after we are dead." Thomas playfully jumped to top his friend, wrestling him down in the straw. "Oh, is that so? Well, I will too go to Elvender someday." He pinned Pug under him, sitting atop his chest. "And when I do, I'll be a great hero with victories over the Tirani by the score. She'll welcome me as an honoured guest. What do you think of that?" Pug laughed, trying to push his friend off. "And I'll be the greatest magician in the land." They both laughed. A voice broke through their play.
"Pug! There you are!"
Thomas got off and Pug sat up. Approaching them was the stocky figure of Gardel, the smith. He was a barrel-chested man with little hair but a thick black beard. His arms were grimy with smoke, and his apron was burned through with many small holes. He came to the side of the wagon and placed fists on hips.
"I've been looking for you all over. I have that hood Culgan asked me to fashion for your firepot."
Pug scrambled out of the wagon with Thomas close behind. They walked after Gardel toward the smithy behind the central keep. The burly smith said,
"Damned clever idea, that hood. I've worked the forge for nearly 30 years and never thought of using a hood for a firepot. Had to make one as soon as Colgan told me of the plan."
They entered the smithy, a large shed with a large and small forge and several different-sized anvils. All manner of things lay about waiting for repair, armour, stirrup irons and kitchen utensils. Gardel walked to the larger forge and picked up the hood. It was about 3 feet to a side, about 3 feet high, and formed a cone with a hole at the top. Lengths of round metal pipe lay nearby, fashioned especially thin. Gardel held out his creation for them to study.
"I make it fairly thin, using a lot of tin for lightness, for were it too heavy it would collapse."
With his toe, he pointed to several lengths of metal rods.
"We'll knock some little holes in the floor and use these for support. May take a bit of time to get it right, but I think this thing of yours is going to work."
Pug smiled broadly. He found great pleasure in seeing an idea of his taking concrete form. It was a novel and gratifying sensation. "When can we install it?"
"Now, if you like. I would like to see it work, I must confess."
Pug gathered up some of the pipe, and Thomas the rest, as well as the rods. Juggling the awkward load, they set out toward the magician's tower, with the chuckling smith following. Colgan was deep in thought as he started to mount the stairs to his room. Suddenly, a shout from above sounded, "Watch out!" Colgan glanced up in time to see a block of stone come tumbling down the stairs, bounding over the steps as if in some fit of drunken craziness. He leapt aside as it struck against the wall where he had stood and came to rest at the bottom of the stairs. Mortar dust filled the air and Colgan sneezed. Thomas and Pug came running down the stairs, expressions of worry on their faces. When they saw no one was hurt, they both looked relieved.
Colgan levelled a baleful gaze upon the pair and said, "What is all this?"
Pug appeared sheepish, while Thomas tried to blend in with the wall. Pug spoke first. "Well, we were trying to carry the stone down to the yard, and it sort of slipped."
"Sort of slipped? It looked more like a mad dash for freedom. Now, why were you carrying the stone, and where did it come from?"
"It's the loose one from my wall," answered Pug. "We took it out so that Gardel could put the last pipe in place." When Colgan still appeared uncomprehending, Pug said, "It's for my firepot hood, remember?"
"Ah," said Colgan. "Yes, now I do."
A servant arrived to investigate the noise, and Colgan asked him to fetch a couple of workmen from the yard to carry the block away. He left, and Colgan said to the boys,
"I think it would be better to let someone a little larger tote that stone out. Now, let us see this marvel."
They climbed the stairs to the boys' room and found Gardel installing the last length of pipe. The smith turned when they entered and said,
"Well, what do you think?"
The pot had been moved a little closer to the wall, and the hood sat on 4 metal rods of equal length over it. All of the smoke was trapped by the hood and carried away through the light metal pipe. Unfortunately, the hole where the stone was missing was considerably larger than the pipe, so most of the smoke was blown back into the room by the wind. "Colgan, what do you think?" said Pug.
"Well, boy, it looks rather impressive, but I can't see much improvement in the atmosphere here."
Gardel gave the hood a solid whack with his hand, causing it to ring out with a tinny sound. His thick calluses kept his hand from being burned by the hot metal.
"She'll do. Soon as I plug up that hole, magician, I'll fetch some bull hide that I used for making shields for the horsemen and cut a hole in a piece, slip it around the pipe, and nail it to the wall. A few slaps of tanning agent on it, and the heat will dry it out all stiff and hard. It'll take the heat and keep the rain and wind out of the room, as well as the smoke."
The smith looked pleased with his handiwork.
"Well, I'll fetch the hide. Back in a moment."
Pug looked as if he would burst from pride, seeing his invention before him, and Thomas reflected Pug's glory. Colgan chuckled softly to himself for a moment. Suddenly, Pug turned to the magician, remembering where he had spent the day. "What is the news from the council?"
"The Duke sends messages to all the nobles of the West explaining what has occurred in great detail, and asking that the armies of the West be made ready. I'm afraid Tully's scribes have some rigorous days ahead of them, since the Duke wants them all finished as soon as possible. Tully's in a state, for he has been commanded to stay and act as Liam's adviser, along with Fannon and Algon, during the Duke's absence."
"Liam's adviser? Absence?" asked Pug, uncomprehendingly.
"Yes. The Duke, Arthur, and I are going to journey to the Free Cities and on to Crondor to speak with Prince Erland. I'm going to send a dream message to a colleague of mine tonight, if I can. Belgan lives north of Borden. He will send word to Meacham, who should be there by now, to find us a ship. The Duke feels it best that he should carry the word in person."
Pug and Thomas looked excited. Colgan knew they both wanted to come along. To visit Crondor would be the greatest adventure of their young lives. Colgan stroked his grey beard.
"It will be difficult to continue your lessons, but Tully can brush you up on a trick or two."
Pug looked as if he were going to burst. "Please, Colgan, may I come too?" Colgan feigned surprise.
"You come? I never thought of that."
He paused for a moment while the suspense built.
"Well..."
Pug's eyes pleaded.
"I guess it would be all right."
Pug let out a yelp and jumped in the air. Thomas struggled to hide his disappointment. He forced a thin smile and tried to look happy for Pug. Culgan walked to the door. Pug noticed Thomas's dejected expression. "Culgan," Pug said. The magician turned, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, Pug?" "Thomas, too." Thomas shook his head, for he was neither a member of the court nor the magician's charge, but his eyes looked at Culgan imploringly. Culgan smiled broadly. "I guess we're better off keeping you together, so we need look for trouble in only one."
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
about her connection to Beth. He must have remembered her name and seen the number in her contacts. But he hasn't found the address yet. Thank God. Otherwise, she'd already be dead. Cassie tried doing a reverse lookup on Beth's number herself many times, but could never find a corresponding address. That doesn't mean Rick wouldn't have better luck. If he knows she's here, it's only a matter of time before he tracks her down. She has to get the hell out of here. She hears Beth leave the house and get into her car. She goes to the window, peeking out. Beth glances over, but Cassie shifts into the shadows so she can't be seen. She notices Beth's forehead scored with worry lines as she drives away. Cassie has seen that look on her old friend's face many times before. She knows something's wrong. But this changes everything. Rick tracking her down so soon? She has to find somewhere else to go. She grabs her suitcase, throwing it on the bed, starting to pack. She should leave the country. That would be the best thing to do. But the cops have probably already flagged her name and they'd get her at the airport. There was a guy outside of Vegas. She and Rick were going there for new IDs after the drop. Was it worth the chance? Or would Rick be waiting for her there? One way or another, she can't stay here any longer. She gets an idea and digs in her purse for the business card she took from the hotel room the other day. Cupping the phone to her ear, she dials the number.
Hi, you've reached Matt Edison of North Star Biochemical. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you.
She takes a deep breath, trying to sound natural. Hey, Matt, it's Kathy. Remember me? A sexy laugh. So sorry I had to take off the other day. It was an emergency. But I'm still in town and I'd love to grab dinner tonight. What do you think? My treat. I'll try you again in a bit. She hangs up, moving quickly, tossing more of her things into the suitcase. Her makeup bags, her scattered clothes. The handset rings. She sees Omni Plaza Hotel on the call display and answers. Hey!
Hi there.
His voice is sullen.
I didn't expect to hear from you again.
But that's why I'm calling, so I can make it up to you. So what do you think about dinner tonight?
I think that's doable,
he says, playfully grudging.
I'll be out of here around 7 or so. We could meet in the lounge for...
Actually, can you come get me?
Sorry, I don't think so. I don't have a car here.
Maybe you can rent one.
Well, maybe later. But I'm swamped right now. I can't get away. The appeal's tomorrow, and...
Shit. She cuts him off, chewing her lip.
Why? What's wrong?
Nothing. I just needed a ride. That's okay. I'll see you in the lounge at 7.
Okay, sounds good. But, Kathy, please don't ever call my cell number again. Promise me. Next time, just call me at the hotel.
Yeah, whatever. She hangs up. Just an average married man trying to cover his tracks. Asshole. But she needs him tonight. She can't stay here and she has nowhere else to go. If she meets him at 7, she has 5 hours to wait. Should she go to the hotel and wait there? Or somewhere else? Can she just stay here for the day? Or is it too dangerous? Because it's not just Rick she has to worry about. If he's alive, he knows she took that money. What if he's hooked up with the supplier from Florida? Or the guys who bought the junk? Cassie knows what men like that do to people who steal their cash. Rick could be with them already, trying to set her up right now. They'll find her eventually. If the cops don't get to her first.
Chapter 48. J. Thursday afternoon. Glock 19 instructions. Pizza kitchen delivery. SAG scale rates. Flights to Miami. Jay sits on the couch in the living room, stunned by the recent searches on his laptop. They ordered pizza last night while they were playing video games, but Glock 19? He inputs the term, just to make sure, and 300,000 hits come up, complete with menacing shots of a pistol with a deadly black profile. Jesus. He's even more concerned why Cassie isn't up and about yet. He heard her in there earlier, shuffling around, could even smell her smoking through the inch of her open door. But she hasn't been out in hours, and he needs to use the printer. He has a vague worry that she's being so quiet because of the Ambien news. Maybe she's judging him. Dizzy legs. How could Beth be so rude? But now everything is so silent, it's as if she's already gone. He tries to imagine this place without her. But she was like fire damage. The smell of smoke will always be in the walls. He goes over the notes his father had dropped off about the budget one more time, then slides the pages back into the manila envelope. Cassie told him she met his dad yesterday. "You guys look so much alike," she said. But she wouldn't explain more than that. He's almost afraid to hear what his father thinks. Cassie Ogilvy isn't the kind of woman you want your polite daughter-in-law hanging out with. Finally, he hears footsteps from the hallway. Thank God. He waits until the shower turns on, then hits print, making 5 copies of the updated budget. He hears a faint click as the first page catches in the extra room. He creeps into the hall. The door to the guest bathroom isn't quite closed, resting against the frame. Over the running water, he hears her humming. He hurries down the hall, bracing himself for the steeplechase of junk. Beth warned him this girl was a slob when they were roommates, but when he peeked in the room yesterday, it was beyond comprehension. Clothes everywhere, cheap lingerie hanging about, empty beer bottles, dirty ashtrays. To be a guest in someone's house and care so little about keeping the place neat? Still, there was something about that attitude he admired, the coolness of her. So unlike Beth, with her suits and her pumps and her early morning alarm. Cassie was just so herself, frank and honest and in your face. If they were movies, Beth would be like a Bergman film, all subtext and hidden meanings. But Cassie was a summer blockbuster, nothing but explosions, car chases, and gunfights. When he gets to the room, he's surprised. Her blue suitcase sits upright and closed. The makeup tubes and hairbrushes are packed away. She must have decided to leave early after all. He doesn't know if he's pleased or disappointed. He tries to shake it off, waiting for the aggravating old printer to spew out the remainder of his documents. His father's suggestions actually helped. He was able to trim another $100,000 off the bottom line. He grabs the stapler and turns to leave the room, but freezes when he sees Cassie in the doorway. He hadn't even heard the shower go off. How did she get here so fast? She wears only a towel wrapped around her body, and not a big one. It barely reaches her thighs. She holds the edge, tucked in at one corner, but the tops of her breasts heave over it. Her long, dark hair is dripping wet as she runs her fingers through it, shaking it out, just watching him. For a moment, he can't speak, can't move, unable to believe any woman would let herself stand half-naked in front of a friend's husband like this without even blushing. You spying on me? Her eyes narrow as she looks around the room, seeming suspicious. No, sorry. I just needed to print something. He motions with the papers, but almost drops the stapler at the same time, having to clamp it against his body to catch it from falling. No prob, she says. Mi casa, su casa. He tries to laugh, but thinks only it's mi casa to begin with. He walks toward her, expecting her to step aside, but she doesn't move, blocking the doorway. He clears his throat, a manly apology, he thinks, and tries to step the other way, but she shifts so he can't get by. She's not holding the towel anymore, and it loosens, threatening to fall. He moves the other way, but she does it again, stepping in front of him. Don't you hate when this happens? She says. I'll stand. You go. Jay moves one way, but she shifts her weight again, this time grazing him with her breasts. He freezes, staring down at her, heat prickling his cheeks. You must have been lousy at hoops, she says. Wasn't my game. No kidding. She grins and finally steps out of his way. He hurries out of the room. His hands shake as he works at the coffee table, collating and stapling the new budget. But it's hard to concentrate. A physical memory tingles on his skin where her breasts touched him. He feels self-conscious, as if he's done something wrong. He hears the blow-dryer whir for a couple minutes, then her bare feet in the hall. His chest tightens as she walks into the room. She's changed into a short white robe, and her hair is still slightly damp. "You can work in there if you want. I'll stay out of your way." "It's all right. I'm fine here." He doesn't look at her as he gathers up another sheaf of pages, tapping them straight. Shit, why is he so tense? Is it the Glock search on his laptop? Or is it because she's naked beneath that robe? "Mind if I watch, then?" "Nothing to see." "Don't be too sure of that. I'm fascinated by the movie business." But she doesn't seem fascinated. She seems tense, going to the window, peering back and forth through the blinds. "You waiting for someone?" But she ignores him, twisting the blinds closed. The room goes dim. "Want a drink?" she asks, walking to the bar. "No, thanks." "Come on, it's our last day together." She pours a strong drink, then grabs a second glass. "Last day? I thought you were leaving tomorrow." "I'm not sure. Things are sorta up in the air right now. Scotch, right?" I said I'm fine. She pours him a double, anyway. "Don't be a party pooper. Your dad had a drink with me yesterday." "He did?" "Yeah, when he dropped that off." She puts his drink down, pointing to the manila envelope on the table. But Jay's puzzled. His father hadn't mentioned staying for a drink. "What are you working on?" she asks. He's relieved when she doesn't sit on the couch beside him, but pulls up the leather chair, adjusting it on the other side of the table. He senses that something else is going on, though. She still seems preoccupied, her knee pumping. "Just budget shit," he says, stapling another copy of the document. "So you're not too busy then? You think you'd have time to give me a ride somewhere? I mean, if I had to go somewhere, could you drive me?" He gives a dry laugh. "I'm not sure. I guess it depends on when and where. What's up?" "It's nothing. If you're too busy, forget it," she says, lighting a cigarette. As she leans forward to put the package on the table, she dips low enough to reveal her cleavage. Jay freezes when he notices the view. She sits back and puts one foot on the coffee table, revealing more of her bare legs. He can't understand his response to this woman. 20 minutes ago, he was worried she was judging him about something. Now that she's here, he wishes she were back in her room. "Seriously, Cassie, what's wrong? Where do you have to go?" "Doesn't matter," she says, exhaling. "So, you don't play basketball. What is your game, then?" "I don't know. What's yours?" he answers, his mouth dry. "I'm pretty open-minded." "You don't say. So what did you and my—" But the house phone rings, cutting him off. Cassie tenses, as if she's afraid who might be calling. It doesn't seem like her to be so nervous. What's wrong with her today? "It's just Beth," he says, checking the display. She heaves a sigh of relief. "I'll get it." As she leans over to answer, Jay catches the swell of her breasts again, and the first blush of her nipple. He takes a deep breath, holds it. "Hey, working girl," she says, answering. She finds the speaker button on the keypad and hits it. "Doing okay?" He bristles as his wife's voice fills the room. She sounds small and distant, as if she were on a space station a million miles away. "Totally," Cassie says. "Just took a shower, borrowed your blow dryer. Hope you don't mind." "No problem. Listen, is Jay around?" Cassie grins, staring across the table at him. "Actually, no, he's not." He cocks his head in confusion. "Where'd he go?" "I don't know." She blows a smoke ring, her mouth moving in a lush, agile circle. She's performing for him. "He was gone when I got out of the shower. I didn't see him." "He must be at a meeting. He's had such a busy week. Beth's voice again, punching through the pounding in his head. Anyway, I think I might be a bit late tonight. There's a birthday thing here. I'm going to try to get out of it, but if I can't, I should be home around 7. We'll get takeout or something. Unless you feel like going somewhere, it's your last night. We could do something special. Whatever, I'm easy. She gives Jay a wink. Actually, Cass, I'm kind of glad Jay's not there. I wanted to talk to you alone. You did? She arches an eyebrow, curious. Yeah, I have to ask you something, and I want you to be honest with me. She laughs. That I can't guarantee. I'm serious, Cass. What's going on with you? Really? She jerks back, surprised. What are you talking about? Jay feels embarrassed for Cass and ashamed of his wife. Beth doesn't usually pry like this. It's just a feeling I have. I know you, Cass. I know you better than anyone. I think something's up with you and you're not telling me everything. I just want you to tell me the truth. You can trust me. You know that. What the hell are you talking about? Cassie asks, sitting forward, her mouth fixed in a snarl. Her robe shifts open, gaping all the way to the knot in the belt. If she's aware of it, she makes no attempt to adjust the silk. I'm just worried about you, that's all. I haven't heard from you in years, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, you need a place to stay. I think you're hiding something, Cass. Maybe you're in trouble, or... What the fuck? Cassie interrupts, stabbing out her cigarette. You don't think I'm ashamed enough I can't afford a hotel? That I've got to sponge off you like some charity case? You want to rub it in or something? No, it's just that... Bullshit! I don't know why you always think the worst of me. I don't. You do. You always did. Jay feels awkward overhearing the spat, but he's fascinated, too, watching their codependent relationship play out, seeing Beth so helpless in front of this bully. Cassie, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You're just what? Cassie mocks her. I just want to make sure you're okay. I didn't mean to start a fight. That's the last thing I want to do. I'm so sorry, really. A desperate groan. Will you forgive me? I don't know, she grumbles. Come on, just forget I brought it up. It's nothing. We'll have fun tonight, okay? I promise. But Cass doesn't say anything. Beth sighs heavily. I should go try to track Jay down. If you see him, ask him what he wants to do for dinner, okay? Cassie looks up at him, cocks her head. I will. Love you. But Cassie hangs up, and the connection is broken. The living room is quiet again, the two of them more alone than ever. Your wife wants to know what you feel like eating for dinner, she says. She tilts her knee inward, allowing her robe to fall open on one side. He glances down to see a hint of a tan line and the bare curve of her hip, but no panties. I was kind of wondering that myself. She starts rocking her knee open and closed in a rhythmic, lazy way, the hem of the robe slipping down further each time. He can almost see. Almost. Why is she acting like this? Is she trying to trick him or something? Is she just mad at Beth? What the hell is he supposed to do? His cell phone rings on the table, and it makes him flinch. Oops, that'll be her. I wouldn't answer if I were you. I'm not sure you're that good a liar. Jay swallows and picks up the cell, checking to make sure the speaker isn't engaged. Hey. Oh, good, Beth says. Glad I caught you. I'm trying to find out what to do for dinner tonight. I don't have the energy to cook, unless you feel like barbecuing? Doesn't matter to me. Maybe we'll just order in? But there's a birthday thing here. If I can't get out of it, I might be a little late. 7 or so? Sure, whatever. Cassie throws something at his crotch. He fumbles for it. It's a large, unlit joint. He looks at her in confusion. She covers her mouth, trying not to laugh. Beth is still talking. Oh man, I'm dragging myself around today. I'm so exhausted. I can't believe how that girl can still party. Cassie nods and gives a thumbs up. She can overhear Beth's voice? A tired laugh. To tell you the truth, I can't wait for her to leave. I'm getting so sick of her bullshit. I think she's... Cassie's expression drops. Jay cuts her off with a tumble of words. Hey, Camiso just got here. Gotta go. He moves toward the kitchen, out of earshot. What? Gotta go. See you tonight. He hangs up without saying goodbye. I guess I was wrong, Cassie says, gritting her teeth. You are a good liar. And so is Beth. He sighs helplessly, returning to the couch. She gets up to pour another drink. Your wife is so fucking two-faced. I can't believe it. First, she tells me she's just worried about me. Then she tells you she's sick of me? She's just hungover, that's all. She doesn't party much, and this is all just... His voice trails off. Too much for her? Too much for him? You don't have to make excuses for her, Jay. I know what she's like. I lived with her, remember? She's a fucking uptight bitch, and she's been judging me since the second we met. Without asking, she grabs his glass and fills it again, too. Don't say that. She loves you. Oh, yeah? Is that why she didn't reach out to me for 12 years? I tried getting in touch with her so many times, and never once did I hear from her. Not once. Didn't you guys have a fight or something? He doesn't want to get into it, but he feels strangely defensive about his wife. I don't remember any fight. Did she say that? She hands him his glass, but this time she walks around the coffee table and sits beside him on the couch. His whole body goes rigid. I don't know why she'd lie about something like that. Maybe I got it wrong. Seriously, drop it. Cheers. He holds up his drink in a quick toast, and they clink. He takes 3 big gulps, needing it badly. She takes a sip too, licking the vodka off her lips. As she adjusts her hips to face him more squarely, she tilts one knee on the couch. He can't help it. He looks down. Does she know that he can see everything? I was thinking, she begins, when I go, we're probably never going to see each other again. I guess not. He drains his drink, puts the empty glass on the table. Doesn't that bother you? She runs her tongue along the edge of her front teeth, dragging one finger downward, toying with the edge of the robe. He feels a strange tilt in his internal axis, as if the room has shifted. Her hand finds his bare knee, and she runs her fingernails along his skin. Jay, I asked if that bothered you? 'Cause... He grabs her wrist. What are you doing? Nothing, she says, shrugging, the picture of innocence. I told you I have work to do. He pushes her hand away, turning back to his papers, tapping another pile quickly. But his thigh feels scorched where she touched him. She laughs, grabbing the stapler. Don't be such a bore, she says, leaping up from the couch, bounding to the other side of the room. He huffs in frustration. Come on, Cass, give it. He holds out his hand. Then come get it, movie man, she teases, holding the stapler above her head. Cassie, don't be like that. Irritation, anger, desire. It's right here, she says, waving it. Come and... Energy springs into him. It explodes so suddenly, it's as if his bones have burst from his skin. He tries to leap over the coffee table, but his foot catches on it, and he stumbles forward, awkwardly righting himself at the last moment. But the table jerks out of place, and everything slides off. His papers scatter, his cell tumbles, the empty glass rolls across the carpet. He catches his laptop at the last moment. She just laughs. Don't fuck around, okay? He warns. You call this fucking around? Her voice is getting sharper. He stomps over to her and grabs her wrist in one hand. I said give it back! He twists the stapler away from her. Ow! She glares at him, her teeth clenched. Why are you screwing with my head like this? I'm not! You are, and you damn well know it. He throws the stapler behind him onto the table, but it slides off, bouncing under the couch. Let go, she demands, yanking out of his grasp. But she doesn't step away from him. Instead, she gives him a crooked grin and moves closer. She gets up on her toes, whispering in his ear, "Didn't she say she was gonna be late?" Her voice sends shivers across his skin. Is this really happening? Is she trying to get him in trouble? He tilts his head slightly, the sweetest, smallest movement he's ever made in his life, and their lips graze. It's electrifying. He shifts back, watching her mouth, but she doesn't pull away. Good God. He feels how rock hard he is. He doesn't know when it happened, no recollection, but right now it feels as if every cell in his body is centered between his legs, and there's only one way to release it, and she's staring at him right now. She's got you jumping, doesn't she? You don't deserve it, Jay. You don't. Another kiss, this one deeper. Her lips are lush, erotic, unfamiliar. His heart pounds as her tongue flicks out, wet and supple. She doesn't have to encourage him much more. He grabs her head and pulls her into him, kissing her roughly, like a dying man gorging at a waterspout. He feels her teeth against his, the soft cushion of her lips. She asked for it. She wants it. She doesn't care about Beth. Right now, neither does he. He grabs her shoulders and pushes her down on the thick carpet, the chair falling over as he kicks it. He hears the air jerk out of her as she hits the ground, scattered papers ripping and crinkling. She seems to love the roughness of it, a soft moan escaping, her eyes fluttering closed. His hands run along her body, splitting open that little robe, tearing at the knot in the belt, pulling it away. He looks down at her, the tanned skin still moist from the shower, the breasts that rise up toward him, rocking with each rough jerk. He begins dragging his mouth down her body, the fullness beneath him, the warm, eager skin. It's not even his fault, really. How can anyone blame him? 3 days alone in the house with her? So sexy, so hot. How could Beth do this to him? What did she expect? You can't leave a man alone with a girl like this. Not if you're not going to have sex with your husband for months at a time. It's too much to ask. It's Beth's fault, really. Beth's fault all along. And then the thoughts disintegrate, replaced only by red-hot impulse. He can't stop himself anymore. It's as if he's falling into her. God, she's hot. His hand slides between her legs, bare skin, wet flesh. It feels as if his arm will burn up. But suddenly she grabs his hand. "No, stop," she says, breathless. "Stop." He's heard those words before, pretended not to hear them. Shit. What's wrong? He's panicked now. Did he do it again? Was he being too rough? Not reading the signals right? He's supposed to know better. Not here, she breathes. Not here. He looks at her questioningly, feeling helpless. I want to do it in your bedroom, she whispers. Jay hears a relieved whimper escape from his throat. Why are you doing this to me? Because it turns me on. He picks her up in his arms and carries her down the hall, throwing her onto the bed. She bounces onto the mattress, laughing her smoky laugh, the mocha sheets twisting beneath her. He slides down on top of her, kissing her more deeply, rubbing against her, tugging the robe right off. She helps him rip off his own clothes. His t-shirt goes up over his head in an easy arc. His shorts are rumpled on the ground in seconds. She's an expert, a whore. He shoves his wife's fancy pillows off the bed, collapses on top of her. His blood pumps so hard, his veins surge like pipelines. He sees the skin on her neck, beautiful, vulnerable, her lips parted, her breasts heaving. Then the rest of the room vanishes, lost in the fog beyond his pleasure.
Chapter 49. Good. Thursday afternoon. Good stares at the sympathy card, reading the names of the other officers until his eyes lose focus. What is he supposed to write? Deepest condolences? Keeping you in my prayers? In the end, he scrawls his signature, Francis X. Good, and hands the card back to the rookie who's making the rounds with it. He doesn't even look at her. He doesn't want her to see the emotion in his eyes. Only after she walks away does he realize Francis X. Good was too cold. What's wrong with him? He should have put Frank. Even love Frank. Fuck. He shakes his head, going back to work. Work is the only thing that helps him forget the people involved in this case. Butler, Fiona, their daughters. It's not the first time he's lost a friend on duty. It won't be the last. Over the years, he's tried everything to get his mind off that part of the job. Boxing, kickboxing, meditation briefly, yoga even more briefly. Dawes dragged him to a class. Karate, running, pumping, squash, booze. The only thing that works for him is to stop trying to forget, because it never happens. So, instead, he works. He listens to Butler's voice on the field tapes, follows up his scant leads, takes phone calls from the task force, his captain, and internal affairs. He tracks Ogilvy's recent visa purchases, compares notes with Dawes. He hears himself make bad jokes trying to get her to laugh, or maybe to make himself laugh. Sometimes it works, but not often. The whole time, he tries not to smash his desk, the computer, and the entire squad room. He doesn't want to admit it, but it's Butler's laugh he wants to hear.
Chapter 50. Jay. Thursday evening. Jay? He opens his eyes, sees the ceiling of their bedroom. But it's not Cassie's voice he hears. It's Beth's. She's at the closet, taking off her blazer, frowning with concern. He rips the sheet across himself, his heart leaping in his chest. Pieces of reality fit together clumsily. The bed is empty. Cassie is nowhere in sight. Orange sunlight slants through the window. The clock reads 7:22 p.m. He was so goddamn exhausted, he must have passed right out. He feels the memory of the pleasure sliding along every inch of his skin, then off it, into the sheets, onto the floor, draining away. Only ice-cold fear is left. He got carried away, didn't he? He remembers the tender flesh of her neck beneath his hands. He doesn't want to think about the rest. You okay? You were out like a light. Beth's voice is only mildly critical, maybe even concerned. Yeah, I'm just exhausted. Me too, she says, yawning. She walks into the bathroom, and he hears the faucet turn on. He sits up in a panic, his heart pounding so hard it's as if he's come in from a run. Where the hell is she? Where did she go? He looks around, notices the pillows on the floor, quickly picks them up, sitting back in bed, catching his reflection in the mirror. Good God, he looks pale, and his eyes are blinking too fast. He feels the first dogged pull of guilt, then another, digging into his heart like a spade into the earth. Sorry I'm a little later than I thought. They had cake. Beth walks back into the bedroom. Then I decided to stop for some wine on the way home. Some nice bottles. It's her last night, I thought. Why not splurge? She laughs tiredly. I can't take any more beer. No problem. Her last night. What a relief. It can't come soon enough. Where is she? She gets undressed, stripping to her bra and panties, getting into sweatpants, his Princeton t-shirt. Jay doesn't know if he's turned on or embarrassed. I don't know. Isn't she out there? I didn't see her. Was she here when you got home? Home? From your meeting? Jesus, did you take a pill or something? Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night. How'd it go, by the way? With Camiso? Fine. Another lie. His life is nothing but lies now. But we're seeing him tomorrow for lunch, and... His voice drops off when he sees Beth freeze, staring in the mid-distance beside him. Shit. They've left evidence behind. No condom wrappers. It was all bareback, but something else. Terrified, he follows her eye line, but she stares at the nightstand, and the photo of her with her parents angled neatly to face him. He hadn't noticed it when they tumbled into bed. Did you put that back there? She asks. Of course not. Why would I? She rushes out of the room, down the hall. He twists the sheet around himself more fully, still searching the room for clues. The setting sun dips below the treetops, and the room is suddenly in shadow. Jay! Her surprised voice from the next room. What? His adrenaline spikes. It could be anything. She's left a written confession for Beth, hanged herself out of guilt. He sees Beth hurry down the hall, checking the rest of the house. She returns a moment later, looking stunned. She's gone. What? Her things. They're all gone. She must have just left. I guess that Lily friend of hers showed up. Did she say anything? No. She mentioned needing a ride, maybe, but she didn't even call to tell you she was going? No, she remarks, shaking her head in disbelief. Not even a thank you. Jay watches emotions flood across his wife's face. Anger, frustration, resignation. That girl, she never changes. Beth gets into her slippers and shuffles out of the room. Jesus, she just left? Is she trying to freak him out? Play head games? Or maybe Beth's right. Maybe that friend of hers just came early. Maybe it's nothing to worry about. He gets out of bed, leaning into the hall. I'm going to take a shower. It might wake me up. He hears her distant voice. Okay. He turns on the faucet, the hottest water he can stand, and steps under the stream. He grabs the soap bar and begins to scrub, hard and fast. He's relieved she's gone, actually. It's the only respectable thing for her to do in this situation. Maybe she has some decency in her after all. Even so, he's nauseated. His own thoughts feel like fists inside his skull, and he has to defend himself against them. You prick, you bastard, you son of a bitch. How could you do that to your wife? With her best friend, too. But the defense batters back, blow for blow. Best friend? Are you kidding? It's not even his fault. The bitch. The slut. How could she do that to him anyway? Seduce him like that? Take advantage of him when he's weak and alone? It must have been all that shit she went through as a kid. Spiteful bitch. She must have planned this all along. What a slut. He fills with hatred, unable to believe what happened. He could kill her for what she's done to him. They had a good marriage. Beth was a wonderful wife. How could Cass do that to her? How could she do that to him? He's just glad she's gone and this whole nightmare is over. He never wants to see her again in his life.
Chapter 51. Cassie. Thursday afternoon. Jesus Christ, Jay! Cassie growls. Get off me! She pushes his chest, sweaty and rigid, against her palms, but he won't budge. I said get the fuck off! Another shove, and he finally rolls away. She scrambles to sit up, leaning over the edge of the bed, coughing.
I'm so sorry,
he says, breathless.
Are you okay?
She doesn't answer, bent over, rubbing her neck.
I didn't hurt you, did I?
She just glares at him and grabs her robe, storming out of the room.
Cassie!
She hears him call after her, but he doesn't follow her. She marches down the hall to the living room, needing a cigarette. Figures he'd be a freak. Into all that asphyxiation bullshit. Beth told her they hadn't had sex in months, and it was obvious. He'd been ravenous. But what an asshole choking her like that. Poor Beth, married to a... At the thought of her friend, her pace slows. She imagines Beth at her music studio, going about her day, and she feels a stab of guilt. But she shakes it off. It's not even her fault. She was just teasing. She didn't mean for it to go that far. She tried to stop him. Didn't she? He just wouldn't listen. The living room is still a mess of scattered papers, the chair knocked over. She finds her cigarettes and lights one, inhaling heavily. The smoke scorches against her sore throat. She goes to the kitchen, cupping her hands over the sink, slurping cold water. She still has to get out of here, now more than ever. Should she take Jay's car? He wouldn't report her, would he? He wouldn't dare. Not now. But she can't take that chance. In the guest room, she yanks the red duffel bag out from under the bed, feeling the dead weight of the money. She unzips it, making sure the gun is still there, too. She gets dressed quickly, a leather miniskirt and heels. She gathers up the rest of her luggage and sneaks out of the room, hurrying down the hall, stopping at the master bedroom one last time. Jay's on his back in a twist of sheets, but his eyes are closed and he's snoring. How can Beth stay with that bastard? For this? She looks at all the suburban touches her old friend cherished so much. It's a mausoleum. Beth's hiding behind all these trappings, but she can't hide anything from Cass. Not even that old photograph. Cassie knows who she really is. Moments later, she drops her bags in the kitchen and rifles through drawers, looking for a phone book, a flyer, anything with a cab company number. She could go to Footsie's and wait there, have a few drinks, then take the shuttle to meet Matt at the hotel. As long as Rick's not already outside, watching the house, then nobody could trace that route, not if she took the shuttle. She could spend the night with Matt, then figure out the rest from there. She's just got to stay a step ahead. She can do that. Fuck. She grits her teeth, unable to find a number for a cab. Nobody has a fucking phone book anymore these days. She needs a drink, a toke, something. She dropped that joint in the living room. She hurries in to search for it among the papers on the floor. Her gaze focuses on Jay's cell phone. She picks it up, swipes the glass, smiles to herself when there's no password. Maybe he has an Uber app she could use. But she gets a better idea when she sees his recent calls. She scrolls through them, tapping a number. Dad. A moment later, John Montgomery answers, sounding irritated.
Yes, Jason?
No, John, it's me, Cassie. Her throat still feels sore. She touches it lightly.
Oh, hello again?
There's an uncomfortable beat.
Can I help you with something?
Yes, actually, I have to ask you a huge favor. She's not sure he'll go for it.
What kind of favor?
He sounds suspicious. I need a ride somewhere.
I don't think I can today, Cassie.
Oh, please, she pleads, her voice pitching higher. I have to get out of here.
Why?
I'll explain when you get here. I can't talk about it right now.
Can't Jason drive you?
No, and Beth's at work. She pauses, lowers her voice again. And you're the only person I trust.
What's wrong, Cassie? What happened?
Please, John, just come. She hears him sigh. She closes her eyes and waits. 20 minutes later, his gold Cadillac pulls into the driveway, but John doesn't get out of the car. Cassie imagines he opens the door for his wife, but not for a strange young woman who needs a ride somewhere. He can't be seen doing that. She quietly lets herself out of the house, hurrying down the driveway with her bags. She wishes he'd pull closer. She feels so exposed. She tries the door, but it's locked. She knocks on the tinted window, looking around, noticing every flower, every bird, the vague outline of Los Angeles in a summer curtain of smog. There are trees and bushes everywhere. Rick could be watching her right now. The lock clicks open. She throws her bags in the back seat, then climbs in the front. Jay's father blinks at her, his blue gaze taking in her skimpy ensemble. Okay if I smoke, she asks, but she is already lighting a cigarette, her hand trembling.
I suppose,
he says, backing out of the driveway.
Do you mind telling me what the urgency is?
She draws deeply, closing her eyes, tilting her head back in relief. She shouldn't have done it. If Beth finds out, she'd never forgive her.
Cassie.
The car swerves slightly.
What happened to your neck?
She doesn't answer. She considered covering the marks with makeup, but realized it was better to keep them visible.
Did Jason do that to you?
His voice is more worried now. What do you think? She asks him.
Well, I'm sure he didn't mean it. Tell me what happened.
But Cassie doesn't answer, sinking down in the seat, putting on her sunglasses. They pass a dog-walking park, and Cassie sees people jogging, nannies with strollers, young mothers with their kids. She fidgets with her bracelets, staring out the window, seeing Rick in almost every face that turns her way.
Could you at least tell me where we're going?
He asks. I'll tell you where to turn. He sighs, helpless, and keeps driving. He'll soon learn what both his son and daughter-in-law already know. Cassie Ogilvy doesn't take no for an answer.
Chapter 52. Jay. Thursday evening. Jay's hair is still wet from the shower when he finds Beth in the kitchen, smelling the wine cork. 2 glasses of red wine breathe on the counter in front of her. He notices the coffee table shoved out of place, the chair knocked over, the papers on the floor. It's just a slice of memory. What the hell happened in here? Looks like a cyclone hit. Were you guys drinking or something? Of course not. He hurries to tidy up, righting the chair, picking up the glass. I just couldn't find a page in the new budget and... His voice trails off as he glances around the room. Was there any other evidence? I just got frustrated, that's all. Well, we can relax now. She's gone, and we're relatively unscathed. Relatively, she adds with a laugh. She comes in with the wine, handing him a glass. Salut. He tries to smile. Salut. He takes a sip, relishing it. This is good. I know. It wasn't even on sale. I just felt like splurging for a... The phone rings, and Beth checks the screen. The Omni Plaza? Jay's stomach clenches when he remembers the first message from that hotel. This might freak you out a bit, but it's Cassie. Cassie O. Beth puts the phone on speaker and answers. Hello? Is Kathy there? It's a man's voice, nervous. Beth frowns, snapping to attention. Did you say Kathy or Cassie? I'm not sure, actually. If you're calling for Cassie, maybe... But he hangs up quickly. Weird, she says, staring at the receiver. I guess she was meeting some guy tonight. Maybe that's where she went. Who knows? I can't keep track of that girl. Yeah, she's insane. But he surges with... What is that? Jealousy? I warned you she was trouble, didn't I? She says, straightening the coffee table. You certainly did, he says, his voice glum. Tidying up, Beth finds the joint Cassie threw at him this afternoon. Of course, wherever Cassie goes, there must be marijuana. She sets it in the ashtray and turns to him. You still feel like ordering Thai? I really don't have the energy to cook tonight. But he doesn't answer her. He can't. Because he notices her CD case on the shelf where Cassie had left it the first night, before it all happened. He realizes now life will always be before Cassie and after Cassie. He picks up the case, handling it as if it were a precious artifact. His wife looked so beautiful at her piano, so innocent and brave. The tenderness that floods through him could almost drown him on the spot. She is such a good person. She doesn't deserve any of this. Jay, she seems irritated that he's not listening to her. Do you still feel like... What's that? She asks, frowning. He turns the case around to show her. We were listening to it the other night. You and Cass were listening to my CD? She narrows her eyes on him. Isn't that cozy? He's trapped, caught in an even worse intimacy than adultery. She just wanted to hear it, that's all, he stammers. So did I. You sounded so beautiful. I forgot how... But before he has time to finish, the phone rings again. This time it's Beth's cell, chirping on the kitchen counter. She walks over to answer, glancing at the screen, then holds up the display. Jay. Did you lend her your cell or something? He rummages through his papers, lifts the pillows on the couch. She took my phone? Hello? Hey, Cass? What's going on? Where are you? He waits, breathless, for the nightmare to begin, for the yelling and the fighting and the demands for divorce. How stupid could he be? The crazy bitch can torture him now. Just a sec, I'll check. Beth turns to him and whispers, She forgot something. Momentary relief as she heads down the hall, her voice fading. Were you supposed to meet someone tonight, Cass? Yeah, some guy called from... Jay watches her disappear into the guest room, moving out of earshot. His stomach churns with nerves. What if she's just getting Beth alone to confess? What if she tells her everything? A slice of fear cuts through him. What if she wants to blackmail him or press charges? He listens for the screaming, the banging, but a moment later he hears Beth's voice again as she walks back into the hall, returning to the living room. He watches her for any clue that she knows, but she seems normal. Uh-huh. Well, I can't find it. Are you sure you left it here? Maybe. Okay, whatever. Call if you need a ride, okay? I'm serious. You too. She hangs up and sighs again, loudly. I can't keep up with her. Why? What's wrong? She left something here? A gym bag? I don't know, but she's coming back for it. She's coming back? When? I'm not sure. Before she leaves town. I told her to call if she needed a ride. Well, is she coming tonight or not? Jay, I just told you, I don't know. She's playing it by ear. She sounded strange, actually. Strange? Yeah, when I told her that guy called, she sounded sort of nervous. I think she's in some kind of trouble. She's not telling me everything, that's for sure. No, she's not. Thank God. She said thanks for the phone, by the way. She'll drop it off when she comes. Whatever. He doesn't even care about his phone anymore, not if it means he has to see her again. But if Cassie didn't say anything just now, maybe she never would. Maybe she regretted it as much as he did. Maybe everything would be fine. I just can't believe how inconsiderate she is, Beth says, pouring more wine. First, she leaves without telling me, then she wants to come back, but she's not sure when. I love her, I really do, but things are always so chaotic when she's around. Why do I still have to deal with all this? I can't look after her for the rest of my life, can I? No, you can't. I've done enough for her already, haven't I? You certainly have. Good. I just want to forget the whole thing. Me too, he says. She smiles at him, a friendly little, oh, well, we'll get through this together, and it makes his stomach churn. Can we just smoke this? She asks with a weak laugh, picking up the joint. I could really use it. Good idea. She flops onto the couch and grabs the lighter from the coffee table, the same one Cassie used this afternoon. This is ridiculous, she says with a laugh. I haven't smoked this much dope since college. I'm ashamed of myself. She chokes slightly as she passes it to him, a shy smile on her face. She's always been such a bad influence on me. No kidding. He tries to laugh. He takes a long, deep draw on the joint, waiting for the calming effect he needs so badly. But now the room is too quiet, the air prickling with tension, questions, fear. We need some music, he says, grabbing the remote for the stereo. A piano sonata fills the room, each note drifting after the other in perfect sequence, perfect timing. Turn that off, Beth groans, reaching for the remote, but he holds it away from her. No, leave it. I love it. You sound so beautiful. Don't get too sentimental on me, maestro. I know you hate this stuff. That's not true. I just hadn't heard it in so long, that's all. I forgot how brilliant you are. He takes her hand, kisses the back of it. You're so talented. What's wrong with you tonight anyway? She asks, frowning. Why are you being so sweet? Because I love you. Because I need you. Because I'm sorry. But instead, he smiles at her and nods for them to finish the joint and just listen. He watches the emotions play across his wife's face as music fills the room and smoke fills the air, leaving no space for conversation. She seems suddenly moody and complex. He loves this other side of her, the bohemian side all artists seem to have. It's the Beth Crawford he met 3 years ago, that strong, independent musician with the tight body and great hair. What has he done? Beth can never find out about it. Never.
Chapter 53. Good. Thursday night. It's almost midnight, and Good is still in the squad room, his brain numb from coffee and a lack of sleep. Time feels like a noose squeezing around his neck. Every minute it gets harder to breathe, harder to think. But then a call comes in about a dumpster fire downtown. Nothing to worry him personally until a local shopkeeper finds an abandoned handbag containing ID for one Cassandra Ann Ogilvy. When Good gets to the scene, the street is blocked off by cruisers and fire trucks, lights flashing, smoke thick in the air. He steps over the yellow police tape strung across the end of an alley and makes his way toward a dumpster, where firefighters train a hose on the smoldering mess. The smell of burned garbage is thick in the air, sweet and acrid, but there's also the unmistakable scent of burned meat. He sees Dawes taking notes from bystanders, everyone silhouetted in light from the shops behind them. Dawes notices him and heads over. There are no pleasantries. There must have been a struggle, she says. The butcher said his garbage bags were all over the place, and he found this in the mess. She hands him a black purse that seems to be nothing but a tangle of buckles and fringe. He puts on latex gloves and reaches in, pulling out an overstuffed black wallet, shining his flashlight on an expired New York State driver's license. Cassandra Ogilvy looks considerably cheerier at the DMV than she did in her mugshot, but it's definitely her. An officer in uniform, a burly young man with a brush cut, approaches them and produces his phone. "Saw blood when I got here, sir. Thought hoses might wash it away, so I documented it before fire arrived." The young officer's name is Sanchez. He holds up his screen for Good to watch. Police video was admissible as evidence, and almost as helpful as the real thing. In the tiny image, Sanchez walks down the alley, recording the pavement at his feet, his heavy shoes clumping in and out of frame, the glow of the fire pulsing. The shot closes in on a pool of blood gleaming red, smeared on the asphalt. "And where was that?" Good asks. "Next to the dumpster, just left of it." Good takes a step toward the smoking bin, but feels something underfoot. He looks down to see he's kicked several small, round beads across the grimy asphalt. Different colors scatter like little billiard balls after a break. He crouches down to have a better look. There's a broken leather thong on the ground, strung with a few wooden beads, like the one he found at the house. He remembers Nico Alvarez. She had lots of bracelets on her arms. I remember.
if there's a chance, even the remotest chance, Ursula was lying. I don't know why, but I was not lying. I whirled around. Ursula stood in the kitchen doorway. She still wore her red coat, even though it was warm in the house. Maybe she was one of those people who's always cold. Thin skin, weak blood. Anger bubbled up in me, and I was about to give her a piece of my mind when she produced a mobile phone, one of those large iPhones, and said, "Look, I took a picture. You didn't give me a chance to show it to you." Julia began trembling as Ursula unlocked the phone and located the Photos app. "There. See?" I couldn't believe it. But there it was. A picture of the edge of the woods where Julia and I had just stood. And in front of the trees, facing the camera, was a child. "I'm afraid it's not very clear," Ursula said, as Julia took the phone from her and zoomed in on the figure. It was a girl with long brown hair. She was wearing a blue coat and jeans. "Is it—" I could hardly bring myself to say it. "Is it Lily? I can't tell. I want it to be her so much that I'm seeing her, but I don't know. I don't know." "Let's plug it into a computer," I said. "Make it bigger." I ran upstairs and grabbed my laptop, along with the USB cable I used to charge my missing phone. Back in the kitchen, I plugged Ursula's phone in and navigated through a series of permissions messages. Finally, I was able to import the photo. It appeared full size on the screen. It was a top-of-the-range laptop with a retina screen, so the photo appeared bright and vivid. It was a little out of focus, but we were able to zoom in on the girl's face so her features were visible enough to identify her. "It's not Lily," Julia said, the disappointment making her voice tremble. I put my hand on her shoulder, which drew a knowing look from Ursula. "But I know her," Julia said, staring at the picture. "It's Lily's friend, Megan. Her family lives on the other side of the woods." She grabbed her car keys from the hook on the wall. "Where are you going?" I asked. "To talk to her. I want to know what she was doing." She left the kitchen, then turned back. "Come on, bring your laptop." "Do you feel bad now?" Julia asked as she drove onto the main road. "About accusing Ursula of lying?" "A bit. I still think she's dangerous, though." She laughed. She seemed a little giddy. "You don't get on with many people, do you?" "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, just that I know you don't like Max, and you've taken an instant dislike to Ursula. Also, I read an interview with you online and you were doing the whole Greta Garbo I want to be alone thing." I don't think my ironic sense of humour comes across in interviews. I paused. "Wait, you were reading an interview with me?" Did I imagine it, or did she go a very pale shade of pink? I like to keep up with what my guests are up to." "Right." Neither of us could think what to say. Eventually Julia said, "You must think I'm losing it, after what happened earlier." "Of course I don't. It's totally understandable." "It was a bit bonkers, though, wasn't it? My plan to leave a picnic in the woods." We headed west, skirting the edge of the woods. This was close to where I'd found the creepy hut and had been picked up by that gossiping taxi driver. We were driving in a loop, so it was a lot further by car than it would be on foot. "Here we are." Julia pulled into a little housing estate comprising 20 or 30 houses which looked like they'd been built in the last decade or so. Neat square lawns, wide pavements, trampolines in half the gardens. An estate designed for young families. Julia pulled up outside number 22, which was one of the largest houses, positioned in front of the woods that stretched all the way to the retreat. Julia rang the doorbell. "Hi, Wendy," she said to the woman who answered the door. She was in her late 30s, slim and wearing a slogan T-shirt. A black Labrador was trying to get past her. She grabbed its collar and held it back. "Julia, this is, a surprise?" She gave me a quizzical look, eyes dropping to the laptop under my arm, then invited us in, saying, "Get down, Barney," to the dog, which leapt about trying to give both Julia and me a hug. Wendy finally shut Barney in the kitchen and invited us into the living room. "Is Megan around?" Julia asked. "She's in her bedroom. Is everything all right?" She kept glancing at me, clearly trying to figure out who I was. "I wanted to ask her something." Wendy gave Julia a curious look, then gestured for us to take a seat, though neither of us sat down. Wendy left the room, calling Megan's name up the stairs. Getting no reply, she went up, her footsteps echoing behind her. Julia paced the room, chewing her thumbnail, giving off waves of nervous energy. I examined the framed pictures on the mantelpiece. Wendy had 2 kids, Megan and an older son. Next, I examined the bookcase, something I do whenever I visit someone's house. I can't help it. If I enter a house with no books, it makes me uneasy. I wonder what's wrong with the people who live there. I was drawn past the paperback bestsellers to a book I recognised, Folk Tales and Urban Myths. I'd seen this book recently, but where? I took it down and flicked through it. It was a kid's book, full of stories about legends like Bloody Mary and the Beast of Bodmin Moor. It went back further, describing how communities would live in terror of witches and werewolves, night demons and weeping women. The illustrations were vivid and creepy. "Lily's got that book," Julia said. "I've no idea where it came from. She just brought it home one day." That was where I'd seen it. Lily's bedroom. I replaced the book on the shelf as Wendy came back into the room, followed by the girl from Ursula's photograph. "Hi, Megan," Julia said. "Hi, Mrs. Marsh." The girl fidgeted awkwardly, sucking on a strand of hair. She perched on the edge of the sofa, both legs jiggling up and down, as if her body couldn't contain all its energy. She couldn't make eye contact with Julia. "How are you?" Megan shrugged. "Good, thanks." "Were you outside my house earlier?" Julia asked. Megan dipped her chin and didn't answer. She stared at a stain on the carpet as if it might contain the answer to the meaning of life. Finally, after her mum said her name, Megan said, "Yeah." "What were you doing there?" Megan stuck out her bottom lip. "Just looking." "At the house?" She nodded, and then the lip she'd been sticking out trembled. "I wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just, sometimes I miss Lily. I like looking at your house and remembering." "Oh, sweetheart," Julia said. Wendy swooped in and folded her daughter up in her arms. "You were upsetting her," she said to Julia. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I thought... It's stupid, but I had this idea that Megan might know something." "About Lily?" Wendy shook her head. "It was 2 years ago. I thought maybe she knew something and was coming to tell me." "What's going on?" A male voice came from the doorway. "Grandad!" Megan extricated herself from her mum's arms and leapt across to the man who'd entered the room, flinging her arms around him. He was completely bald and in his 60s. "What's the matter, Angel?" he asked Megan. Before Megan could reply, Wendy told him what had happened. "There's no law against her going into the woods, is there?" he said. His teeth pointed in half a dozen directions. I did a double-take. He stared back at me with evident hostility. Was this the man Zara had encountered at the chess club? "We're all very sorry about what happened, Mrs. Marsh," the bald man said, "but that doesn't mean you can come here, upsetting my granddaughter." I didn't like his hostile tone. "With respect," I said, "Julia was upset when she saw Megan." "And you are—" "Lucas Radcliffe," I replied. "He's a writer," Julia said. Wendy looked confused, so Julia added, "I've turned the house into a writer's retreat." The bald man narrowed his eyes at me. It suddenly struck me that if this was the man Zara had encountered at the chess club, there was a chance he knew I'd hired her, and Julia didn't know about that. We needed to get out of there before he let the cat out of that particular bag. "It must bring it all back," Wendy said, giving me a temporary reprieve. "I'm so sorry, Julia. I wish there was something we could do." "But there isn't," said Megan's granddad, still training his hostile gaze on me. "Let me show you out." We went back out to the car. Julia was fully deflated now. "I feel sick," she said. "Do you mind driving?" She handed me the keys, and I got into the driver's seat. "What's Megan's granddad's name?" I asked. "Do you know?" "Glyn Collins. Why?" "Oh, I just thought I recognised him, that's all." "He's well known around here," Julia said. "A pillar of the community. I remember he offered to take Michael out for a drink, introduce him to some of the other local men, but Michael wasn't into that kind of thing." "What do you mean?" "You know, men's clubs, groups of blokes who think women only have legs to get from the kitchen to the bedroom. Michael had his faults, but being a rampant misogynist wasn't one of them. Glyn asked him if he wanted to join the local chess club, and Michael went along to take a look, but said it wasn't his scene. Apart from a receptionist, there were no women, just a lot of old blokes. As we were about to drive off, something caught my eye. There was somebody in the upstairs window watching us. The teenage boy whose photo was on the mantelpiece. Julia followed my gaze. "Oh, that's Jake. Megan's brother. He's very sweet." The boy stood up and pressed the tips of his fingers against the glass. "It's been hard for Wendy," Julia said. "Apparently, Jake has the mental age of a 5 or 6-year-old. A kind of Peter Pan. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Can we go home?" "Yes, of course, sorry." I raised my eyes to Jake once more. He was mouthing something, but I was unable to read his lips. He was pointing, too, at the woods beyond the house. I concentrated on his mouth, trying to figure out what he was saying. It looked like one word, over and over. It looked like Lily. And then, as I stared at him, he said another word. It looked like window. No, not window. Widow. He was saying widow. Chapter 23. Lily, 2014. Dad came into Lily's room and said 6 words that stabbed her in the heart with an icicle. "Megan's granddad is taking you out." She stared at him. "Nice of him, eh?" Dad said. "He called and said he was taking Megan to the adventure playground, and Megan asked if you could go too. He's going to pick you up in 15 minutes, so you better get a wriggle on and get dressed." He sighed as he rummaged through her chest of drawers. "Goodness, Lily, it's a mess in your room. Where are your leggings?" I feel sick," she said. "I think I've got a temperature." He felt her forehead. "You seem fine to me. Come on, don't be a malingerer." "A what?" Huffing and sighing, she dressed and waited for Megan and her granddad to arrive. As long as she stuck close to Megan, as long as she wasn't left alone with Mr. Collins, it should be okay. Mum had gone into Wrexham today because she had an appointment, so Dad was looking after her. As Lily brushed her hair, she tried to put her fear of Megan's granddad out of her mind, but that only freed up space for her other worries to creep into. Her worries about Mum and Dad. Mum seemed sad at the moment. She'd had a summer cold for weeks and complained about being tired all the time. Quite often Lily would walk into the room and Mum would be sitting there staring into space, and she wouldn't respond unless Lily said her name really loud or got right up in her face. Dad said she was a zombie, and Mum narrowed her eyes at him and said it was all his fault. Lily didn't know whose side to take. She didn't want to take anyone's side. She thought maybe her parents needed a date night, which was something Megan's mum and stepdad did, even though the thought of them kissing and being lovey-dovey made her want to vomit. But there was no one around to babysit. The whole thing was like horrible homework that the teacher hadn't explained properly. Megan and her granddad turned up and they went out. The 2 girls sat in the back seat, and Megan talked non-stop about her brother and YouTube and the Bloody Mary video game. Lily tuned out and concentrated on Mr. Collins. She could only see the back of his head and his eyes in the rearview mirror. He concentrated on driving, humming along with some rubbish old music on the radio. She relaxed until he said, "Everything all right, Lily?" He had caught her staring at him. Her ears burned and she shrank back into her seat, not speaking until they got to the adventure playground. The playground was massive. There was a chute slide and rope bridges strung between trees, and even a flying fox. Lily started to relax until a horrible boy who was part of a group of annoying kids who kept hogging the slide shoved her out of the way. "Hey!" When the boy reached the bottom of the slide, Megan's granddad went up and whispered something in his ear. The boy went white, and he kept out of Lily and Megan's way after that. Maybe Mr. Collins wasn't so bad after all. He bought them ice creams too, and slushies. Mum never let Lily drink slushies because she said they contained more E's than a rave party, whatever that meant. But Megan's granddad clearly wasn't one of those grown-ups who was obsessed with looking after your teeth. Back in the car, he said, "I need to go into town before I take you home, Lily. I've texted your dad, and he said it's fine." "Okay." As they approached Bedmore, Mr. Collins suddenly got this look in his eye, that "I like scaring kids" look, and said, "Did I ever tell you, girls, where the Red Widow came from?" Megan sat up. "No, tell us, Grandad." Lily shrank back in her seat. She really didn't want to hear it. "Lily, you'll be interested in this. Did you know your house is built on the site of an old slate mine?" She'd heard her parents talking about it before. Slate was basically a kind of rock. Once upon a very boring time, lots of people had spent their whole lives digging it up and using it to build roofs. Yes, Mr. Collins, she said. He grunted happily. That mine opened 200 years ago, you know. When you were a boy, said Megan. Very funny. Now, slate mining was a dangerous business. Lily's mind wandered off to something more interesting. Her attention drifted through the window and across the fields to her house, and, more specifically, her kitchen. What would it be tonight? She fancied burgers, or maybe pizza, or pasta. And he was crushed to death. Her attention snapped back to Mr. Collins. Terrible business, he said. And most terrible of all for David's wife. She was pregnant, and they say the shock made her lose her baby. He shook his head. The world was a cruel place back then, girls. None of the molly-coddling that goes on now. David's wife, whose name was Rhiannon, didn't just lose her baby. She lost her home. She was starving, alone, penniless, and now homeless. So she went to live under the bridge, Megan said. You told me that part before. Ah, but Lily hasn't heard the story. Megan frowned and nodded. She clearly took the story very seriously. Poor Rhiannon made a home under a bridge. She was a very pretty woman with all this black hair. One morning, a young man from the mine went down to the river and saw a dozen dead fish floating on the water, with Rhiannon standing by the bank. He ran back to tell the other men, and that's when they decided. She must have killed the fish using witchcraft. And do you know what happened then? Megan's eyes were wide and round. The men formed a gang and drove her into the woods, she said. Exactly. They were going to burn her, but they were afraid to get too near her. Instead, they banished her, thinking she'd die in the woods anyway. Were there wolves? Lily asked. No. They died out 400 years ago, but it was cold and inhospitable, and there was nothing to eat. He cleared his throat. They were almost in town now. As she headed into the woods, Rhiannon called out a curse. She said that if the townsfolk didn't bring her a child as a sacrifice, she would come into town and choose one. Do you know what happened next? Tell us, Grandad. Megan's voice had dropped to a whisper. Mr. Collins' eyes sparkled. The people ignored her warning, but a week later, something terrible happened. They had stopped at a traffic light, and he turned round in his seat, the seatbelt straining against his belly. The prettiest girl in the town disappeared. A girl as pretty as you two. She was 8 years old, out running an errand for her mother, and she never came home. The townsfolk searched the woods, and guess what they found? What, Grandad? A pile of bones at the foot of a tree. Among the bones was a necklace the pretty young girl had been wearing. Lily closed her eyes, imagining it. The girl's mum and dad, crying over the bones, crying and wishing they hadn't ignored the widow's demands. Mr. Collins showed his horrible teeth. The best part is, it's all true. Lily turned to look at Megan, expecting to exchange a smile about the scary but silly story, as if it were true. But Megan looked as serious as she did when their teacher told them important facts. They parked near the river, the same river where the witch had killed those fish, and Megan's granddad went into an old building, leaving the radio on for them. He came out 10 minutes later, and they saw him go into the bookshop next door. When he got back to the car, he handed each of them a paper bag. Inside each was the same book, Folk Tales and Urban Myths. You'll enjoy that, girls, he said. Right, Lily, we'd better get you home. Lily opened the book and immediately recoiled from a gruesome drawing of a werewolf munching on a sheep's belly. She snapped it shut. Next to her, Megan leafed through hers, exclaiming, Awesome, and oh my God! Lily looked up and saw Mr. Collins watching her in the rearview mirror. A shiver ran from her toes to the hair on her head, and she closed her eyes. She kept them shut all the way home. Chapter 24. The next morning, I worked on my novel for a couple of hours, although I found it hard to concentrate. I spent more time staring out the window than I did looking at the screen. My mind kept returning to what I'd seen at Megan's house. Her brother Jake, pointing towards the woods, the same woods I was staring at now. Widow. My mind flashed back to the time I'd explored the woods and found that strange little hut. There had been a soft toy inside, hadn't there? At the time, I hadn't even known about Lily's disappearance, so I hadn't thought anything of it. I knew now that Lily's soft toy big cat had been found in the river, but had someone abducted her, kept her there in that hut and given her a toy to pacify her? It didn't quite add up, because surely the police must have checked that hut. But I could no longer work. I was compelled to go and have another look. It took 30 minutes to retrace my steps and locate the clearing and the stone hut. A group of magpies hopped about in the long, damp grass, chattering to one another. A light drizzle soaked my clothes and face, the weather so dismal it was actually a relief to take shelter in the grim, litter-strewn interior of the hut. I had forgotten how dilapidated it was. The door was rotten and the windows smashed. Not a great place to keep a child prisoner, although the abductor could have tied or chained her up. I could imagine local teenagers coming here to take drugs or have sex, or both, although the creepiness of the place might deter them. The image of a little girl sitting here shivering with fear and cold played out in my mind. The soft toy was nowhere to be seen. I poked at the litter with my shoe. I was sure it had been in this spot beside the bench. Had someone been back and taken it? If someone had abducted Lily and kept her in this hut, surely they wouldn't have been foolish enough to leave a toy here in the first place. The likelihood was that it had been here for many years. Perhaps a visiting teenager had taken it, or chucked it outside. Maybe a dog had been in and carried it off. There were multiple possible explanations, all of which had nothing to do with Lily. Disappointed, I left the hut, and glimpsed a figure on the far side of the field, directly opposite the spot where I'd entered the clearing. Beyond this field was another part of the woods. The person vanished into the trees. They had been wearing a red coat. Ursula? What was she doing out here? I hurried across the field, scaring the magpies, which scattered and flew towards high branches. I counted them. 7. How did the rhyme go? 7 for a secret, never to be told. Not the most auspicious sign. I reached the spot where I'd seen Ursula vanish into the trees. She was probably just out for a walk, exploring the area. Or maybe, I thought sarcastically, her spirit guide was leading her. It still seemed odd, though, that she would come out here in the drizzle so far from the house. I couldn't resist the urge to follow and see what she was up to. I headed into the woods after her. I could see her in her red coat just up ahead, walking unhurriedly along the path. She had her back to me and hadn't seen me as far as I could tell. She had her hood up to protect her from the rain, and she held out a hand, touching the trunks of trees as she passed. Perhaps she was communing with them. The path forked ahead of her and she swerved left. I followed, but found myself confronted by a huge puddle of black mud. I skirted around it. As I trod back onto the path, I realized I'd lost sight of her. I increased my pace and turned left at the fork. There she was, heading into a thick tangle of vegetation, pushing through sideways away from the path. That seemed like a strange thing to do. Had she spotted something on the other side? The bushes obscured her, and I hung back for a second before following. Brambles clawed at my coat, and a wren popped out of the bushes, startling me. I made an "ah" sound, my voice shattering the peace of the woods. Ursula must have heard me, but she didn't stop moving. I hurried to catch up, wondering why she didn't stop to wait for me. It was as if she were trying to get away. I glimpsed her red coat through the trees ahead, then she disappeared behind another wall of vegetation. I jogged along the path to the spot where I'd last seen her. She'd vanished. I walked quickly up the path, which branched off in 3 directions, checking the ground for footprints, but found nothing. The ground was harder and drier here beneath the canopy formed by the trees. I chose the middle path and walked for another few minutes. There was no sound except birdsong, and now I was at a dead end, formed of impassable blackberry bushes. I swore out loud. I'd lost her. Chapter 25. On my way back to Nithe Bran, I thought more about our visit to Megan's house and what Jake had been trying to tell us. I needed to talk to him, and had an idea about how this could be achieved. Remembering the route Julia had taken to his house, I changed direction and followed the road towards the estate where Jake and Megan lived. I hoped Jake's mum, Wendy, would be amenable. Julia had told me that after her divorce, Wendy had started using her maiden name, Collins, again. She had a new partner now, and the kid's dad lived in another part of the country. "It was a painful divorce," Julia had said. "He was a bastard. I think he used to hit her. I heard that Glynn found out and threatened him, told him if he wanted to keep possession of his balls he'd better leave town. Glynn's a hard man. Yeah, plus he knows a lot of people." After that first visit to the Collins house, I'd looked Glynn up on Google. He matched Zara's description of the man she'd met at the chess club, the one who'd made her and Malcolm Jones so uneasy. Of course, there were plenty of men around with bald heads and bad teeth, but I had a strong feeling it was him, and thought it shouldn't be hard to confirm. I just needed to check if he was a member of the chess club. There was very little information about him online. There was an article from the local newspaper about he and a group of handymen had rebuilt a widow's cottage after it suffered heavy storm damage. Another news story told how he'd helped raise money for the local historical society, along with one Malcolm Jones. There had been talk of opening a museum to teach visitors about the disused mine, but nothing had come of it. And there was an old story about how he had coached the local girls' football team and got them to the final of a regional competition. There he was, in black and white, holding his runner-up medal, surrounded by grinning, muddy girls who would be grown up now. As Julia had said, Glynn Collins was a pillar of the community. I had only encountered him briefly, but in some ways he reminded me of my dad, a typical bluff Welsh bloke, a man's man, good with his hands, keen on sport and tradition. I was hoping he wouldn't be at his daughter's house now, but as soon as I turned the corner onto the estate, I saw him. He was standing in the front garden, smoking. I hesitated, wondering if I should come back another time, but it was too late. He'd spotted me. I crossed the road, watching as he discarded his cigarette and folded his arms, doing a good impression of a nightclub bouncer protecting his door. "Mr. Collins," I said, "we met yesterday." He nodded. "I was hoping—" The way he was looking at me, like I was a rat that had strayed onto his property, made me lose the thread of what I was trying to say. "I wanted to have a little chat with Jake." He took a step towards me. It was a classic, intimidating manoeuvre. But I wasn't scared of him. He was, 25 years older than me? Maybe more. "You are David's son," he said. I was momentarily taken aback, but it made sense. Glynn knew everybody in Bedmawr, past and present. He must have been asking around about me, which was interesting. Who'd he spoken to? Shirley, at the Apple Tree B&B? That's right, I said, expecting him to ask after my dad, bracing myself to deliver the news I hated saying. But instead, Glynn said, "What do you want with Jake?" "I'm writing a book," I said, "in which some of the characters are teenagers. I need to talk to a couple of teenagers about the language they use, the slang, and so on." This was the line I'd planned to use on Wendy. "Jake's not an ordinary teenager," Glynn said. "Oh, I know that, but—" "The answer's no." "Mr. Collins, please." I caught a movement above us and looked up. Jake was at his window again, staring down at his granddad and me with saucer eyes. Glynn saw and flapped a meaty hand at his grandson, telling him to get back. Jake gawped at me one last time, then retreated into the shadows. "Like teenage boys, do you?" Glynn said. His question was so unexpected that I didn't know what to say for a few seconds. "What? Of course not." "Maybe the papers would like to hear about it. Our famous writer has been harassing a young boy with learning difficulties." "That's ridiculous." "You just asked me if you could sneak up to his bedroom." I stared at him. There was no use arguing. "Fine. I'll find some other teenagers to talk to for my book." I turned away. "You do that." He raised his voice as I walked back across the road, just as a middle-aged couple came out of the nearest house. Glynn shouted, "Stay away from my grandchildren, pervert!" The couple's eyes almost popped out of their heads as I hurried away, burning with anger and embarrassment. Back in my room at Neath Bran, I finally calmed down enough to think about my encounter with Glynn rationally. Was he simply being protective of his family? No, I was sure there was more to it. I remembered how on edge Zara had seemed after her encounter with him. Maybe it was just that he was an unpleasant arsehole, but I wanted to know more about him. I opened Skype and called my mum. She answered straight away. "Darling, how lovely to hear from you, twice in 1 month. I've got another question for you about the old days," I said. "Do you remember a guy called Glyn Collins?" "Oh, yes." All the warmth left her voice. "Why are you asking about him?" "I met him recently. It sounds like you don't think much of him." She moved her head, and sunshine flooded the screen. It was raining again here in Wales, and the temptation to fly out to Spain and join her fluttered through my mind. "No," Mum said, her voice clipped. "I was never very keen on him." "Why not?" It was always a struggle to get my mother to say a bad word about anyone. "Did he do something to you?" "Oh, no. He never did anything to me. Not directly, anyway. He's just... well, we used to call them male chauvinist pigs in my day. He was proud of it. He was awful to his wife, Nerys, God rest her soul. He was cruel, too, hard." "He seems to dote on his grandchildren," I said. "And he looks after Wendy, his daughter." "Well, maybe he softened with age. But 40 years ago, if someone in town had a litter of kittens they didn't want, they'd bring them to Glyn Collins. He was always happy to drown them." "Lovely. What did Dad think of him?" She frowned. "He was friendly with him. They were part of the Bedmower Historical Society." She snorted. "Just a bunch of blokes meeting in the pub and talking about the good old days, as far as I could tell." "Was Malcolm Jones part of the Historical Society too?" "Yes, he was the chairman, although I was never sure why such a small group needed a chairman? Did you hear that he died?" On screen, my mum's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, no. How did that happen? When?" "A heart attack, just over a week ago." "Oh, dear, how dreadful. This is going to start happening more and more as I get older." I remembered someone else I'd encountered recently. Sorry, one more person. Shirley, damn, I don't know her surname. She runs a B&B, the Apple Tree." "Shirley Roberts," she grimaced. Didn't you like her either? Mum ignored the question, probably because she didn't want to admit it. How on earth did you meet her? It's a long story. But was she part of this historical society? Oh, goodness, no. Glyn wouldn't let any women join. I told you, he was a chauvinist pig. I think he got her to do some secretarial work, though. In fact, there were rumours he was bonking her behind his wife's back. She wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. Oh, goodness me, Lucas, this was all a long time ago. She went quiet for a minute, and I hoped I wasn't bringing back painful memories. There was another guy who was part of that group. Oh, what was his name? She tapped the side of her head. Albert, that was it. Albert Patterson. Oh, what is it? Albert lived in the house where you're staying, Neath Bran. Really? Hang on, Mum, wait there. I left the room and ran down the stairs and into the Thomas room. I scoured the bookcase and found what I was looking for, the battered edition of The Owl and the Pussycat. I pulled out the Polaroid showing the American Gothic-style couple and ran back upstairs. I held the photo up to the camera. Is this Albert? Mum went off to fetch her glasses and peered at the screen. Yes, that's him. He was a nice chap. I never understood why he hung around with Glyn Collins. He and Bethan were a sweet couple. They were older than us, no kids. I was always envious of them for living in such a lovely big house and having all that freedom. I wonder what happened to them. Julia had told me she'd bought the house from a children's charity. I guessed Albert and his wife must have died, and, having no family, left the place to charity. I feel very sad about Malcolm, my mum said. I wonder if they've had the funeral yet. I must send flowers. Hang on. I went on to the local newspaper website, the same one I've been reading about Glyn Collins on, and clicked through to the births, marriages and deaths section. There it was, the death announcement for Malcolm Jones, beloved father of Ollie. It's today, I said. This afternoon. Oh, I've left it too late. Maybe I could take some flowers along on your behalf. Would you? That would be very kind. Oh, no problem. I said goodbye and ended the call. I had an ulterior motive for going, of course. I was quite sure Glyn Collins would be there. It would give me another chance to get a good look at him, because the more I heard about him, the more convinced I became that he was hiding something. Chapter 26. The funeral was at St. Mary's Church, near the centre of town, close to the chess club and the library. I hadn't brought any smart clothes with me, not imagining I'd need them, so I popped into one of the few men's clothes shops in Bedmauer and bought a black suit off the peg. It wasn't exactly stylish, but it would do. Next, I bought some flowers from the florist next door and wrote a message from my mum and myself. Malcolm's family weren't to know I'd never met him. Noticing a phone shop across the street, I went in and bought a new iPhone, activating it straight away and then logging into my Apple account to sync my contacts, emails, etc. 10 minutes later, I shook off my umbrella and crept into the church, laying the flowers with the others. I sat in a pew near the back. Nobody noticed me. Well over 100 people had turned up, many of them Malcolm's age, but quite a few younger people too. I guess they'd once been schoolchildren who he'd inspired through his job as a librarian. I couldn't see Glyn Collins. He was probably near the front. The service started, the pallbearers carrying the coffin down the aisle. There was Ollie Jones, Malcolm's taxi-driving son, sitting next to his girlfriend, Heleth. Her mother, Shirley, was just behind them. When I'd met Heleth at the B&B, I'd been struck by her good looks. Now, seeing her and Ollie together, I realised what a mismatched couple they were. He was punching well above his weight, which made me think about that limited dating pool again. In a larger town or city, Heleth wouldn't be going out with an ordinary-looking taxi driver. She would be... I stopped myself. Why was I being so uncharitable? Ollie must have hidden depths, a spark I hadn't witnessed yet, and the poor sod had just lost his dad. It was an emotional ceremony. The vicar spoke warmly about Malcolm and his contribution to the community. Ollie got up and read out a eulogy, stopping every few sentences to take a deep, shuddering breath. Afterwards, Heleth leaned her head on his shoulder. I learned from the lady sitting beside me that after this service, the coffin was being taken to the crematorium. He wanted his ashes to be scattered in his garden, she said, among the daffs and crocuses. The service ended. I made my way outside and was pleased to find the rain had stopped. I wasn't sure what to do, but the lady I'd sat next to told me I should come to the wake, which was taking place at Ollie's house. "All are welcome," she said. An hour and a half later, I found myself among a crowd of people, explaining who I was and why I was at the funeral. Malcolm's wife had died a few years before, but most of the older people remembered my parents and were touched that I'd come along to represent them. Most of them were fascinated to hear about their move to Spain and to learn that I was a novelist, and I found myself chatting to a group of retired women who wanted to know where I got my ideas from. I spotted the shining dome of Glyn's head through the crowd. He was talking to another man his age, laughing heartily at something the other guy was saying. Was this another member of the Historical Society? I hung back. I wasn't sure what I was going to say to him. Why was Malcolm scared of you? Why didn't you want me to talk to Jake? A scenario played out in my head. Glyn lurking by the river on that fateful New Year's Day 2 years ago, snatching Lily when her parents were out of sight and throwing her toy cat into the water, taking her somewhere into the woods, hiding her in that hut, doing things to her that I didn't want to picture, killing her and burying her, his granddaughter's best friend in the woods. But what evidence did I have for any of this? I quickly ran through it again. Zara had reported that this man made Malcolm seem afraid while she was quizzing him about Lily's disappearance. The next day, Malcolm died before he could tell Zara any more. It had been a heart attack, but if his heart was weak, perhaps he'd been frightened to death, if such a thing was possible. And in this scenario, Jake had seen or heard something, which was why Glyn didn't want anyone talking to him. What could it have been? A conversation he'd eavesdropped on. Had Jake actually seen Glyn with Lily? Perhaps he witnessed something that happened before Lily's disappearance, during one of the many times Lily had visited the house. I could go to the police with my suspicions, but it seemed extremely unlikely there would be any evidence. Even if the police talked to Jake and he told them something incriminating, it would be easy for Glyn to deny it. How likely were the police to believe the word of a teenage boy with learning difficulties? As I thought it through, I realized I was getting way ahead of myself, my imagination running away with me as usual. To go to the police now with my half-baked theories would be liable to cause nothing but upset to Jake and his family, and if Glyn was guilty of something, he would be put on high alert. I needed to wait, to find out more. I found myself staring at Glyn, and at that moment the crowd between us shifted and he saw me. He stared back, clearly shocked I was here, shocked and angry. He was about to head over, fists clenched, and I braced myself for a confrontation, when a woman in her 50s stepped into his path and started talking to him. The woman had a cleavage that pinned Glyn to the spot. At the same moment, someone tapped me on the shoulder. "Lucas, I didn't expect to see you here." It was Shirley. She was dressed all in black with a fascinator attached to her head. I couldn't help but stare at it. She had a sherry glass in her hand. "I'm happy to see you," I said. "Can we talk?" "What about?" She touched the cross around her neck, just as she had the first time we met. She was nervous, and the way she glanced over her shoulder at Glyn told me all I needed to know. She, like Malcolm, was afraid of him. Jostled by mourners moving through the hallway and aware of Glyn's proximity, I said, "Maybe now's not the best time or place. Could I pop round to the apple tree later, when this is all over?" She hesitated, eyes flicking to Glyn once again. He was still talking to the chest of the woman with the cleavage. "You look so much like your father," Shirley said, "when he was your age." "Is that a good thing?" She smiled girlishly. "Come round at tea time." She took a sip of her sherry. "I'd better not have too many of these." Heleth appeared by her side. "Yes, go easy, Mum." She smiled at me. "Nice of you to come. Hope you're not going to put us all in a book." "Ah, you found out what I do for a living." "Ollie told me how he'd helped a stranded novelist, and I put two and two together. He said you were going to give him a copy of your book." "Oh, yes, I think I said I'd give him one if he promised to read it." Heleth laughed. "I've never known him read anything longer than a text message, but I'd love to read it if you want to drop a copy off at the B&B. I was about to explain that I didn't have any books with me in Wales, but she was already steering Shirley away. "Come on, Mum, the buffet's open. Let's get you something to eat." As they stepped out of my path, I saw that Glyn had vanished, and it was time for me to make a move too. I bumped into Ollie by the front door. "Sorry for your loss," I said. My parents were friends with your dad, so I'm here on their behalf. Hope that's okay. Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming. He gave me a weak smile. Not got lost again recently, I hope? His eyes were red, and he looked over my shoulder before I could come up with a response. Have you seen Helen? She was, taking her mum to check out the buffet. Huh. Sounds right. He went to move away, then stopped, leaning forward and blasting me with his warm, beery breath. You family did the right thing, leaving this town, he said. He disappeared into the crowd. I stood outside in the rain. I was desperate to talk to Zara. I wanted to go over the conversation she'd had with Malcolm again and run my suspicions, I hesitated to call it a theory, past her. There was no one else I could talk to, and I needed to know if the whole thing sounded insane. Once again I tried calling her mobile and her office number. There was no reply. I checked the time. It was 3 o'clock. Telford, where Zara was based, was only an hour away by car. I could drive there, talk to her, and be back in time to see Shirley. The day was already a complete write-off work-wise. Fired up and eager to keep up momentum, I hurried back to my car. The road to Telford was picturesque, and traffic was light. The rain had slowed to a light patter. A few months ago I'd watched a documentary about the so-called Shropshire Viper, a serial killer who'd terrorised this part of the world, waking up the county for a while. Now it had slipped back to sleep. I hit the M54 outside Telford and followed my sat-nav's instructions to Zara's office. It was located in an office block which housed half a dozen businesses. Like everything in this new town, it was a modern building with little character, function over form. I parked in the small car park round the back and pressed Zara's buzzer. There was no reply. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected anything else. After all, she wasn't answering her office phone, so why did I think she'd be there? It was so frustrating, though, and as I stood in the rain, I thumped my fist against the door, cursing my wasted journey. Hey, you'll break that door! A young woman with curly blonde hair approached the building, a scowl on her face. Who are you? What are you doing? Sorry, I'm trying to get hold of Zara Sullivan. The woman was carrying a leather briefcase. I assumed she worked in the building. The private detective? I haven't seen her for ages. My mouth went dry. Really? How long? A couple of weeks at least. I rent the office next door to hers. She narrowed her eyes. You're not a debt collector, are you? I'm a client. She gave me the once-over, then said, Come inside a minute. I'm getting soaked out here. In the lobby, she introduced herself as Samantha and said, I'm sure it was 2 weeks ago. She told me she was off to see someone in Wales about a case. She seemed excited. She's been struggling to find clients recently. She winced, as if she realised how indiscreet she was being. I'm the person she was going to see in Wales, I said. She told me she was coming back. That was just over a week ago. Well, she definitely hasn't been back to the office. She chewed a fingernail. Oh, blimey, you've got me all worried now. I was worried too. Do you know where she lives? Yeah, she lives with a bloke in Oakengates. A boyfriend? That was surprising. Samantha laughed. No, he's her GBF. I must have looked puzzled because she said, Gay best friend. Hang on. I've got the address here. She took out her mobile and looked it up. I copied it into my new phone and thanked her, promising to get Zara to contact her as soon as I found her. It took only 15 minutes to get to Oakengates and find the address. Another modern building, this one divided into flats. I pressed the button on the intercom labelled Zara Sullivan and Dan Kay, and a man answered, Zara's GBF. I explained that I was looking for his flatmate, and he buzzed me up. He was a short guy, good-looking with a shaved head. Zara's in Tenerife, he said. Are you sure? He raised an eyebrow. Are you a debt collector? I was offended. Did I really look like a debt collector? But the fact 2 people had asked me made me think that Zara must be in some financial difficulty. I told him the same thing I'd told Samantha. She emailed me a week ago to say she'd binned the case she was working on and had decided to get some sun. She didn't phone you? He shook his head. Didn't you think that was strange? Does she normally email you to tell you things? Has she suddenly taken off on holiday before? Yeah, she has actually. Although the email thing is a bit weird. She usually calls. He smiled. She is quite fond of her own voice. Something was definitely wrong. Would Zara have really gone straight from Bed Mawr, having abandoned the investigation without telling me, to Tenerife, without even calling home to pick up a swimsuit? She'd had to have come close to Telford to get to the nearest airport. Has she updated Facebook or anything with holiday snaps? I asked. She doesn't use social media, Dan replied. If she went abroad without coming back here, she must have had her passport with her in Wales. Does she usually carry her passport around with her? Do you know where she keeps it? Can you— He held up his hands as if warding off an attack. Whoa, give me a chance. Sorry. He seemed exasperated. Look, I don't know anything about a passport, and I have no idea if you're really who you say you are. I'm not a debt collector. Please, shut up. I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. I'm happy to pass a message on, but that's it. But goodbye. He shut the door in my face. On the way back to my car, I called Edward Rooney, who'd originally put me in touch with Zara. Once again, I explained what I knew, adding what Dan had just told me. Is there any way you can check if her passport has been used? I asked. He blew air into the phone. Only the police can do that, and they won't take this seriously. She's a grown woman who emailed her flatmate to say she's going on holiday. You've got absolutely no evidence of foul play. But don't you think it seems weird? I could picture him shrugging. I expect she's gone off to the Canaries. Can't say I blame her. I'd offered to relieve you of some of your money and look into it. Fly out to Tenerife to track her down. But I'm in the middle of a bastard of a case right now. My advice? Stop worrying and finish that bloody book, okay? I hung up. It was just after 5. If I didn't get a move on, I'd be late for my rendezvous with Shirley. Chapter 27. I hit rush hour traffic coming out of Telford. I was hardly in a state to drive, unable to concentrate adequately on the road. I pulled into a roundabout too early, narrowly avoiding a collision with a BMW, the driver leaning on his horn and gesturing furiously as adrenaline flooded my system. I parked outside the bed and breakfast and paused before getting out of the car. Black rain clouds obscured the sun, sucking all the colour from the street, but it was dark inside the house. Had Shirley and Heleth not come home? I rang the bell. The dog barked and ran up to the door, scrabbling at the wood as if it was desperate to get out. I searched my memory banks for its name. Oscar, that was it. I pushed the letterbox open and said the dog's name, but that made him bark more. I peered through into the gloom. Oscar dashed up and down the hallway, a frantic ball of fur, yapping and making a strangled, growling sound in his throat. It looked like Shirley had left him longer than expected, and he was desperate for the toilet or food or both. I murmured soothing words, crouched by the door, but it didn't do any good. He grew increasingly frantic, then suddenly vanished from sight. I squinted through the letterbox, searching him out, and as my eyes grew accustomed to the poor light, a shape came into focus at the bottom of the staircase. It looked like a body. Oh, fuck. I grabbed the phone from my pocket and turned the flashlight on, shining it through the narrow gap. The hallway lit up, light bouncing off the walls. There, lying on her side beneath a framed painting of Christ, was Shirley. One arm was stretched out above her head, and there was a pool of something dark spreading out across the floorboards. Blood. I called the police. Bed Mawr was too small, in this era of stringent budgets and cuts to public services, to have its own police station, so they had to come from Wrexham. It took 30 minutes, during which time Oscar grew increasingly desperate to get out. I continued to talk to him through the letterbox. His yapping had drawn a number of neighbours from their houses, including a middle-aged man from next door. He was overweight, with florid cheeks and no neck, and moaned about the dog, saying it was drowning out the TV. "Passed out drunk, has she?" he said. "I saw her come home earlier. Drunk as a skunk, she was. That thing she had on her head was falling off. She could hardly walk." "Was she on her own?" I asked. "As far as I could tell." A pair of cops arrived, followed by an ambulance. A police officer with ginger hair looked through into the hallway, then broke a window to gain access, asking me and the neighbours to keep back. As soon as he opened the door, Oscar came pelting out, spinning in circles as he entered the street, barking and growling. I grabbed his collar and scooped him up, cradling him like a baby, feeling his heart thudding against my palm. As the police entered the house, I could see a trail of bloody paw prints between Shirley's prone figure and the doormat. The paramedics went in and shut the door as a crowd gathered on the pavement. I waited with them, still holding Oscar, who'd calmed down now. "Poor little mate," a grey-haired woman said, offering to take him until Heleth got home, explaining that she lived across the street. I handed him over. "Oh, dear," said the woman. I followed her gaze. There were smears of blood on the front of my coat, transferred from the dog's paws. "I wonder where Heleth is," I said. "Probably with that boyfriend of hers." There was disapproval in the woman's voice, as if Ollie were a criminal rather than the son of an esteemed librarian. "Don't you like Ollie?" I asked. She seemed surprised that I'd picked up on her tone. "I don't know much about him, except he was a bit of a tearaway at school. His dad, Malcolm, was very disappointed he didn't go off to college and ended up driving a taxi. Kids." It was funny, hearing her refer to a 40-something man as a kid. "Anyway, I'd better get this dog inside." She hurried off across the road. The other neighbour was telling the policeman who guarded the door about how Shirley had come home inebriated. I heard someone else mutter that she liked to drink. I knew exactly what was going to happen. Everyone would assume she'd fallen down the stairs, pissed, an unfortunate accident, because nobody else could see the pattern. The door opened, and the paramedics carried Shirley out, zipped into a body bag. The ginger police officer followed them, and as they reached the pavement, somebody rushed past me, shoes clacking on the asphalt. It was Heleth, hurrying across from where she'd parked her car. She stepped in front of the paramedics, eyes darting between her house and the body bag. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice cracking. She took a step towards her house, stopped, and turned back towards the zipped-up body. The police officer tried to calm her down, taking her arm and guiding her away while the paramedics carried Shirley into the ambulance. The policeman said something to Heleth that I couldn't hear, and she went stiff. A second later, she crumpled to the ground, and the paramedics returned and knelt beside her. She was only out for a moment. Then she sat up, looking bewildered. The rubberneckers, who'd been on the verge of dispersing, crowded around them. It was probably the most exciting thing that had happened around here for a long time. The red-haired police officer was stood a little way from where Heleth lay, scratching his head. I approached him and told him my name. "Somebody pushed her down those stairs," I said. He regarded me with weary scepticism. "What makes you say that?" I opened my mouth, shut it again. "It's complicated." "Well, it looks like an accident to me. Tell me what you saw." He made notes as I detailed what I'd found. But when it came to explaining why I thought someone had pushed her, I couldn't do it. I knew how crazy it sounded. I knew how easily my argument could be countered. Malcolm had a heart attack. Zara's gone off on holiday. Shirley got drunk and had an accident. There was no pattern, just unconnected events. There was nothing sinister here. I would be wasting my breath. I watched the ambulance go, taking Shirley and Heleth with it. As I headed back to my car, I felt eyes on the back of my neck. I turned. There was no one there. Chapter 28. The others were eating dinner when I arrived back at the retreat. Max was next to Susie with Ursula opposite. I watched them from the doorway for a minute. They were too absorbed in a verbal game of tennis to notice me. Max and Ursula bashed the conversation back and forth while Susie watched them. I was desperate to talk to someone, but could I take any of my fellow writers into my confidence? I didn't trust Max. Ursula would probably try to tell me an evil spirit was responsible. And as for Susie, well, I still wasn't sure about her relationship with Max. That left Julia, but the thought of telling her I'd hired a private detective to investigate Lily's disappearance and informing her that the detective hadn't found anything concrete filled me with dread. On the other hand, I felt closer to her again after the sighting of Megan and the trip to her house. Surely Julia would understand my intentions were good and that I'd kept it from her because I didn't want her to get her hopes up. The truth was, I had no idea how she would react. But I made up my mind. I owed it to her to tell her, and to stop keeping secrets. And maybe, just maybe, she could help me figure it all out. "Hello. I didn't see you sneak in." I whirled round. "Julia, sorry. Didn't mean to make you jump. Do you want dinner?" I floundered, which made her laugh. "It's all right. You don't have to answer straight away. Oh, I've got something for you." I followed her into the kitchen, where she opened a drawer and fished out a small object. It was the pen Priya had given me. I turned it over in my hands, relief washing over me. I'd convinced myself that I'd lost it. I was tempted to kiss it. I looked up to see Julia smiling at me. "Why is it so special?" she asked. "Because of who gave it to me." "Oh?" Julia didn't know about Priya. Since arriving at the retreat, I hadn't found an opportunity to bring it up, to let her know we had something awful in common, without it seeming as if I was saying, "Me too." Now was the perfect time to tell her, but first I asked, "Where did you find it?" She hesitated. "Do you promise not to cause a scene?" "What? Did someone have it? Was it Ursula?" She sighed. "Calm down, Lucas. No, it wasn't Ursula. I found it in Max's room." "What?" "When I was changing the bedding, under the pillow." Before I could get angry, she hurriedly said, "I already asked him about it. He said he had no idea what it was doing there. He thinks he might have picked it up by mistake the night Ursula arrived. He said he has a couple of similar pens. But why was it under his pillow? Also, I'm sure I didn't take it out of my room." "You're not 100% sure, though, are you?" I rubbed my forehead. I was mentally exhausted, still shocked by what had happened to Shirley, and Zara's absence was playing on my mind. "No, I suppose it's possible I brought it downstairs, but what about my phone? I'm sure someone was in my room that night." Julia tilted her head. "What? You didn't tell me about that?" I rubbed my forehead. I was getting confused, forgetting that although I'd told Julia about my things going missing, only Susie knew about my nocturnal intruder. "Lucas, are you okay? You look shattered." She touched my upper arm and her hand lingered there. It was warm. I had the urge to pull her closer, to kiss her, take her to bed and lose myself in her. In that moment, despite the exhaustion that threatened to suck me under, there was nothing else I would rather do. And I was sure, from the way she was looking at me and how she didn't remove her hand, that she could feel it. The air between us was thick, heavy with unspoken words. I lay my hand on top of hers, held her palm against my triceps. Max came through the door. "Oops," he said. "Didn't mean to interrupt." Julia snatched her hand away. Max saw the pen in my hand. "Sorry about the weird mistake, old chap. I'm always picking up other people's pens. Terrible habit." Everything that had happened today, all the stress, including the shattered sexual tension, it combined to make the room lurch around me. I pointed a finger at Max. "You took it, you arsehole. You came into my room and stole it." He stared at me. "I bet you've got my phone too, haven't you? Come on, tell me, where is it?" "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." "Have you been going through it?"
I look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine. Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma? Sure do. It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.